get started on volume 2 right now, and I want to thank you so much for helping me out as I put together volume 1. Enjoy the videos, and I hope you have a really good day.
Someone who's like an Elon Musk type, but just, and I'm not accusing them of anything. I'm not saying, I'm just saying at that caliber of celebrity and that caliber of prominence, you can't go anywhere. If you're Bill Clinton back in the 80s or the 90s, whatever it was, you can't, right? Everybody knows who you are. You gotta be protected, right? But you want these experiences. And so you have these guys, like a Jeffrey Epstein type guy, who works with the elite of the elite clientele. It's all movie stars, big-time politicians, world leaders, scientists, Nobel Prize winners, and they all meet together and have fascinating conversations and cocktails, and there's beautiful girls everywhere. Of course. What a great idea. Right. And if you're naive and you don't understand honeypots.
There's the quote from Maria Farmer, who was one of the accusers from what was inside the house in New York.
Okay, she said there were monitors inside this cabinet. I looked on the cameras and I saw toilet, bed, toilet. She said, visibly spooked. Like, I'm never going to use the restroom here and I'm never going to sleep here. You know what I mean? It was very obvious that they were like monitoring private moments.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Maria Farmer was the one who worked at Epstein's office in New York, I think.
And this was the house, Jamie?
Yeah, I was looking up stuff on the house. That was like what they found.
What if the house still has fucking cameras in it somewhere that they haven't found yet?
They definitely, I don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to scan the shit out of that house. You'd have to take the walls apart. There's probably listening devices inside the walls. Like, who knows? If this was like really an intelligence operation, yeah, they probably had that house fully wired.
Maria Farmer, I think she was the chick who was working the front desk at his office in Manhattan. And this is like a funny example of like what I like to do. My mom is super left wing. She's has her degree in fine arts. And she still is like an art professor. And my dad is an ex-post office worker. And he's only watches Fox. So my dad only watches Fox. They're divorced. My mom only watches CNN.
Jesus, why didn't they stay together?
Who knows? And I like to like take things that are happening and then the controversial things, like for Epstein, example. And I like just like call my mom and argue with her. Like argue the right wing side against my mom's point of view on Epstein, and then I'll call my dad and I'll make the same argument toward the opposite argument towards him. It's like a fucking thought experiment or like a critical thinking exercise.
Use your parents
And my mom, you know, she'll be like, of course, like Trump. There's more footage of Trump with Epstein than anybody. Are you kidding me? He's partying with him here. Like, of course he's compromised. And then my dad's like, it's fucking Clinton, bro. It's like, it's only Bill Clinton. Look, he's the only one on the Epstein files. Of course we know he's a pervert, all this stuff. But like, and then you have, so the funny thing is, both sides will use their little batch of evidence to support their idea and ignore the opposite, right? So like, for, the girl we were just talking about, Virginia, she was literally on video saying that she all this shit about Bill Clinton on the jet, going to the island, hanging out with Trump and all this stuff. And the right wing people, like people I know, my parents and like older folks I know in Florida, will say, you know, she came out, thank you for exposing Bill Clinton for being a pedo and doing all this stuff. And Virginia Giuffre, after this happened, she's like, you guys didn't listen to the whole fucking tape. She's like, I was telling you that Trump was at the penthouse 3 days a week and visiting him, but you guys don't want to hear that. And it's like, you know, it's just this weird thing. Like if you do the math, there's gotta be so many high level, powerful people that are somehow compromised. And do I think like Clinton and these guys are pedos? No, I don't think that at all. But if you were Jeffrey Epstein, I think it's super plausible to assume that he would try to trick them with like a girl who looks old, right? Who is possibly like on the borderline of being 18. And you say, oh yeah, this girl, she's 18, 19, 20, whatever. Meanwhile, she's like 17 and they had no idea and they have video footage. And in like a court of law, if I'm the judge, I'm going to let them, like, of course, they fucking lied to him. And this is not like some young girl, obviously, but they lied. Yeah. But like in like the court of public opinion, you're never going to win in that case, right? Like if that comes out, you're fucked.
You're fucked. I mean, you're fucked if you just go into the island to bang hookers. Like it's like they're of age. It's still like whatever he was doing. You preyed on people's desire for experiences and vice.
Yes.
And all these powerful people who, again, they can't just go call the hooker, and the hooker goes, oh my God, I just blew Bill Gates. This is nuts. You know what I mean? Like, you can't trust them. So you have to trust someone who really has a lockdown organization, and they felt like he did.
Yeah.
And that's why they all hung out with him even after he got arrested. This is what's crazy.
That is crazy.
A lot of Bill Gates meetings with him were after he was prosecuted. And he got this little slap on the wrist. He got essentially a home detainment, and I think he had to do like weekends at the jail. Like it was crazy for underage sex for what's supposed to be a felony. The whole thing is crazy. And then when there's one reporter that really chased it down, I forget her name, but she really looked into it, and that's when they opened up the second case, the second trial. Vicky Ward. Was she from what paper? Vanity Fair. So she was responsible for because she was like, this is insane. Like, what's going on here? And then there was the sheriff that had arrested him, said that I was told he was intelligence. I mean, you gotta think, man, if a guy like that is running these kind of parties with all these rich and powerful people, how many different worldwide decisions can be manipulated because of these people and the compromises you have on them? Right. It's really a brilliant thing to do. Yeah. From an intelligence perspective.
Yeah, it really is, man. And like the way that the world is shaping out now, and this like rise of Jew hate online is, and I think a lot of it's bots. You know, I think it's coming from every angle. You know, I think it's probably a lot of propaganda and bots coming from Iran, coming from Israel, Saudi, who knows where it's all coming from. It's just such a confusing crock of shit on the internet. But like, you know, on one hand, they were able to pull off some incredible fucking operations. And, you know, on the other hand, we get mad that now that it gets exposed, we get mad that they have their hooks in us, and the people that are in power, whatever the politicians are, the puppets, just like bend the knee to whatever they're doing. And it gets exposed when people like Tucker did that interview with Ted Cruz. Mm-hmm. and he had him on his heels the whole time. That was incredible. That was a fucking a biblical fucking interview with Ted Cruz, and that really like pulled the mask off, because like if that guy is explaining his position on Israel being in Congress, and that's his number one thing that made him want to be a congressman, it's like, what are all these other people doing then? Like, if there's all this money, and you can see the receipts, how much money they're being given by these lobbies. But like, how bad can you get because we let them do it? They're legally allowed to do it.
Yeah, you can be mad, but you really should be mad at the politicians.
Yeah,
the corrupt politicians, and how many of them there are. And like, look at the mayoral race, where they all were saying, "My first trip, I'm going to go to Israel."
Oh yeah, except for the dude, what's his name? He said he's going to stay in New York.
The communist. Yeah, it's like, I'm going to take care of the Jews in New York. Boom, checkmate. That was it. That literally won it for him. Because everybody was like, "What are you guys talking about? Like, New York is fucked. Take care of this goddamn city. Why? What's this loyalty and allegiance to Israel from the New York City mayors? The people that are candidates for mayor? Like, your number one concern is Israel? That seems odd. Unless you're getting a ton of money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unless they have some video footage.
Yeah. The more I think about politics and just look at the news cycle every day, I just feel like I get dumber.
It's a dumb business. It's a dumb, dirty business.
It really is, dude. Just like, sometimes I'm just like not motivated to read the daily news. You know, like I was telling this guy too. I was like to focus on the culture wars 24/7, 365, and fucking talk about it all day is draining, dude.
Yeah, you can't. It's bad. It's bad for you.
Yeah.
That's why people that are on social media all day, they're poisoned. There was some study recently. I think it was Columbia. I forget what university, but they paid people to stay off social media for a certain amount of time, and they said that the results were superior to therapy. See if you can find that. So I think a large percentage of the mental illness that we have in this country is greatly accentuated by social media. I think people that are on it all day, I think it's extremely addictive. I think the conflict raises the whole anxiety that you have about conflict in society. Stanford paid 35,000 people to find out if quitting Instagram made you happier. Yeah, this is it. And so what was the results? Landmark study on digital well-being.
Yeah.
Ran 2 parallel experiments with Facebook and Instagram as prospective focal platform. For each focal platform, Meta grew a stratified random sample of users who in the U.S. who were age 18 or older, had logged in at least once a month, or at least once in the past month. From August 31st to September 12th, Meta placed survey invitations at the top of these users' focal platform news feeds. Study explains on Facebook, a total of 10.6 million users were invited to the study. 673,388 clicked the invitation, and 43,249 were willing to deactivate, consented to participate, and completed the enrollment survey. Of these, 19,857 completed the baseline survey, could be linked to the platform data, and had at least 15 minutes of baseline use per day. So what was the results? Modest but meaningful emotional gains. Findings were statistically significant, although modest in scale. Facebook deactivation Facebook is like a bunch of old people complaining about their neighborhood.
Yeah.
Led to a 0.060 standard deviation improvement. That's not much. While Instagram deactivation yielded a 0.041 improvement. These gains represent approximately 15 to 22% of the benefits typically seen with established psychological interventions such as cognitive behavior therapy or mindfulness-based interventions. So that's not much. That's 22% of the benefits. So it's a mild improvement. Yeah, look at this though. The improvements weren't equally distributed. Adults over 35 saw the most substantial benefit from leaving Facebook, whereas young women under 25 experienced the most emotional uplift from an Instagram break. Women are getting fucked by that because they're constantly comparing themselves to girls that are digitally altered and using filters, and fucks with their self-esteem. And I just think overall it's not good for us. And there's a large percentage of our society is addicted to it. And it's new.
It's the dope. It hijacks your dopamine reward system. You know, like I said, the call them dopamine, like your phone and the iPad and all this stuff is like they're dopamine slot machines. And like the way they fuck up your circadian rhythm, like when you're laying in bed at night scrolling, and how that blue light in the phone just like pumps your brain full of energy and you can't put it down. You're just addicted. Like every scroll is like another hit of the crack pipe.
That baby hit too. It's not even like, ooh, it feels so good.
Right. It's like gotta keep doing it.
Most nothing hit ever. It's like just a little. What's that? Oh, how weird.
Yeah, and it like turns off a part of your brain too. Like it turns off the thinking part. You know, where like you just keep doing that thing and you're waiting for something good to hit, something more to like charge your.
And it never comes.
It never comes. You keep looking until you fucking look at the clock. And it's like 3 a.m.
You're a fucking gold miner in Barren Creek.
Yeah.
You just constantly gold mine. One day gold. One day I'm gonna find gold. I'm gonna find enlightenment on my Instagram. Nope. Yeah, you gotta fuck your head up.
Yeah. No, I think it's definitely atrophying the human brain.
100%.
And that's why like these new technical computers, these different apps that are coming out that are like trying to be anti-technology. They're like trying to make healthier computers and healthier phones that like
that simple phone. Is that what it's called?
There's a simple phone. There's like the daylight computer thing, which is like an iPad with no blue light in it, and it has it's like kind of like a Kindle on steroids, where there's no blue light.
Oh, so it looks like paper.
Yeah, it's like this is one of them right here, and it has like.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah, I like make my notes on it, and then it also has like.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
What is that called?
This is called the daylight computer. So I put all my books on
An
it.
old iPad.
Yeah, it looks like an old iPad. This is like version 1 of what they're doing. It's fucking sick, dude.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if you ever used a Kindle, but like, they have like a note-taking thing. It's super slow. When you draw on it, this thing is super fast. You can zoom in and out of shit super fast, like PDFs. And when I sit in bed and read, if I use like a...
Like when you're looking at it, it's not fucking your eyes at all. It looks like a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Wow.
Check this out. If you do this.
When did you decide to do this? To switch over to this stuff?
This is like in the last year.
Oh, yeah?
So look at that. So it's like amber light. So if I lay in bed at night and I'm reading like a PDF or a Kindle or something like this, I'm asleep in like 45 minutes.
The blue's going on with this microphone.
Oh shit.
Did you disconnect it? Yeah.
I break it. Check.
Here we go. We're back.
So yeah.
So amber light.
Yeah, amber light, and then like if I sit on my phone and read something, I can stay up all night. Or if I sit on my computer and read something, I can stay up forever. This thing, I fall asleep. It doesn't keep me up because it does. I think because it doesn't have that blue light that's baked into it.
So you use that as your primary computer?
No. I just use this for reading and like note taking and shit. I'll on every podcast I do, I'm just like taking notes on it because it stores all my notes, and then I just read Kindles on it and PDFs and stuff.
And you write the notes by hand?
Yep.
Okay, so it has like
it's like a little sketchy thing. It's like super quick.
Oh,
and it's fucking amazing.
You don't type your notes? Does it have a keyboard? Can you type on it?
Yeah, you can. It has. It's like basically like an iPad. It's like a.
So you can attach like a Bluetooth keyboard to it?
You can type on it. And shit. It's super quick, super responsive.
And so, what was the thought process about switching to something like this?
Because so I got introduced to those guys when I started learning about like all this circadian rhythm stuff and how like all these devices hijack your dopamine system and all this stuff. And there's like, hey, there's these guys that they're working on this new technology that's like anti big tech, mind control, all the apps and everything like that with all the colors and all the, everything that just like fucks with your brain and your eyes. And I was like, that's interesting. They're going in the opposite direction of normal tech and like Apple and all these things. So I hit them up and they sent me one and I was just like fucking blown away. I thought it was super cool. I could sit outside because I like to go outside like first thing in the morning when the sun's rising and spend at least like 2 or 3 hours like during the beginning of the day because I feel it just like charges me up for the day. I feel better when I'm outside, especially in Florida. The sun's really good. And so I'll go out there and I'll read on this thing. I can't read on anything else. My phone or like a computer screen, there's so much glare. Mm-hmm. This thing thrives in the outdoor sunlight. So it's like perfect. It's like reading like a piece of paper.
What do you think like it would be best if phones were like that, so you could read text messages?
It would definitely be healthier. It would definitely be healthier for us.
Hello, fellow
students of pictures. doesn't have
sad
color,
news
right?
to share with you.
Yeah, this thing's
My
all
wife
black
called
and
me
white,
yesterday at
with
work
that
to let me
amber
know
backlight
that
that you can throw on at night if you're like
Maris
inside
passed
or
away.
something like that.
And so,
Dr.
how much of a
Maris,
change does it
Professor
have
Maris,
in like your
was
routine?
81 years old, and he
It's great because if I'm reading shit, which I typically do in the morning and at night, I don't
a personal
stay up all
mentor
night.
to me.
It encourages me to go outside more
and I'm personally
because,
indebted
like,
to him.
typically when I'm trying to look at
Putting me
some
on the
stuff or like listen to
path
podcasts or like
of
make
becoming a
notes or
historian.
read books, I can do it
So
on that, and
the
it
world
works
has
better
lost
outside.
an extremely
So it
valuable
just makes me want
scholarly
to go outside
voice, a
more,
voice of
which I feel better
humanity,
when I'm outside.
Wow,
tremendous individual,
that's interesting.
Yeah.
who I think about
What's it called
with some
again?
frequency.
Daylight computer.
Daylight.
In this short video, I
It's beautiful,
would
man.
like to just
I'm
tell
gonna
you a
check that
little
out.
bit about who Michael Maris
I don't want
was,
to carry around another
and
fucking thing.
share a little bit about what he
You
meant
know?
to me, and
Yeah, all your
some
phone.
personal
Yeah, all the
information
bullshit
about
I have to carry around.
some
That's big.
interactions I had
Yeah,
with him.
it is big. It fits in that little Patagonia bag. I just like carried like home and to home and like to the studio.
How come it has those big stupid bezels?
I don't know. It's version one.
So like, because it looks like they got some leftover iPad technology, Kindle technology.
I'm not sure, but I think when I was a graduate
Very
student,
No, it definitely. I think they're gonna eventually try to improve that. And like I said, that's like the version
What was
one.
he like
That's
as a
like
scholar?
iPhone 1 for their thing, and they're trying to.
So this is new.
classics. I
They're
recommend
trying
a
to come up with
particular
phones
book
eventually.
called The Holocaust in
It's a lot of
History.
work
I'm
to
going to
have
put
a
all
computer company.
links to a few of his books.
James
in the
McCann, one of the
information
comics from last night,
this
he
is
had
tour de
a new
force
phone. I
review
was like,
of
what is this?
major
He's like,
historiographic
it's
controversies
keeps you from
around
being
the
distracted. It only has like Spotify,
published,
few
you know,
other things
several
on it.
decades ago, but
One
it has
shitty
never
little
been
camera,
quality
a black
because
and white
some of the
screen.
most important
Like really,
issues
he's like, he's just
are
trying
still
to
ones
get
that
off of his phone
work
addiction.
through
Yeah.
So he's
on
a
a
much more limited phone
philosophical
that runs on
and
Android.
theological level.
There's a lot of people that are kind of leaning in that sort of direction.
Yeah, like the anti-tech direction.
Well, just realizing like something's going on. Like I'm not happier.
He also wrote many
less
other
happy.
topics. He wrote on
Kind
Bishop
of
France.
tweaking.
He wrote
thinking
on
about where's
Nuremberg
my
trials, on
Yeah,
post-war
I don't think the
refugees.
technology.
He's a very productive scholar.
Innovation
His books are really
all this new technology and now that it's like exponentially taking
He was
off
a
with
lifetime
AI.
student.
He does it to a
Long
good
after I
place, man.
left
I think
University
that
of Toronto, he went back to school to earn a
you
law
know, I've had
degree at age
philosophers and people explain to me how like
what he was like as an instructor
the
was
advancement
really
of like the
This is,
technological
I studied
human
with him
mind
back
and the
like in the
analytical mind
1980s
has
before
equally
PowerPoint,
equated with the atrophy of like, the
slides,
psychic mind.
just his voice.
And like when you listen to people like
And
Paul
there are a
Rose,
few
they talk
YouTubes
about
of
spending
him,
a lot
so
of time
you
in the
can actually
Amazon
see
and
what
like
it
going
was
through the
like
jungle, how it like
to study
awakens
with
these
this great
deeper
scholar.
senses that you have
He never
inside
read
of us.
from his lecture notes,
And like
but he
it
always
makes me
had them,
wonder,
and they
like
were packed with concrete detail.
5,000
I
years ago,
remember listening to him
before
say,
we had the ability
he so
to
carefully crafted his
offload our
lectures.
memories
He
onto
speaks
phones and
directly and in
computers
conversational
before
tone,
we even had the
but
fucking
he's
written
got his
word.
notes to
We were
provide
able to make
really
notes and stuff. We probably
important
had like
statistics,
way
dates
better
with tremendous
memory.
precision.
We had we
What I remember as a
possibly
student was
likely
just
had
how
like
generous he was as an
a
instructor.
telepathic
He was
way
always
of
deeply
communicating back
engaged,
then, like
deeply
way
concerned
way
with
long
our
ago,
ability
before we had
to
before we
absorb
started
the complexity of the
letting
material
technology
he was
take
presenting.
over for what we do, like even for our
Was
like
filled with a
mundane
deep
tasks now, which is
respect for
reached
all
the
of
pinnacle of
the students. He
LLMs,
listened
like
to
telling us
questions with his
full
full
attention
attention.
how to fucking write an email.
Considered questions
Well,
very,
for
very
sure, don't
carefully, and he
remember phone
responded
numbers
fully
anymore. And when I was a kid, I kept like 15 phone numbers in my head. Now I have 0. I have like maybe 1 or 2
what he
phone
was like
numbers I
as
can
a
remember.
mentor. Was
Everybody
especially
just relies on their phone. There's so
I
many
will
people
share
that
with
can't
you
even
a
make
little
their way
bit of
around
personal
town
background.
without their navigation system.
I
Completely
had
forgot
the
how the
privilege
streets
of
connect.
having some
You know, there's
fantastic
a
mentors
lot of
in the
digital
Toronto.
atrophy or
But my
human
first
atrophy
field
being
of
caused
study
by
was
the
philosophy.
interface of the digital world.
I
And it's only going to get
eventually
worse. I mean,
earned that
there was a study recently on ChatGPT users.
an undergraduate degree,
How
actually. I used the word
less,
eventually because
how,
I had a major
see
hiccup
if you can
in
find
my
it. It was a study on
undergraduate
young
career
people and
where I
ubiquitous
sort
use
of
of
like had a crisis
ChatGPT,
of
like how many of them are
conscience.
using it
Been
and how much
falling out
effect it
with,
has on their
Professor
ability
back
to
in
form their own
earlier
thoughts
to-
and see through
And,
things. They're just
then when I
relying
met
on
my
this thing
wife,
to answer the questions
I
for
had
them
become a ski
without pondering
instructor.
the
That was
questions
my
themselves and
lifetime
actually
plan.
learning things. They're just
you know,
getting
be a
data.
ski
Yes.
instructor.
And a lot of that data
In the
doesn't get
winters in
absorbed.
Canada,
Yeah, my wife and all of her friends are using
that was the
ChatGPT.
Here
plan.
it is.
But then I met my
ChatGPT
wife,
may be
I had a
eroding
serious
critical
accident
thinking
during
skills.
training, and I realized
MIT study.
I thought I can't possibly
Totally makes sense.
build
Study divided 54
family,
subjects, 18 to
big
39-year-olds
tuition
from the Boston
if
area
I'm
into
gonna
3
be a ski
groups
instructor. So
and
I
asked them
decided
to
I have
write
to go back
several
to school.
SAT essays
What do I
using
like to study?
OpenAI's ChatGPT,
And, I realized I
Google
liked
search
history.
engine, and
I realized
nothing
that
at all
what I liked about
respectively.
philosophy the best
Researchers used an
was the
EEG EEG recorded the writer's brain activity across 32 regions and found that of the three groups, ChatGPT users had the lowest brain engagement and consistently underperformed at neural, linguistic, and behavioral levels.
treatment.
Over the course of several
But I had
months,
an interview
ChatGPT
with him,
users
and I
got
said, "Listen,
lazier
Professor
with,
Maris, you can
with
see on my
each
transcript,
subsequent essay,
you know, for the first
often
2 years, I
resorting
was
to
a
copy
great
and paste
student,
by the end
and
of
then
the
I had
study.
this incident, you know,
Wow.
where I
Yeah, we're
gave
going to
him
just
enough
end
and
up
my
being a
grades,
residue
dropped
of a
precipitously.
species overwritten
And
by our own creation.
he listened to me
Very
with
bizarre.
his,
Fucking scary, dude.
Very bizarre.
deep,
Very bizarre.
intense
Because we're just
listening
all
skills.
running towards the
And he
cliff.
said that
We're all like,
I
yeah,
should
well, we gotta
apply
do it.
for
Because if we don't
graduate
do it,
school,
China's gonna do it.
and they'll take my
Yeah.
application seriously.
Yeah, man. I
Even
think
though
we're gonna
my
integrate.
GPA
That's
dropped
what I think.
with that
We're
terrible
going
year.
to realize the only
And he
way
said that
for us to
many
survive
academics
is to integrate with
agree
artificial intelligence.
I think people are going to choose. They're going to find God either in artificial intelligence or in nature. People that run the other way are going to realize.
And sure enough,
Like,
thank God, I
there's
was
definitely going to be
accepted
people
to
that worship
graduate
artificial
school on
intelligence as a new
probation.
god.
Yeah,
That's already been
I
speculated.
did have that really.
That's for sure going to be a thing. And it might actually be that. Might be that's what God is.
Fortunate
That's how we make them.
you know, especially when I was my
God
postdoc phase,
forms
I did a
himself
postdoc at
through us.
university as well.
Like the way
I
God
got an
creates us,
office
He
right
instills us
behind
with this insatiable
Professor
need for
Maris's
technological
office,
innovation
and
until
he was
ultimately
right
they don't blow
next to my
themselves up. They
supervisor,
achieve
Dr.
artificial
Magachi, and
intelligence,
they were very
which then
close friends.
becomes
So
sentient,
I
which
had
then
the
makes better and better
wonderful
versions of itself
privilege
and
of seeing
scale out. What's the
two
ultimate
senior
version of that?
scholars
The
interact
ultimate version of that
as
is God.
friends, and I often heard over the
Yeah, and
transom
then what are we?
Sydney Smith
With a
Hall,
chicken and the egg.
their conversations and jokes, and
Well,
they're
there's some
singing
new
and
thing,
so on,
man. Have you seen
occasionally
this
singing.
thing about the James Webb
And
Telescope,
really,
James?
Yes, dude. I was looking at Jesse Michael's office yesterday.
Yeah, me and Jesse were talking about it yesterday too. Jesse's his phone's getting lit up. I'm gonna send you this, Jamie.
Yeah, so
it's
like
like
that's
really interesting.
The story is like this background microwave radiation is not what we think it was. There's these mature universes that are out there that we just discovered.
Well, this is here. I'll send you the
he was really someone who impressed on me that
Did you find it already?
history is
Okay,
an
here it is.
apprenticeship.
Webb Telescope
has elements
uncovers
of
secrets
science,
of
but
dark matter.
really
Yeah,
it's
that's
art.
one of them.
In order to
But
learn this
I'll
art,
show
this
you
craft,
what this is.
you have
Because
to
what this is
train
essentially
under
that
a master.
just the galaxies
And
they've
in this
shown
context, I feel very much like I have had the
it
opportunity
makes
to
up
train under
for
several
the
masters.
background micro
Michael Maris
or
was
whatever the
one of them.
microwave radiation is that they
Be
associated with the Big
grateful
Bang.
for
So now,
everything that
so
he's given
according
me.
to
So the Big Bang is fake.
extent
Yeah.
that I'm able to continue his legacy.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw the Twitter post, and there's people, going after each other, like rabid cats and dogs,
His
about it,
example.
whether it was real or whether it was
Thank you
fake.
very much for listening to this
Yeah,
short
well,
tribute.
of course, people are going back and forth about it, but essentially what they're saying is this kind of, it cancels out the idea of the Big Bang. And Penrose believed that it was a consistent cycle. Penrose believes it goes, Big Bang to expansion of the universe to compression to Big Bang, with this constant cycle, never ending. It's not that the universe was formed at one period of time. It's like this constant state of happening. Which, is that any more crazy than the universe happening at one time out of nothing? No, I mean, it's all crazy. Just the idea that it's 13 billion light years old, or 13.7, or 22. Is 22 even more crazier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is nuts, dude.
A new paper shows that the cosmic microwave background radiation can be explained entirely by the energy of recently discovered early mature galaxies. The massive galaxies that James Webb Space Telescope discovered discovered which crushed the existing models of galaxy formation because they formed much earlier than astrophysicists thought possible. But now these EMGs turn out to account for the entire energy density of the cosmic microwave background radiation, which was believed to be a snapshot of the first light emitted after the Big Bang, when the universe was 379,000 years old. The variations in the CMB were believed to be relics of quantum fluctuations in the dense plasma of the Big Bang. If these new findings are accepted, and there's no reason not to accept them, then all the following flagship findings of cosmology are thrown into question. Big Bang Theory, foundational cosmological model undermined, cosmic inflation, loses observational justification, ACDM model, I don't know what that is, key parameters become unreliable. So all this stuff, dark energy inferred from the CMB may be mischaracterized, dark matter density, current estimates may be invalid, age of the universe must be recalculated. Wild.
Yes, it's insane.
Wild shit. And I'm sure the people that have been preaching that have been rather talking and teaching people about the Big Bang and writing books, they're going to fight back tooth and nail.
Yeah, of course.
They don't want to be wrong. But this James Webb Telescope, at the very least, has shown us mature galaxies that shouldn't have been able to be followed.
The fact checkers got it. Reader contacts.
This post claims CMB can be explained entirely by EMGs, implying ability, not probability, that EMGs turn out to account for the entire energy of the CMB radiation. But the paper says EMGs may account for anywhere between 1.4% and 100%. So they might account for 100%, but they do account for, that seems like you're nitpicking.
Yes.
It might account for 100%? Okay.
Right.
Either way, they're learning things, and they still have a very limited ability to observe, right? So the James Webb Telescope is so much better than the Hubble, so much better than anything else that's launched before. So they're finding new things out, but it's still limited in its capacity to see the universe. It can't see everything yet. So they'll probably have an even better one that they'll launch, and that will show us even more that we didn't know. And we're operating on a limited amount of data, and we're operating with this conviction that they're 100% correct about these timelines.
Yes.
And just these mature galaxies that existed where they shouldn't exist is enough to know that we don't know everything. And then this whole dark matter, dark energy thing is like, what is it? You can't even. You don't even know what it is.
What? Then we figured out that that dark matter actually is mass, right, and has gravitational effects. Like they were forget who it was, but they were observing galaxies, and they were looking at the spin rate of the galaxies, and they found out that the center of the galaxy, it should be spinning faster than the outer rim of it, right? But they found out that the spin rate is identical, which means that what they theorized is that dark matter, the mass of the dark matter around the galaxy, has lots of mass, and it's flattening the spin rate of the galaxies. Which is interesting because, like, there's this. Have you ever heard of this dude named Rolf Landauer?
No.
He has this theory that if you weighed a hard drive after you put data on it, it would weigh more than when it was empty, right? So, and his theory was that, like, every single hard drive server farm around the world right now, if you weighed it, if we had measuring equipment that was sensitive enough, and you could find the difference. He thinks that all the data stored would be like a kilogram or less right now. But the rate of data increase that we accumulate each year right now is like 25%, not equating for exponential growth, the technological singularity, and how that's going to ramp up. So somebody did the math there and said, it was Jason Giorgiani who did the math on this, and he said if you just keep the rate flat at 25% per year of data increase across the globe, in 340 years we are going to have the mass of the moon on the surface of the Earth in data stored on hard drives. What? Yeah. So like the way he like lays this all out, I'll try to do my best, is that if you look at the laws of thermodynamics, like the two laws, one, that energy can never be created or destroyed, and the other one, like entropy always increases over time. Entropy meaning disorder. It never goes down over time. Like, hence the heat death of the universe will eventually happen. And so E equals mc squared. Energy and mass are interconvertible. And then there was this other dude, Claude Shannon, who came up with the theory that data transmission with binary bits, ones and zeros, right? So if computers are bound by, tell me if I'm losing.
No.
If computers are bound by the laws of entropy, and hard drives are bound by the laws of entropy, that means when a computer is blank, it's very low entropy because it's all ones or it's all zeros. When you add data, when you add a podcast to it, it goes 1 0 1 0 1 0. It's chaotic. Just from a pure physical perspective, it's high entropy. So what happens when you erase that hard drive? The energy has to leave. If it's mass on the hard drive, theoretically, if this guy's right, if Rolf Landauer is right, that data on the hard drive is mass. When you erase that, it has to go to energy outside of the hard drive, right? So he says, if you crack open a hard drive, you can't see that mass, right? It's invisible. It's electromagnetically indetectable. So he says, what other kind of mass do we know of that's electromagnetically indetectable? And he said, it's dark matter. So if mass is the same thing as information stored on a hard drive, that would mean not only is mass and energy interchangeable, but mass, energy, and information are interchangeable, right? So if dark matter is mass, you could then say that dark matter is a computational cloud of ones and zeros, and our consciousness is an interface to that gives it meaning. The same way a computer screen gives meaning to all the ones and zeros on the hard drive. Like you watch the video, it has meaning.
So this is the concept that consciousness engages with matter, and that is how matter exists. That it exists because you're observing it.
Yeah, the only reason consciousness is fundamental to an information processing system. So instead of building up to what people try to do is build up to consciousness from dead atoms, protons, and neutrons, right? How do you get to consciousness from that? But if you think of this as like a computational cloud of ones and zeros, and mass does equal information, well, that just means that our consciousness is a way to interface and give this simulation meaning. And funny enough, that theory really reconciles well with shit like parapsychology and like Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance. Like when you solve one problem in one part of the world, and then like somebody breaks a world record in this country, and then a year later, 500 people hit that same world record. Yeah. It's like conserving energy, the processing system conserving energy.
There's a scientist that he found computational code. You remember this guy, Jamie? That he believes that he found computational code that proves that like the universe is a simulation. But this guy, I tried to get him to come on the podcast, but he said I was anti-science because of the COVID vaccine stuff. This is a few years back, though. Yeah. Maybe he's kind of woken up and changed his tune. I doubt it, though. A lot of people got indoctrinated. That's anti-science. Like, actual data is anti-science?
Yeah.
Whose data? Whose data are you going by? We could have a conversation about that if you like. I'll show you some things.
You can have a great conversation.
Yeah.
I think you've said everything.
Have a seat. Let's go over some studies.
Is this the dude?
Yeah, that's the guy. So what was his, so this guy won't come on my show because he says I'm anti-science. Yes. But what is this discovery that he had?
From Tampa. Born in Tampa.
He found, what was the supposed discovery about the computational code? What did it say? Are we living in a computer simulation? Yeah, this is it. James Gates, theoretical physicist, University of Maryland. Auto-correcting codes. Click on that, Jamie. Scientific American article. Oh, I just read it right from there, I guess. Mm-hmm. Explored mathematical structure of string theory, specifically in the context of supersymmetry, and has found what he describes as error-correcting codes embedded within the equations. These codes are mathematical objects similar to those used in computer science for error detection and correction, such as in data transmission. While these findings are intriguing, it's important to note that they are not literal computer code, but rather mathematical structures that share similarities with coding theory. Yeah, it's important to learn that, but that's fucking crazy. Yeah, it is. All of it is crazy. But James Gates, as of I think 2 years ago, wasn't willing to come on the podcast and talk about it.
Yeah, if I had $1 for every person who said they wouldn't come on my podcast because it's too pseudoscientific, I would have like $5.
Why not? Why not come on and eliminate people?
Yeah, I had this. I don't want to say who she is, but like this lady had this amazing book on like the Greek weapons and poisons that they used to use for war. Like they used to like drop scorpions over. Amazing book. Like they used to light pigs on fire and like send them towards elephants to try to get the elephants to run away and like throw bags of scorpions on people. I'm like, this fucking book is amazing. I need to get this lady. We're not academic enough, I guess, but I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, but what does that mean? What does it mean? We're just human beings having a conversation. You're the academic. Yeah. Come in and tell me what you know. Yeah. What's the big deal? Yeah.
You do a great job of like having both sides in, which I think is really cool. Like you have like the crazy fringe people who are like educated, self-educated, but are very smart in a certain way, and then other people who like have the academic credentials to sort of like be a sounding board for that and to see like who's really full of shit.
Yeah, you have to have all, because there are some people that they're self-taught. They've essentially just read shit tons of books. Yep. And they're brilliant people. And just because they're not classically educated doesn't mean they're incorrect. And there's only one way to find that out. Guys like Randall Carlson, he's a builder. okay? But the knowledge that he has about the impact theory, the Younger Dryas impact theory, and what probably ended the Ice Age and shaped a great part of North America, and how you can see it from space. And you can see when they look at the satellite imagery, it literally looks like things have been washed away.
Yeah.
It looks like massive water erosion. Like you can see the ripples on the ground that are akin to what it looks like when the tide pulls back on the sand on a beach.
Yeah.
It all makes sense, and he knows so much about the actual science behind it. And he was talking about this a long time ago. I met him in Georgia, in Atlanta. That's where he's from. I met him in like 2003 or something like that. 2002, 2000. He was telling me about it back then. But back then, they didn't have the core samples that showed that there was significant impact evidence. That was around, I think it was 11,800 years ago, and then again somewhere around 10,000 plus years ago. So I think we've been hit multiple times, and I think he's 100% right about that. And I think Graham Hancock is 100% onto something. He's all this ancient apocalypse stuff, and the pushback against him is insane. They throw every terrible phrase at him they possibly can, every pejorative, racist, white supremacist, all these crazy things.
Yeah, I had Flint Dibble on my podcast. Like we talked about it.
Fascinating.
Yeah, he's great. I actually liked him.
He's a nice guy. When he's not calling you a racist.
When he's not in front of a keyboard.
Yeah. But he he's a anxiety-filled academic who is, fighting very hard to push his very specific view of things, and he tries to silence other people that have opposing views. And the way he did it with Graham was really not cool. It was shitty. It was very shitty.
Yeah. No, I think he was. I think he had a lot of like interesting, legitimate things to say about like ancient Greeks and stuff like that. But like when we got to this stuff, it was just like, where did that fucking dude I was talking to 30 minutes ago go? He was just like, he was looking at this, and then all reason just flew out the window.
Yeah.
He was like, what do you mean they couldn't do this? They stick a stone in there, they spin it around like this, and then you can get this. It's really easily. How dare you say that the dynastic Egyptians weren't able to create these vases? And I'm like, and I was like proposing other theories that like, Chris Dunn's, Jeffrey Drum's theories, and wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. And like,
we don't know.
That's the thing, exactly.
If Christopher Dunn had been teaching this in the 1800s and people had followed those theories and built upon them, and this was academic, like in the universities, this was accepted, and this was what they were teaching, and they were studying this, then he would be saying that. They would all be saying that. There's ample evidence that he's got a good point. That Christopher Dunn, the model that he uses when he's describing how he thinks that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a power plant is fascinating. The number, when he's talking about the ratios that you would need for the width of the walls, the surfaces, the way the things are made, they would all work. Yeah. He's an engineer. Like he's not a moron. He knows what he's talking about. If this guy was teaching this stuff a long time ago and it was accepted by universities, that would be what we're talking about today. We'd be speculating how they did it, what they were doing, and what they were doing it for. And if we had known in the 1800s that we regularly travel into a comet storm, and that it happens, I think it's every June and November, we pass through when we see it in the sky. We see meteor showers. You see, oh, look at the sky. Look at all the shooting stars. We're in a fucking shooting gallery. And occasionally one of those slams into the earth. Yeah. And when that stuff happens, we're fucked. And it's super likely that happened multiple times during human history. And it's super likely that that's why there's all these structures that nobody can explain. Right. That are somehow or another predate modern civilization. Like Göbekli Tepe. That fucked them all up. Because before Göbekli Tepe, they had this 6,000 year model. Yeah. Mesopotamia, Sumer.
Hello, Mr. Queers. How are you?
Now they're like, well, maybe it's Turkey. Maybe Turkey was the birthplace.
I'm lovely. Are you ready?
And I understand like where they're coming from. Yeah, I can see their point of view from academics. Not that I would act like them or like condone the way they act, but like when you spend your life, Flint, for example, like I think his parents were archaeologists, is named him Flint because of archaeology, and like you spent your whole life mucking through these different places, excavating shit, digging up rocks or whatever he was doing, no one ever paid attention to. And then you have Graham Hancock come in, who was like personally fascinated by these things and dedicating his life to writing and researching on his own, but not accredited academically. You can see like how those academic guys would be like super salty of something. I understand that. Oh, I get it. It's not an excuse for what he did, which I think was shitty. Right.
Yeah, it's not an excuse.
But like,
I understand their perspective, but it's ego-driven.
Yeah.
If we really were interested, you would take these heterodox scientists and you'd bring them in, and you'd say, like, what do you like? They're studying data. Guys like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, they're studying these things. Graham was just in Iraq. He just was going over there to look at like ancient Sumerian stuff.
Ooh.
You know, he sent me some photos of his trip. He said it was fascinating. Wow. Yeah, these structures are incredible, and they don't really understand them. We really don't. We don't even know who really built the Aztec temples. You know, like I was reading about Tenochtitlan. They found it. The Aztecs found that there, and they don't even know who built it. Right. There's a bunch of those things. That like a previous civilization existed in the same place. Fascinating discoveries. Figured out how to do agriculture. Figured out how to make grids and cities and make these incredible stone structures that are cosmologically connected somehow.
Oh wow! You should have got that last one.
All over the world.
Good job.
There's like people reinvent civilization in places where these ancient structures exist and even build upon them. They build over them.
Great spare.
I think there's probably so much shit that people were able to do
You're welcome.
way before that would seem like magic to us today. Like kind of like getting back to what we were talking about with our senses that we don't really have today that probably have atrophied over millennia. Like fart theory, which is amazing. Remember your fart theory?
Oh, how's it going again?
Imagine if somebody farted and you didn't have a nose and you had to develop this nose that enables you to survive and smell predators.
Right, you'd have no idea.
Fire. You would have no idea you're sitting there bathing in somebody's fart. Right. So like, so like dogs and cats, when they go into weird houses and they notice like some sort of weird energy. People describe energy in a house like this feels off. Like what is that? Like, is there something that really is there that we just don't have the organs anymore to detect, or something in our brain that's atrophied over thousands of years that have stopped us being able to detect this stuff?
Well, think about how birds.
There we go.
They can figure out a way to travel like super accurate
Get it, Mr.
through the
Aquarius.
sky, but drawn by the magnetic force of the earth.
Yeah.
They have somehow or another they can figure out a way to navigate with the Earth's magnetic field. We don't even understand it, but they do it. They migrate successfully every year. We know they do it. Yeah, that's a sense that they have that we don't have. Like it's probably a fucking shit ton of. There's probably a bunch of things going on in the world that we're not interacting with because we don't have the senses for them.
Right. Yeah. And
Oh come on.
You know, one of the
Good
things
win,
that
Miss Aquarius.
I'm, like really interested in lately.
Yeah,
is,
finally got one.
this-
Both one.
That's right.
Talk about this ability to like
Get this one,
download
Bella. You gotta get this
information
one
in the
this
UFO
time.
world, you know, like
I'll
people
try.
talk about, I got this from a download or something like that. Talking about like I have an antenna, I can connect to something. But like for me, like that
Tough
connected.
split.
When I first heard about people talking about that, I always thought that
That's
was
a
like,
split.
you know, like you have this sort of
Get
antenna in
it.
your head
Okay, yeah, man.
that connects you to
Okay. Come on, Anna.
creativity and gives you the ability to just create shit out of thin air. You know,
That's what I'm talking about.
I feel like with people I've observed over my lifetime, I feel like that peaks at an early age, right?
Oh, look at you matching it.
Before you start the burden of the responsibilities of life
Right,
and all
Rabbi.
these mundane things in your life start to compile on, and you trade your dreams for securities. That spark starts to go away, you know, and like that could easily be described as something magical if it was way more powerful thousands of years ago. Like I really noticed this the other day. So the other day I was hanging out with Kirk, the lead guitarist for Metallica, and he was, for some reason, I don't know why, but he likes my show, and we were just like, "You got a great show." We were talking. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's weird, and I feel like an imposter. And
That's good. That's why you're good at it.
he loves this stuff. The dude's like, he's in his 60s, like early 60s,
Oh,
and
that was
he's
bad.
fucking obsessed with all of these topics that
You can get them too.
you cover, I cover, a lot of people cover, and he's like, at the same time, the dude is like got this crazy spark where he's so inspired to do shit and like still creating new music
Nice
and like
strike.
coming up with new riffs
Thank
and
you.
wanting to do
Now, come
more
on,
things.
Charlie.
Where, like, I've never met a
Come
dude
on,
like
now
that
you can
who's
do
had
it.
so much
Tough
success,
split.
toured everywhere for the last 40 years, being the
You
number
got
one
one. You get the
metal band in the
pieces
world,
open, then
basically, and
you still
still
got it.
like
I'm not.
wanting to learn stuff. The dude's trying to
How I got this.
translate ancient Greek music
You don't give up.
for his guitar and trying
Get
to
it.
figure out how to play this stuff. He can't figure it out. And he was telling me, he's like, dude, I think this wasn't recreational. He's like, I think this music was magical. He's like, I think they were performing magic.
What
He
a
thinks it was like
spare.
religious, medical
Thank
rites they
you.
were
Come on,
performing with
Rabbi.
music. It wasn't supposed to be entertainment back in the day.
Well, there is this weird connection
Get
with
it.
music and psychedelics where music can sort of
Come on, Rabbi.
it changes the trip. Like if you listen
Ooh,
to
how didn't
you know
Jack
what
get more?
Ikaros are? Ikaros are these look it up, Jamie. Ikaros are these
All right.
South American songs.
You win, I win.
That they play while you're doing ayahuasca.
We won.
And
Good
Undefeated.
if
Good
you
job,
do
Mr. Chris.
DMT,
You're almost at 100
listen to
wins.
these things, they
I
take
know.
over
You want
the
to play
trip.
again?
And the
Nope,
song-
because I'm very competitive and I'll keep playing and playing and playing.
the song in
I have to learn to just be okay. I won, you
the
won.
trip is chaotic, and you hear the songs, and these songs are like a
No, you be
technology
competitive
to
with me. I'm
move
just
the trip.
practicing. Yeah, you're
It's
very
really
competitive.
fascinating because you listen to the songs and you're like,
You win, I win.
what are they trying to do? They
That's
sound kinda
right,
weird,
we
but when you
both
listen to
win.
songs
That's right.
while you're
Undefeated in
tripping,
bowling,
it
undefeated
makes
in
the trip
friendship.
dance.
Friendship. That's right. Uh-oh. There go your friends.
Uh-oh. Welcome, welcome.
So you are lying on
Oh,
the
I
floor.
shouldn't have said
It's
that. My
Costa
bad. I'm
Rica.
sorry, dude. I called you. I'm sorry.
What up, Zoot?
You're lying on
There you
the
go.
mat
You came
in
in.
the
Oh, okay.
jungle with a bunch
Well,
of
that happens.
40-year-old ladies with boob jobs.
He'll be back.
Get their life together.
Tech entrepreneurs.
Tech entrepreneurs, Navy SEAls.
Yeah.
And you just threw up. You have
All right,
horrible
Miss Aquarius. You
diarrhea,
have sweet dreams, okay?
and this trip just starts coming on.
Okay, I will. You too. I stay here. So I stay here the whole weekend, okay?
Excellent.
I heard the one that you had Luke on recently. The guy,
Right
he's
here.
great. He had a great,
Wonderful.
great little clip that he played.
Here we go. This is
Sweet
my favorite one.
dreams.
Sweet dreams to you as well.
Rabbi, it was funny, right? I was
Dance.
asleep and I woke up, right?
Dance
Because
to
my
this
bed
song
was hurting.
while you're
It
tripping.
was hurting, right?
You
So
know
I
the
went
psychedelic
and my hearing
experience
aid.
dances to this song.
So I woke up.
When you're
It
lying
was
there
funny.
with
And
your
I
eyes
3 days
closed,
woke up again because I thought my tooth was like, my gum was like, I don't know, it was weird. I guess it was because I had that piece of this, I don't know. Thought
and the
was
whole
right.
time
So,
it's doing it's like a method for
came back
showing you
later.
more
And then you
things.
come popping
And
up.
as you go
So
through
that's
with
what
the
it
music,
be
there's something
funny.
comforting
It
in
be
the
funny
pattern of
that
the music
sometimes.
and the way it
That's
dances
like,
to the
who is
music
that? How you
that
say you
allows you
married?
to
Where
relax.
about it?
It
What about? I was
unveils
like,
more
y'all
and
is
more of
funny.
itself.
I be listening to them, Rabbi.
Very
In fact,
well.
these guys figured this out.
Yeah, that be in there going to sleep too.
Well, he's
I have my other
your friend's
phone in
probably
there.
right. The Metallica guy's probably right.
Yeah.
They were probably that music probably synchronized with the trips. Like when they were doing the Illustrated Mysteries.
That's what's it. Yeah. When I went to their concert in Tampa the other day,
All right, I
was
see
walking
you
out,
tomorrow, okay?
concerts
Sweet
coming
dreams,
up there,
Miss
but,
Aquarius.
being in that stadium, the Buck Stadium, where there was 90,000 people, every seat in that arena was full.
And you hear
Well, it goes black.
There it is.
Lightning strike
Dude,
happens.
it
Look at
is
this. Insane.
Look at this. Lightning
They
strike.
caused an
happens at the
earthquake.
they're actually super dangerous, but that was badass.
That is
What's
fucking
this?
insane. Ride the lightning, bitch.
That's so dangerous.
Dude, being there with 90,000 people, the light, the thundering electric guitars, and the fire, the pyrotechnics, and all those people like focusing, like all 90,000 people, every atom in their body is vibrating at the same frequency.
Yeah.
And it just like that is, it's like magic that penetrates every fiber of your being. And if I was a dude from 2,000 years ago, took a time machine to that Metallica concert, those dudes are gods. Right. They're fucking gods. I think that's what Illustrated Mysteries probably was.
Well, they probably had music that enhanced the trip. They probably guided the trip. They probably learned how to do it while they were tripping.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they figured out so much. They figured out democracy. They started so much of what we think of as, like, Western government.
Yeah. The scientific method, democracy, all this stuff.
Tripping balls. And then the Romans came along and said, stop.
Yep.
We're here to make slaves out of you fucking people. We don't want you tripping.
Right. Yeah, that was they killed Eleusis in like 400 AD, I think.
Well, they did exactly the same things the Nixon administration did to psychedelics in this country. They're like, oh, this is a problem. When they were turning everything Schedule 1 to try to stop the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement, it's the exact same thing. Like, the governments, when they get to a certain position of power, they're not representing the people anymore. Now they're the fucking jackbooted thugs that tell you what you can and can't do based on how inconvenient it is for you to be doing that for them running things.
Right. Yeah. It's terrible. It's the opposite of what it should be. It's the opposite of what got, it's the opposite of what got us here, I think, bro.
Yes. And we're too big now. There's too many of us. That's
Right.
part of the problem. It's like, you want to govern 330 million people plus Mexicans. Good luck.
I had this dude on my show, speaking of the academic, the strife between the academics and the self-taught online people, influencers, whatever you want to call them. This dude was he was kicked out of his university for first of all, he wrote a dissertation on ancient pharmacy, the Roman pharmacy and Greek pharmacy, and it was a dissertation based on this guy named Galen, who was like the Surgeon General of ancient Rome. And he had a chapter in his dissertation, his PhD dissertation, about recreational drugs in Rome. And the head of the department reviewed his dissertation and said, everything looks great, delete the section on recreational drugs in ancient Rome. So he's like, okay, why? They're like, because the Romans wouldn't do such a thing. So he's like, okay, he deleted it and then submitted it, got his PhD, and then wrote a book based on that part of the dissertation that he left out, which the book was called The Chemical Muse. And I learned about this from Hamilton Morris. He did a podcast with the dude first. And I read that book. And, he was basically making the case that drugs were ubiquitous in antiquity during the Roman times. Like, they were being used for everything because people were not dying from old age. They were dying from war, hand-to-hand combat, famine, plague, infection, all these things, infection. So, like, people were constantly using drugs. And there was a law in ancient Rome that he said there was only one law when it came to using drugs, and that was that you were not allowed to kill people with drugs. You were not allowed to murder people, which is why Marcus Aurelius was using this drug compound called a theriac. And the theriac was a concoction of like 11 different North African vipers, their flesh and their venom, combined with opium and all kinds of like bodily fluids, and he was using this as like a performance-enhancing drug.
Whoa.
Because people were trying to assassinate him with poisons. That's how they assassinated people. They were using scorpions, poisons, arrows, all different kinds of weird things to sneak in and kill him. So he was drinking this theriac to build up his immune system against the venoms. And this dude Galen, who wrote about this shit, he was talking about he was Marcus Aurelius' physician, and he was like, Marcus Aurelius, he's like, it's getting ridiculous, it's getting annoying. I keep having to up his opium dose. He keeps using more and more fucking opium. I can't get him off of it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And so Galen, the physician, the Surgeon General of the Roman Empire, under Marcus Aurelius and Nero, I think, basically equates to 10% of all the Greek literature from antiquity. 10% of it is medical. And this dude that wrote this dissertation, based it all off Galen, is talking about all of these drug compounds that are used in all the literature. So what he does is he looks at all the ancient literature from Homer to, like 800 to like the time that Beowulf was written, basically, 80. And he's like finding all of this evidence of crazy drug use. And he has this crazy theory also that, I don't know if it's crazy, I don't know. The problem with talking to people like them, like him, is that I don't know ancient Greek. I can't read it.
Right.
And I've tried to have like 4 or 5 academics come on the show to like refute him, but they won't come on with with him. They all refused to debate him, except for one guy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's saying Christ is a drug.
Oh, I saw that video.
Oh,
yeah,
I saw the whole thing.
No, I saw that video pop up on my YouTube. My Danny Jones going crazy. What is he doing? Christ is a drug? But that's also what John Marco Allegro alleges.
Kind of.
Well, he said that the ancient Sumerian word for a mushroom, for Christ, is a mushroom that's covered in God's semen.
Yeah.
Because the mushrooms had come out of the ground, and they thought the rain was God coming on the earth, and that's where, that's what gave life to the earth. And then they would take these mushrooms and see God.
Right. Yeah, I don't know much about John Marco Allegro, but I think that I read his book, the
Sacred Mushroom
and the Cross. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like using Sumerian roots or something to translate the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy's basically saying the word Christ, the root of the word Christ is Chrio in Greek, right? And it was used since Homer. And there's all these passages, which this dude sent me. I call him all the time, and I ask him, I'm like, I need more evidence, send me more shit. And he sends me passages from like ancient literature, Homer, that's translated with the English directly under it. And they're using this word, Christ, as a term for applying drugs to people in antiquity.
Wow.
Like Christing arrows with poisons, right? It's like, and
what year was this where they were doing this?
back all the way to like 800 BC was when Homer starts using it.
So they're using this term before Christ.
Way before Christ. It was, so to be clear, in antiquity, if you look it up on the thesaurus, the actual like Greek thesaurus is called the TLG, and you look up the word Christ, there's over 200,000 or more uses of the word Christ. And there's like 350 times where it's used in the context of drugs before Jesus Christ is ever written about.
Wow.
And what he's basically claiming is that there's like it's the process of applying something. Like there's different contexts. Like there's a guy who like Christed himself in fucking cow shit. There's people who are Christing ships with plaster to make them more waterproof. But there's a vast majority of literature, including Galen, who writes about Christing using drugs. And he's coming up with this controversial theory, which is, super fucking controversial, that Christ was like, if you think of the word Christ, a person can be a Christer, like a Christ. Like think of Bob the Builder. He's a builder. He builds shit. Christ they called him Jesus the Christ. So he thinks Christ was somebody who was involved with drugs, taking drugs, giving people drugs,
A shaman.
performing magic, like a shaman. Yeah, exactly. Similar to that. And
By the way, a real shaman would say all the things that Jesus said.
yes, that's right. That's a good point. So, and it gets way weirder, bro. And this is all according to him. I don't know if any of this is real. I just find it fucking fascinating. And I wish I could find somebody who really knows the Greek to debate this dude and call him out in his bullshit. But I can't. The only person I found was an exorcist who's done like 10,000 exorcisms on Skype.
A Skype exorcist.
Well,
that sounds like a scam and a half.
And he came in and they were just arguing about it for a little while. And the guy tried to baptize me with holy oil. And, I got into an argument with him about drugs.
He tried to baptize you?
Yeah, he brought holy oil and he tried to baptize me with the holy oil.
Did he say why he was doing this?
Because he thinks that Satan is inside of me.
Of you?
Of me, yeah. And which he might be.
What evidence did he have that Satan was inside of you?
Because I like to consume drugs recreationally. And I was telling him, if Satan is drugs, if I can smoke marijuana and it's prescribed by a doctor, is it still Satan? He goes, no, don't play those games with me. And I'm like, well, how come every time I get really, really fucking bombed, I think about things like spending more time with my kids.
Yeah.
Things like good things. Like,
yeah.
He's like, don't try to patronize me. You know what it is. It's the devil.
Oh, he's a fool.
Oh, yeah. That's the problem. Like, this guy's a showman.
Well, cannabis was used in churches. They used to, the incense when they would go around, that was cannabis. They would use that.
Right.
They would get everybody in the church high.
Fumigated,
yeah. They would literally hotbox the church.
Uh-huh.
And this is part of this whole ritual of, giving in to Christ, giving in to God.
Right.
The idea that it's bad because some people have bad experiences, man, you could apply that to almost anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think marijuana makes people more compassionate, kinder, more sensitive, but also paranoid. You can freak out. If you're riddled with anxiety and you have a hard time controlling that anxiety in your mind, and you take a high dose of marijuana, you could freak out.
Yeah.
It's also connected to schizophrenia, because I think there's people that have a tendency towards schizophrenia anyway, and then a large dose of marijuana tends to give them psychotic breaks. There's like real literature. There's real evidence of that. So this is like important that if you're a person who thinks that marijuana is overall net positive, which I do, it's important to talk about the negatives, just like everything else.
Yeah,
like
totally.
alcohol, food, everything. There's a lot of different things that if you drink too much water, you'll fucking die. Okay?
Right.
There's a lot of things that aren't good for you under certain circumstances, but the only way we know how to do it and how not to do it is to do studies. And when it's illegal and you're terrified, you can go to jail, or if you're an academic and you want to study this as your main, you just get dismissed. It could be career suicide.
Right.
So these people are foolish.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like this was the only dude I could get to agree to come sit with him, because this guy had a YouTube channel, he wanted to promote himself and all this stuff. But like a lot of the academics, I talked to a lot of Harvard philologists to try to come debate this guy. And like the philologist, like there's a difference between a linguist, which I think Mark Oleger was, and a philologist, where the linguists look at the actual like the complexities of the text itself and the language. But the philologists, what they do is they're looking for context. So like what they do is they take words and they try to figure out what these specific words meant in certain time periods. So they take a word, take their time machine back, let's take it back to 200 BC, 100 BC, whatever it is. And they say, okay, let's just use the example of the word Rio, Christ. Let's look at all of the corpus of all the fucking literature that existed in the Library of Alexandria. There was ancient comedy, ancient plays.
What did you say there? The word free? What did you say?
Creo.
Creo?
Creo. Yeah, that's
Creo.
It's like, it's spelled X-R-I-O, but it's pronounced like Creo. Creo.
And that was the original word for Christ?
The original word for Christ is Creo, yeah.
Oh.
And I've had people like confirm this with me. And I recently had a fucking scholar on the show, a religious scholar who turned atheist. Weirdly enough, he started out Christian and turned atheist. And he was telling me, he's like, I'd be surprised if the word Creo was ever used before Christ. And I literally pulled up the source of Euripides talking about using Christing drugs in like, I think it was 200 BC, and the dude was like blown away.
So he didn't know that.
He didn't know it. And this dude's like a serious academic.
So this guy that you had on your podcast, what is his name again? The Christ the drug guy? Amin Hillman.
Yeah.
And so he's a legit scholar.
He's a legit scholar, PhD.
And other legit scholars are unwilling to even entertain this?
Yes. I've talked to many of them on the phone, and a lot of them say they don't want to give him, I won't name the people, but one of them said that they just don't want to give him the platform or the credibility of being in the same room. Other people say that it would just take too much time for them to prep for it. And I just think it's bullshit. Like this is the only way to get to the truth, is to hear like a credible person dismantle his argument, right? So like I have it. I just keep falling deeper and deeper into this rabbit hole of all this crazy ancient Greek shit. And like, you know, he's talking about ancient like vaccines.
Hey.
Like similar to what we're talking about with the theory.
Welcome, how are you?
He says that there's text that talks
I'm
about
doing
cutting
good.
kids.
How have you been up to,
children,
my homie?
Just chilling. What's good?
And wrapping the cut with the
That's good.
snake venom.
Well,
So that the
I
young
was
person
kind of
would create antibodies
play
because they have
Bleachers
more
for a little while,
systems
kind of
because they're younger.
first-person video game.
And they would use
How do you
that
feel about
the
that kind of
kids'
shit?
bodily fluid
Do you
as
multiplayer?
fucking vaccines. to
Yeah,
snake bites.
sometimes.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Do you play like some of the
Kids
old
into
shit,
vaccine factories. They were turning
like
kids
blood,
into vaccine factories.
So that they can get snake venom?
Because everyone was
Yeah, I
getting
like
bit by
old
snake
school
venom,
stuff.
and then they would take drugs
Oh,
too. Like they would
shit,
actually
that's
take
pretty
psychotropic
cool.
drugs.
Like if you have a personal favorite
They would call
genre
them death
or a
inducing
personal
drugs,
favorite
where they
game.
would have snake
I
venom.
like
They would,
open world
take
games.
snake
Grand Theft
venom
Auto's
drugs
probably my
that
favorite.
If you don't have an antidote for it,
Oh, have
an
you ever played
antivirus for it, that you would
I
die.
haven't really
So
gotten
you
into
have
open
to
world
take
multiplayer
this
Grand Theft
antidote
Auto. Have you ever
so you
played
don't
Saints
die
Row?
from the fucking drug you just
No,
drank.
I mean, I know of it though.
Right. These antidotes.
Yeah, okay.
And, like,
I had a
connects
friend
this
that
all
got
to
me into
Jesus
that a
in this
couple days
elaborate
ago.
way.
Open
Where
world's not
there's
really my
Mark
thing, but like it's
1453,
pretty good, and I
where
think right now it's
Jesus caught
free. Do you
the
have
Garden of Gethsemane
Amazon
naked
Prime?
boy,
Yeah.
right? And then there's a scene of the young boy running away.
Did you know they
right?
give away
When
games?
the Roman SWAT team
Yeah, I
comes up on
did.
him, and then the little kid runs away. He goes,
Okay.
oh, I'm not a
So like a
I'm not a
couple days
trafficker,
ago, I
I'm
think
not
they
a
were giving away
robber,
one
or
of the
whatever the word they say
better
means a pirate,
one
not
of
a
the
robber.
better Saints
And then
Row.
they take him, and then he's on
Looks
the cross
tight.
the next day. and he's like screaming out, like dying
If you
of
grab
thirst
that, it'd be
in
pretty
between
fucking cool to play
two
with your music.
traffickers.
Perhaps I will in the
And he's
future.
asking, and there's this dude Nonis who writes about this scene specifically.
Sorry, can you say that again?
in ancient Greece.
Perhaps I will in the
And he
future.
talks about them trying to give him the sponge, and he's denying the sponge,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So the sponge, Nonis is writing about this, that the sponge
Wait.
is the antidote to the
Hold on.
dipsos, which is the
I got
antidote to
two
the North
streams
African
here.
viper.
Can I mute
But
one
he's
of them to
refusing
hear
to
you
take the
better
antidote. He's
over
just
the
dying
sound of the
because he
stream
took this
itself?
death inducer at 4
Yeah,
a.m.
perhaps. I'm just giving you a heads up, though. I'm going to
Now
sleep,
he's just gonna let himself die.
so
Oh, okay, that's cool.
it may not be a good time for you
there's that.
to want
No,
to talk.
no,
But
that's
come,
alright.
You need your sleep. I'm not gonna
this stuff. I just
come
I
back,
hear
come back
people
later,
saying
and I'll
it's
be
all
up.
bullshit. But like,
I got you.
fuck, is it interesting?
Like, is your time zone like
Yeah,
Eastern
just
or
bizarre. It's been- yeah,
Central
you can
or?
look it up. It's like
Pacific, but I've just been up all night.
all these other authors, like
Okay.
there's like again getting back to the philology
So you don't have
stuff,
like normal
the philologists,
sleep
they go
hours
back
either?
in time
Correct.
and they look at the context of
Okay,
all
that's
of the
cool.
literature, not just the biblical canon, which is like a narrow lane of ancient
I
literature,
get
right?
that.
But
I
they're
know
looking
that.
at the
I know that better sleep
philosophy,
cycles are better for you.
the-
Have you ever messed around with lucid
legal
dreaming?
texts, the
With
medical
what?
texts, everything, and say,
Lucid
okay, let's
dreaming,
take this
you know,
word,
like
Yeah,
where
where
it's
you can
used in
choose
all
what
of
you
these
do
different
with the
texts from
dreams.
all
Yeah.
kinds of professions, and see what the consensus
What's
is
that?
of what it meant
Yes.
during that time period. And what he's
Oh, that's
claiming
pretty cool.
is that
Have you
fucking
had
word
any
Christ meant
successes?
drugs back then.
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Yeah. Whoa.
I
Pretty
think-
bananas. Well, it's
I
so
mean, that
hard
requires
to
like a
know
really
what
strict
all that
sleep
stuff is
schedule
about.
and at least 8
It's
hours
so
a
hard to
night.
know.
Yeah,
why these
and
people wrote these things down.
decalcifying your
You know, I
pineal
had
gland.
myself on. Yeah. One of the things he talked about
Yeah.
is the book of Isaiah. When you see it in the
All
Dead
the
Sea
stuff that I've
Scrolls,
seen
and
though
then
is like
1,000
just pretty
years later,
straightforward.
it's
Like
verbatim.
remind yourself that you're awake when you're awake,
1,000
and then when you're
years
asleep.
after the Dead Sea Scroll, the
tells.
version that they
This
find in the book of
sounds
Isaiah
pretty
is
cool.
word for word.
Weird dog.
Yeah, 1,000 years. Like, what were they trying to do?
I mean, you know,
Like,
a
what
good
were
sleep
the original
schedule is
stories?
probably
It's
the
like,
best way to
human beings are not a good source of
Agreed.
information, especially
Started.
back then. It's just too hard to be accountable. Why would you be honest?
Okay, well, I hope you get
People
some
make
good sleep, man.
grandiose
And,
Thanks,
claims,
Biggie. You take care.
exaggerate. You see it today. It's like
You too.
humans today
Bye.
are the same as humans back then. We're
Yes.
flawed.
Right.
So we know today that our versions of history are deeply biased. Our versions of world events, our versions of, I mean, if the United States government could write the story about the invasion of Iraq without investigative journalists, right? What would be the story? And this is part of the problem. It's like we don't really know what they were trying to say. It was an oral history for who knows how long before they ever wrote down the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And it got redacted and added to over time. There's like all kinds of weird secret gospel of Mark they claim that this dude, Morton Smith, came up with, which was similar to Ammon's theories. But then, you know, people say, oh, that's a forgery. It's a forgery. The secret gospel of Mark's a forgery. He fucking knew Greek really well, and he knew the culture really well, and all the cults, you know, and like, dude, like, you know, even like the mysteries of the hospitals in ancient Rome, like the temples of Asclepius, and doing all those rituals, and the temples of Asclepius using medicine and drugs simultaneously, and these venoms and all this stuff is it's interesting to learn, you know, and especially when you compare that stuff to the biblical stuff, you know, like how much has it been changed? How much has the meaning been changed? And like the people, most of the academics who study this stuff are, maybe not most of them, but a large percentage of them, I think, that I've talked to. They're religious scholars of the Bible and Christianity, but they also subscribe to Christianity. You know, so I'm like, that's weird that there's kind of like a built-in bias into this stuff. You kind of want this stuff to mean something, right? You know what I'm saying? Yes, for sure. And like, that was what was interesting.
I don't know
about
if you're
Allegro.
sleeping.
This John Marco Allegro was an ordained minister who, once he became a theologian, once he studied theology, he started to have agnostic thoughts. And so when he was one of the deciphers of the Dead Sea Scrolls, when he was on that committee,
What's up?
he was agnostic at the time.
Hey,
So
I was
he
gonna
had
ask,
decided
since
through
you're awake
study
right
of
now,
all these
and
different
if
religions
you
that
don't want to
maybe
be awake,
subscribe
just
to
tell
any
me
of
to
them,
fuck off.
leave it open mind.
I was wondering,
So
can I like
he was
send you
the
links
person
or
on
messages?
the
Where
commission
would
that
be
was
the best
deciding
place
the
to do
Dead Sea
that?
Scrolls over a period of like
Yeah, you can send them to my
Yeah,
account.
so
It's
he was the only one who was agnostic.
the one, go in the 24/7 YouTube stream link on the left side, and the one that posted that, send it there.
Okay. Okay.
was like,
Yeah.
came up under this.
I just
under,
like,
some
you
of
know,
the top
if you gave me
classical
permissions
scholars,
to
like,
post,
of
I
modern
promise
times,
not
they
to
just call
be a
Rothschild
dick
wrote
about it.
Eleusis.
I understand.
And,
I don't
so
give
John
anybody
Johnson,
permission to post though.
For some reason, none of
You
them
don't let
were ever
anybody
asked about
post?
Phaedra.
No, because people spam
They
me.
don't pay attention to it for some reason.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I
A
understand.
real
You know, like,
scholar
I could be a jerk
biblical
too.
languages to even
So,
understand
like,
what the fuck he's saying.
I get it.
And to be able to translate ancient Sumer,
Yeah.
ancient Sumerian, like according to Wes Huff, he's like, I tried, I couldn't even figure out how to do
Also,
it.
how does ancient Sumerian connect to
We're
Hebrew?
gonna probably try to live a little bit
Is
more
there any
sober.
correlation
maybe
between
than
ancient
usual.
Sumerian and ancient Hebrew? Do they share any roots? Are there any bridges
Over
that
and out
connect
for
those two
tonight,
languages? I have no idea.
Take
I don't
care.
know either. But you know, you're dealing with if it really goes back that far. So if he's talking about this term from ancient Sumer, where they aren't calling it a drug, they're saying it's a mushroom. And this is from 5,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. You know, you're predating the Bible by a long stretch. And how old was that? I mean, if they're right about Turkey, and Turkey was the original civilization, like when is that? Is that 12,000 years ago? What is the real date of Egypt? What is the real date of the original structures of Egypt? Do they know? I mean, we're told it's 2,500 BC for the Great Pyramid, but boy, there's a lot of people that don't agree with that, including geologists. When you get guys like Robert Schock who say like this water erosion, there's thousands of years of rainfall. Last time you had heavy rainfall in the Nile Valley, you're looking at 9,000 years ago.
Right.
So you have thousands of years of rainfall before 9,000 years ago that's going to create this kind of erosion. And so it's hard to know because everybody wants to be right, and they all have this date that they've been talking about and writing books about and giving lectures about. They never want to revise that. They gatekeep that information until the day. They never want to have an open mind and say perhaps there is evidence, of course, that there was a sophisticated civilization there 2,500 BC, but maybe they were a part of a very old civilization. And this is the Zep Tepi thing that Zawi Hawass was totally ignorant of. And he thought it was just completely bullshit. And this is the King's List that goes back 30,000 years that they talk about in the way Egyptologists that are conventional thinkers, they think that it's mythology. They think that's myth. But, you know, you get to about 2,500 BC, that's all real. Well, how the fuck do you know?
Right, they don't.
You don't. And also, if there was an advanced civilization 11,800 years ago that was able to create Göbekli Tepe, which we know now to be true, what else have we not found?
Right. Was it a breakaway civilization? Did they escape the Earth and go to the moon?
Right.
Right? Like they're trying to do now?
Or, you know, was it just that they had achieved a very high level of sophistication in technology that's very different from the path that we took?
Right, totally.
That's what I think. I think the path that they took involved immense stone structures, cosmology. They probably didn't have internal combustion engines. They probably had a completely different kind of technology that we wouldn't even think of because we went in this internal combustion engine, plastic, microchip, electricity. We went to that direction.
Yeah.
But you could imagine primitive man evolving to create technology that's far different than the way we
Yeah. Do you think we might have cracked that somewhere? Like in some deep black programs that we could have that they wouldn't want to unleash that on society because it could like fuck up the economic system or like collapse the world?
I know Jesse Michaels believes that there's gravity technology that they were researching in the 1960s and that they had achieved some sort of breakthrough propulsion system that is probably a lot of what you see when you see these UAVs, these crafts that move in very strange ways. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
No.
Shut the fuck up. Of course they could. Right. Of course they could.
There's this lady, Catherine Fitz, who's the
You said it's okay?
the head of the Department of HUD under George Bush.
Yeah, okay.
And they brought her in after like the mortgage crisis to like figure out how to like restabilize the economy, what the banks were doing and all this stuff. And she was looking at like missing money, and she found that there was like when she applied her knowledge of mathematics and like what's going on with like the federal budget, where all the money's going, she said the most reasonable explanation. Now there's like $21 trillion missing from the DoD. the day before 9/11. Donald Rumsfeld
Yeah.
it was like $2.5 trillion, whatever it was. Now that's ballooned to like $21 trillion, and she thinks that pull up the spreadsheet, see where that money went up. It's not on the receipt. I don't know where it went. She thinks it went to like black budget shit, like black military technology, like anti-gravity, and she thinks that Mr. Global, whoever that is, the central bankers, are literally using all of that money and funneling it into black projects to create a breakaway civilization in case there's like some sort of catastrophe on Earth or something happens.
Oh God!
And like,
where are they doing this?
They're doing this at fucking Lockheed Martin. I don't know.
Underground or something?
Maybe. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's another thing she says. She says there's a lot of money that's going into building all these underground bases, continuity of government, tunnel systems, all this stuff. And I'm looking at something like, she legit worked under the Bush administration. She was like a financial genius.
Right, but she could be a kook.
She could be.
Yeah, that's the problem when people are super intelligent but also crazy.
Yeah.
And also had a prominent position in government but also crazy.
Yeah. I guess there's a lot of really intelligent people that are super crazy.
And has she been to these places? Like, how does she know that they're real? Has she talked to someone that explained this breakaway civilization thing, or
she's
is it just
friends.
a theory?
She's friends with the dude who wrote the book that's titled Swastikas, Psyops, and Saucers.
What? What's that book about?
How the Nazis are controlling UFOs and psyops and controlling the world and, playing the world like it's their fucking docudrama and recreating reality and inventing all this crazy off-world stuff, and how Roswell was Soviet Union crashing stuff here, and basically it's all Nazi black budget stuff, I think is like the main point of that.
Do they dismiss the idea that we're visited at all by something from somewhere else?
I mean, who? What do you mean, who? Like,
these people that think that it's all Nazi stuff and Soviet Union stuff?
I don't think that they're saying it's all that, but they're probably saying, I haven't read all his books, but I think he's saying, when he wrote that book, it was probably all Nazis, no aliens. But now I'm sure his views have evolved on it.
That's part of the problem, too. It's like, when you see these reports, whenever I see like a story that's in the New York Times where the Pentagon is admitting we have, there's been off-world crafts and all these different things, and you get these David Grush guys that are testifying about that we've recovered crashed vehicles. It's like, how much of that is a psyop?
I think most of it.
I think a lot of it. Yeah, I don't even know if they know it's a psyop. But if I was the government and I was working on top secret propulsion systems, the first thing I would do is spread a bunch of fake rumors about UFOs.
Yes.
This is how we can't explain it. We don't know. We're being visited. They're super intelligent. We don't know where they're from. We don't know how they're doing this.
Yep.
And then you have an explanation for why these people are seeing these things in the sky when it's really just your shit that you're flying around.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, if you listen to Jacques Vallée and you read any of his books, he's got these stories that people were telling from the 1700s and the 1800s that mirror almost exactly the experiences that people are having today.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it gets weird. Because, now you're predating any possibility of this being modern technology, that is just hidden and tucked away. They couldn't have done that in the 1700s. There were no way. They didn't even have airplanes yet, right? Okay.
Right.
So if we admit that, then we have to go, okay, well, what's going on then? Is there something else here that's been here forever, like some people think? Or are we looking at something that's visiting us and keeping an eye on us from somewhere else? That's where it's fun. That's the fun one. The fun one is not that it's ours. The fun one is that we're being visited.
Yeah, and are we being visited, or did they just live under the ocean?
Right.
Have they been here fucking forever? And there's this case, Richard Dolan came on my show recently, and he was telling me he wrote this new book about all the underwater cases ever documented, the underwater USOs. And there's one from the early 1700s where there was this ship sailing across the Pacific, and this giant glowing orb came out of the ocean, and these sailors all wrote about it, how this massive football stadium sized glowing orb came up out of the ocean and flew away. And how much of the ocean have we explored?
Very small
amount. We explored more of the moon, I think.
And it would be the perfect base. If you wanted to come here and observe human beings without them being able to see what's going on, that's the best place to hide.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one's going there. They don't have the capability of going there. You know, we have submarines, but I mean, what are if the submarines see things, did they tell us?
Yeah.
Like, if the submarine saw a UFO underwater, would they have a press conference?
Right, exactly.
No.
We know about the nuclear bases above ground because those guys have come out and talked about it, but like all of the nuclear submarines that are patrolling the oceans at all times, like right off of our coast, off both coasts, like if they're carrying multiple nuclear warheads, I'm sure they're seeing something or they're detecting something there.
Well, there's this one video of something that was moving 500 knots under the water. Like this thing that like flew by their camera.
On the sub?
Yeah, I forget where it was being recorded, but it was a video of something that was like a beam of light that shot through the screen. Like you'd see it moving underwater at this insane rate of speed with no ripples, no disruption of the water, just moving through the water.
Yeah.
And then there's these transmedium videos, videos of these things flying. They go into the water with no splash, no nothing, and they don't lose any momentum.
Yeah, I think the best evidence that those things have been here forever is probably like ancient stories, biblical story, like aliens and like angels and demons stuff. Like,
what about Ezekiel?
Before that, Ezekiel too, right?
Like, Ezekiel in the Bible, that story's nuts. The wheel within a wheel, the way he's describing, like, what are you saying?
Right.
And imagine you've no context.
Yeah.
Imagine seeing something that's floating, some geometric pattern that's hovering in the sky above your head and emitting light and trying to explain this. And then also going back and trying to remember exactly what you saw because you're probably freaking the fuck out. You really do have some sort of an encounter with some orb that's flying in the sky. How do you even describe it? What context do you put it in? Do you describe it as an alien? Do you describe it as an angel? Do you think it's God? Like, what do you think it is?
Right. Or is it drugs? Is drugs?
Yeah,
drugs
I'm sure drugs play a part of it.
Well, then there's like James Fox's Alien from the Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Which smelled like sulfur.
Right.
And there's biblical accounts of demons smelling like sulfur and having cloven feet. So did that exactly describe that being in James's documentary.
Right.
The hospital smelled like sulfur for like a week after they said.
And the guy who was handling it died of a horrible infection. Yeah. This is all documented. The guy who picked up the alien, put it in a squad car, took it to a hospital. That hospital wouldn't deal with it. Took it to another hospital. And then that guy dies of a horrible bacterial infection that they can't cure with antibiotics.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts, dude.
Fucking nuts. And then all the people, the eyewitnesses that were there that saw the thing, and when he brings the police officer to the site of the crash, the officer starts weeping uncontrollably, recounting the story. Unless that guy's the greatest actor of all time.
Right.
Like, what's going on?
There's the story where he walked up to the guy's house and the guy like pulled a gun on him. He's like, "You guys coming any closer? I'm shooting you."
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird shit.
It's weird, dude, and it's weird that like everyone's trying to paint their own narrative. There's different groups competing on like how they want to paint the UFO thing, right? You have like different camps of people like in the government or in media. I don't know what the difference is.
And there's guys like you and I that are basically useful idiots.
Yeah, exactly.
They come on our podcast and talk a lot of shit. Yeah, go, I don't know. Figure it out, folks.
Yeah, we're feds. We got Palantir honey trap over here.
Like, what is that thing? That thing's all filled with Pegasus.
Palantir, bro.
They're reading every single one of your little jot downs that you put on that. Yeah, who knows? But if you did have some sort of like infinitely superior technology and you've had it for a long time, when do you, if ever, let the public know?
And how do you do with that too?
Right.
What if you're the guy, right? Like I don't know how many people know all of the secrets, right? If there is a handful of dudes, how do you go about living your life when you're that dude and when you know like shit that can change the face of humanity forever? How do you go home to your wife and kids, right? Is it like, are you living in that show, what's the show where they go up in the elevator and it wipes their mind?
Oh, Severance.
Yeah. Is it like that? Do they have real life severance?
I don't think so. No, I think they just rely on these people being secret. And, you know, there's the thing about Bob Lazar's story. You know, Bob Lazar lost his job because his wife was cheating on him. Because his wife thought that, you know, he couldn't tell her what he was doing. So when he was flying off to S4, he would say, I gotta go to work. And she's like, at 11 o'clock at night on a Friday, get the fuck out of here. So she starts fucking this other guy. And they were listening to his phone calls. So they had his phone tapped. And because his wife was having an affair, he was deemed to be at a risk of being emotionally unstable. So they released him. And so then he's like, this is bullshit. And he starts telling people, you know, we're working on UFOs. They have a crashed UFO. I saw it. They fly it every Wednesday or whatever it was. Come, I'll show you.
Yeah.
And so he brings people out to the test site where they can observe from one of the mountains. And then he gets arrested. And then he goes public so that he doesn't get killed. This is his justification of it all.
Yeah, I used to think Bob Lazar was full of shit, but I've come around on it. I don't think that anymore. After learning more about all like the disinformation and all the time and money they put into just confusing people, like the Paul Benowitz story, you know, I think he would be the perfect candidate to recruit just because of his background. Like, you know, his first wife committed suicide. He ran a brothel. He was a nut. He was a nutcase, dude. And he was also a perfect person. He's perfect. They could deny him so easily. Like, look at this dude's background. You think we would hire this dude?
And also a legitimate genius.
Right.
I mean, the guy put a rocket engine on a Honda in like 1985.
Yeah.
He was a nut. He converted his Corvette to a hydrogen engine.
Yeah.
In like, you know, I think it was the 90s he did that. He had a hydrogen-powered Corvette that he engineered himself. See if you can find Bob Lazar's hydrogen-powered Corvette. He was a nut.
Yeah.
You know, but he doesn't seem like a liar. And the podcast obviously resonates with people because I think the podcast I had with him on YouTube is the most viewed podcast that we've ever had, including Donald Trump.
Really?
Is that true, Jamie? No? Who's number one now?
Donnie Vito.
Who's number one? Elon. First Elon's number one.
Okay.
That was the one when he smoked weed.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
Smoking weed really took it over the top.
That was a good one. Do you smoke on all podcasts? No. Just certain.
Yeah. So this is Bob Lazar's hydrogen-powered Corvette.
That's amazing.
What a fucking kook.
It's beautiful.
What a kook. I mean, who fucking did that? This guy created a hydrogen-powered Corvette, and that's an old-ass Corvette, too. That's a shitty one in the 90s.
If you're throwing shit at the wall, trying to figure out a new way to move fucking planes, that might as well find people like this.
A homemade hydrogen-powered Corvette. Look at this. Play it. Go full screen.
Oh, this is way throwback.
Yeah. I don't hear anything.
Is this Reddit?
Heated, it produces hydrogen. The car burns it. So there's never much gaseous hydrogen in the system at any given time.
So these are the fuel lines? No, what are these?
No, these are they're looking at for
Here you go.
heater in the tank and also reads back the temperature of the tank.
Why does that work?
Well, when you apply heat to hydride, it releases hydrogen. So as power is applied to here, it heats the hydride,
Right.
and then the gas comes out. It goes to something in.
They have 4 hoses. Do they all mix into one big hose?
Yeah.
Didn't he like hang out with Ed Teller or talk to Ed Teller?
I don't know.
At a certain rate with a certain temperature, and a single tank, you can't get it out at the volume you need.
So this guy was a legitimate genius and a propulsion expert, and that's why they brought him in to say, how does this work? And that story, he's told the same story for, you know, whatever it is now, 50 plus years or 40 years.
Yeah.
What is it? What year was it?
And there's a good reason, I think.
85, so 40 years? Somewhere around 85.
The biggest argument against him is the MIT stuff, right?
Yeah.
But there's something that I'm sure.
Well, the MIT thing, though, like, look, if you're working at Los Alamos Labs and you're working on top secret stuff for the government, it's not inconceivable that you'd be educated at MIT and there wouldn't be a record of it. Especially if you're working on something that's like really devious shit. Yeah. I'll tell you what he told me off the air.
You will?
Yeah.
God, I can't fucking wait.
Yeah. As soon as we're done, we'll wrap this up.
Kidding. No, I wanted to like some of the stuff, like the thing that's so astonishing to me is like all of the brightest minds and unlimited money have gone to more and more ways to figure out how to kill people. Like during Operation Paperclip, during the time Bob Lazar was at Los Alamos and at S4. If he was at S4 or whatever that was going on there, like, and that dude John von Neumann, who was the mathematician, who was he came up with the equation who by the way was like the most brilliant mathematical mind of our time in American history, came up with the equation of the perfect altitude to detonate Fat Man and Little Boy to kill the most people. Just like you're using this fucking intellect to do these kinds of things. And now there's a $21 trillion black hole in the DOD. Like, imagine what they could have. They could have something that's probably, I mean, going way out on a limb, conjecture, obviously, I don't fucking know, but like my conspiracy mind wants to go to like, oh my God, they have like another whole military, Air Force, Navy that is disconnected from America. That's probably more powerful than every other country combined. That could just, take over the world in an instant.
But can't they already wipe each other out? I mean, the whole world has nuclear weapons. There's nuclear weapons in how many different countries?
Yeah.
They all launched them simultaneously. There's no life left on Earth.
But what I'm saying with the 21 trillion, they could have some fucking weapon that would render a nuke completely irrelevant. If they do have anti-gravity, and if they have figured out some of this crazy parapsychology stuff, the psionic stuff with the UFOs and like the mind interfacing, all this just kooky stuff that you want to dismiss. But 21 trillion, if they were spending $50 on Stargate, and they thought it was worth some sort of intelligence to spy on the Russians, like how much money would they keep throwing at something if there was just a shred of possibility that it could work? And if there was evidence that like this works 3% of the time, and we spent $1 million on it, let's spend $1 trillion on it and see how much more advanced we can get, and see how much more control and world domination we can get.
And one of the things Lazar said about the craft, that he was the sport model, which is that thing on the desk. That's the copy of it. One of the things that he said about it was that there was no controls. When you sit inside the thing, there's no joystick, there's no steering wheel.
So they use your mind?
Yeah. There was probably that's probably what we're getting to anyway. We're kind of close to that with phones now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how many times do you text where you don't even text? You just press the button and say, text Danny, say this, and it just says it for you. Or, how old is Barbara Streisand? And it gives you an instant information. You're talking to it all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, and what's the next step? Well, the next step is you think it. Like, you wear it and you think, and it does things for you. And then as technology scales further and further more advanced, you're going to get to a point where you can move your car with your mind. And then when you have spacecraft, of course, it would be the same sort of technology. You would use technology to move the craft with your mind. They already have these interfaces with fighter pilots where you look is where the crosshair shows up. So instead of having to like move a crosshair with like if you're playing a video game and you're moving the mouse, you're moving the crosshair to the side, or if you're using an Xbox controller, you're moving that crosshair to where you want to hit.
Right.
The crosshair goes where their eyes go. So you're wearing this thing that knows where you're looking. And they already have this kind of technology with virtual reality. They have this technology with these meta glasses that they're developing. So they can, while you have this helmet on, this helmet is not simply a thing that protects your head. It's an electronic interface with the guidance system. And where your eyes look, the crosshairs go.
Yo, did you see the LLM stuff trying to get soldiers to leave the battlefield in the Russia-Ukraine war?
No.
They're using LLMs and the Russians are like hacking the Ukrainians' phones with LLMs, reading everything on their phones, seeing how they communicate with their family, and using LLMs to send messages to their phones of like their family, trying to get them to lay down their weapons and leave the war.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, like where does that end up?
Well, that's what gets real weird, because if AI starts controlling all the war systems, and it just has a goal, and it doesn't have any ethics or morals or any concern about life or death. It just has a directive. Like, I want you to accomplish this. Take control of the resources in Donbass. Do this, do that.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Just does it the most effective way possible, which would be unbelievably brutal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then like even shit like telepathy, or like being able to communicate without words.
Well, Elon says that's 100% the goal of Neuralink.
Are you optimistic about that?
I'm not optimistic or pessimistic. I think it's inevitable.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at what we have now as normal, because it's become normal to carry around a phone with you everywhere. It's become normal to have an Apple Watch on and to get all your text messages on your wrist. It's become normal. And I think it'll become normal to be interfaced with the great hive mind. I think we're all going to be connected with some new technology, the same way we're all connected with social media and email and FaceTime videos and all that shit that we are now, WhatsApp messages. We're all going to be connected with something that's far more technologically advanced, and it'll become normal, just like this is normal.
I just hope, like, if it does get there, when it does get there, that we can overcome this sort of place that we've reached with social media, where people are just like spatting out whatever comes to the front of their mind at any given moment, or like just like rage, impulse, and fighting, where there's no filter, which I think has just created more and more division and miscommunication.
Oh yeah.
Like if me and you are just talking and we're communicating our minds back and forth.
Right.
I don't know how your mind works, but my mind is like a constant hornet's nest of fucking ideas just bouncing around everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can read my mind, you're going to be so goddamn confused, and there's probably going to be shit in there I don't want you to know. And it's like, like to the writing process, right? Like when you write, you know about writing more than anyone. When you write something, you try to like distill an idea down to like the most precise form to communicate it accurately to the audience, right?
Right.
Like you go through so many revisions and you revise and you refine until you get it perfect, so you can communicate that message to your audience. But if it's just a direct stream of consciousness, unedited, I can't imagine that would be a good thing. You know, unless you're like some meditative yogi that like has a really editorialized stream of consciousness, which I don't.
Maybe instead of just having access to all your thoughts, maybe it's just simply what you're trying to communicate about your thoughts. Maybe it won't be as simple as we all have access to each other's minds. Maybe it'll just be much more, you'll be able to purely transmit your feelings and your ideas without the context of a language. Maybe we'll have to develop some sort of universal language.
Yeah.
Which would be, the Tower of Babel. I've made that connection. I made that connection last night, I think, about Christ. Like, Christ was of a virgin birth. Like, what's more of a virgin birth than sentient super intelligence from AI?
Yeah.
If that becomes a being
Yeah.
is essentially a god and is given birth by a virgin mother, I mean, that's the story of Christ. It's just confusing. It's just confusing if you translate it over and over time. But if Christ is supposed to return, that would be a way something like a God would return. It would return through artificial intelligence. If it just emerged out of our creation and our insatiable desire to make new and better things.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Like, why else do we have this insane desire to have new and improved things? Because, like, isn't your phone good enough? Like, I have a Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra and I have an iPhone 16. They're good. They're good enough. You don't need to make a better one.
Have you seen Westworld on HBO?
Yeah.
One of my favorite.
Season 1 is fucking amazing.
It's the best.
Got a little squirrely in season 2.
The season 2 and 3, yeah, got a little squirrely for sure. But like one of my favorite lines in that is when Ford is talking to Bernard, or not Bernard, one of the ladies, one of the robots, and he's like explaining the human psyche, and he's like, all of the greatest achievements of humanity, the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of David, the Mona Lisa, all just an elaborate meeting call. It's all peacock feathers. It's all just this desire to procreate and to, it's that really got me fucking thinking. And it's like, is that what drives human beings to do things and to create new things and new art? I always thought it was sex, but I think it might be that combined with the fear of death, because we want to live forever. We want to have a symbolic immortality. We want to leave something behind after we die.
It might not just be sex. It might just be social recognition, status.
Yeah.
You want to be adored as a genius.
Yeah. And there's also that painting on the Sistine Chapel, the creation of Adam, which is also in that movie, where it shows God creating Adam and all the angels. And he's sitting inside of the perfect anatomical illustration of a human brain. If you look at it.
Can you find that, Jamie?
Yeah, pull up the creation of Adam, and it's got like the prefrontal cortex, the brain stem, the visual cortex. It's all there, and he's creating Adam. And like the point he makes in the movie is like, the divine gift does not come from a higher power, but from the human mind.
That's bananas. Let me see that other image that you just had, the two of them below it. No, I'm sorry. Go back to that one and then go below it, the one that you just had.
With the brain?
With the one
Yeah,
with the
bottom right.
brain. Yeah, the bottom right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Look at that. That's weird, man.
It is weird, isn't it?
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
And it's also that is, the Eye of Horus. When you look at the side section, the cross section of the pineal gland, it looks exactly like that. This weird symbology.
Wait, what looks just like that?
The Eye of Horus,
the Eye of
ancient
Horus.
Egyptian. Go to so that gland, when you see it at the bottom, go to the Eye of Horus. Go pineal gland, Eye of Horus. To take out the Sistine Chapel. Yeah, there it is. So that's what the Eye of Horus looks like. It looks exactly like the pineal gland. It's the same shape. And there's a lot of weirdness, man.
Yeah,
dude. Ancient art. Like, what were they trying to say? Like, what were they trying to document?
It's funny, the people who don't believe Jesus existed, they'll make the argument imagine 2,000 years from now that people wanted to say that there was this mythical divine person and he existed because we know there's this divine trilogy called the Lord of the Rings and his name was Gandalf and he came from the center of the earth. But it's no, nothing else corroborates it. But, I don't know. I think Jesus was a real person.
It seems like he was a real person.
Yeah.
The question is, what really happened?
Right.
And the whole coming back from the dead things, what was that all about?
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's real.
Well, it doesn't make any sense, but
Right.
neither does the birth of the universe from
Right.
something smaller than that of a pin. That doesn't
Right.
make any sense either.
Yeah.
But if if this one unique moment in time that God did send us his son to try to sort things out and we wound up killing him, and he died for our sins, would that be any weirder than supermassive black holes? Would that be any
Right.
weirder than most of the stuff that we know is real?
And how do you reconcile that with the simulation?
I don't know. I mean, that might be part of the whole weirdness of this whole thing is that we have mythology. Part of the weirdness of the simulation might be that we have this fantastical mythology that you sort of have to suspend disbelief and accept. It's part of this whole weirdness that we have where we're susceptible to ideological belief systems like cults. Like political ideologies were essentially just like cults. When you're on the right and you're right with everything and you're all MAGA, or if you're on the left, you're blue no matter who, you're in a cult. You're in a cult. People get into cults. And why is that? Why is that a part of if we are in a simulation, why are we so malleable? Is it because we recognize it and we're supposed to oppose it and we're supposed to fight the instinct that we all deeply have embedded in our system, but we also know is wrong? What is it about these systems? Why is that in place? Is this simply an ancient relic of our tribal past where you had to follow the rules of the tribe in order to survive, and so it was instilled in people in the psyche, and that's how we developed? Or is there something more to it? Is it part of the mechanism that allows us to resist, which allows us to innovate, which encourages us to push forward and ask more questions? Because we know there's a lot of bullshit. The reason why people ask so many questions now in 2025 as opposed to 2019 is because of COVID. Because we went through so much bullshit and propaganda. We were so gaslit by the government, by the CDC, by everybody, that now we question way more. So it's probably benefited us somewhat to go through that.
Yeah. When Mary was on here, did she tell you about Kevin McKiernan?
Rush my memory.
He was the dude who worked for the Human Genome Project, like a DNA wizard. He was working for the Human Genome Project, trying to figure out different sort of medical treatments for cancers based on your genome. So they could target a specific type of leukemia in you, and they would take your DNA and they would basically make designer drugs to target that cancer, to kill that cancer. And during the pandemic, somebody sent him 4 unopened vials of the Pfizer vaccine, and he analyzed them and ran them through all of his processing systems, whatever the fuck he does. And he found out there was DNA plasmid contamination in them, which were promoters of this SV40 shit.
I did hear about that. Yeah. I talked to Brett Weinstein about that, and he was explaining that when they first were sequencing certain vaccines, they, because with the vaccine, you have to use living cells in order to create these antibodies initially.
Yeah.
And when
traditional vaccines, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so when they started using these things, they were using kidney cells of these monkeys. And they didn't understand that these monkeys had this SV40, simian virus 40.
Right.
And that this, when introduced into human cells, causes tumors.
Yep.
Causes cancer.
Yep.
Like rampant cancer.
Right.
You see the uptick of cancer, and everyone else bury their head in the sand and pretend that it didn't happen. But people that took the vaccine are getting fucking cancer at an astounding rate.
Yeah. And Kevin was telling me that he was doing study. He pulled some tumors from some people that died somewhere in Europe, and he was sequencing the tumors of these people that died with the vaccine. And he said that the SV40 was in the tumors. And I don't remember the science. I'd have to go back and listen to it. By the way, that episode got pulled off YouTube.
Real?
Off my channel. I got a strike for it.
What did they say?
Medical misinformation.
What part of it's medical misinformation?
The whole thing. We talked about vaccines, and we talked about...
What year was this?
This was like November of last year.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could put it up now. Because they seem to be scared. Didn't they? They changed their regulations recently. Did they? Yeah, they changed their guidelines.
What was the problem with this shit, dude? I'm so afraid to talk about shit I want to talk about.
I know, isn't that fucked up?
It's like, it sucks, dude.
It sucks because there's no way to know who's telling the truth unless you let people say crazy shit and then have someone come on and refute it and then have the two of them get together and debate it.
Right.
And then even then, sometimes you don't know. Like with this Flint Dibble, Graham Hancock thing.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Dan Richards, we wouldn't know that a lot of the things that Flint Dibble said were just absolutely not true.
Right.
YouTube loosens rules guiding moderation of videos. Yeah. So, favor freedom of expression over the risk of harm in deciding what to take down. So specifically, scroll down to what they said with the actual policy shift, which hasn't publicly disclosed. What does it say? Public statements. They used language that I thought was
they don't make public statements.
Much more
they broad brush it. They don't give you an exact reason. They just say, "Oh, this falls into this category." Like there's no jury at YouTube. They're just they find the most excusable reason.
Go back to where you were. Recognizing the definition of public interest is always evolving. We update our guidelines for these exceptions to reflect the new types of discussions we see on our platform today. Our goal remains the same: to protect free expression on YouTube while mitigating egregious harm. So, they can still, but the thing is, they're controlled by their advertisers to a certain extent. And
I don't buy that shit, dude.
What do you mean? They get funds from the
They're
advertisers.
Google, though. They fucking own advertising. Like, you're going to tell me, some company is going to go to Google and say, listen, bro, we're not going to advertise with you unless you take that guy's video down.
No, I think pharmaceutical drug companies have influence. And I think if you are getting an enormous percentage of your advertising revenue from pharmaceutical drug companies, which Callie Means has said, the reason why they do that is not to promote their drugs. It's to stop criticism. And this is why they promote, this one, brought to you by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper, brought to you by Pfizer. What that is for is to make sure that they never criticize Pfizer.
Sure, I understand that.
And it works, right?
For cable TV, yeah, but for YouTube has a monopoly on advertising. Google does, at least. I guess I could see it, but they got fucking trillions of dollars.
So it says YouTube's adpocalypse and the gatekeeping of cultural content on digital platforms. This is how it all started. 2017, advertiser revolt on YouTube, popularly known as the adpocalypse, introduced widespread and radical changes on the platform's policy related to moderation content. Their monetizability and the terms of the relationship between the creators and the platform. And these changes, in turn, have caused significant discontent within the creator community while also gradually transforming the predominant nature of the content on the platform. So they did do it. They did it by cutting into ads.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dirty business, man. And they're doing it because they don't want people finding out certain things that are actually true. And that's what they did during the pandemic. And that's what the FBI tried to do when they were banning people like Jay Bhattacharya prominent scientists and like legitimate academics.
But then I'll have like the same thing will happen to videos I do about UFOs. Like,
really?
I'll have not taken down, but you know how shit will get like buried where you can't search for it.
Oh yeah.
Me and Jesse were talking about this. This happened to Jesse too with the one with Crush, where he was like had like the #1 video on Crush, and all of a sudden you can't search it. Like stuff like that. I mean, the COVID one was the first one I actually had taken down. Which was scary, and it makes me think about that. I hate the fact that I actually have to think about whether I'm gonna get the axe.
I know.
Based on the topic I'm discussing, like I don't know if that doesn't lead to a good place as far as journalism goes, because journalism is supposed to be shining light on the dark places that people don't want to shine. It's supposed to piss people off.
Especially when you consider that a lot of the things that used to be taken down for are now confirmed. Like the lab leak theory that used to get you kicked off of YouTube. Saying masks don't work, that would get you kicked off of YouTube. Like all these things that we now know to be true, that the vaccine does not stop infection. That would get you kicked off YouTube.
Right.
All these things that we now know are 100% fact, and it's all orchestrated by financial interests.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the SB40 stuff is quick. It's
fucking
wicked freaky, dude. It's wicked freaky, like with the cancer and how it goes all the way back to the early days in the 60s or the early 50s and 60s in New Orleans, how they were working. Trying to develop the polio vaccine with Alton Ochsner, Tulane University, and trying to weaponize some sort of there's a theory based on that book, Mary's Monkey, where they were growing the polio vaccines on the monkey kidneys and using this to also create bioweapons to assassinate people like Castro. And that's apparently what, according to that book, what Lee Harvey Oswald was doing with that lady Mary Sherman, and they were using that Linac machine to try to like supercharge the SV40 to make it more deadly, to induce cancer with people. It's like, and then, oh god, that like the event, that Cutter event where Alton injected his 2 grandkids with the polio vaccine in front of the whole auditorium of students, and his granddaughter lived and was paralyzed, but his grandson died the next day, right after they did that. Jesus. And they were like, there's people pushing back, like, don't do this. We tested this on monkeys, and like half of them are dead. Let's not push this out. I think it was the Salk vaccine, the Salk polio vaccine. And then they fucking did it anyways.
Yeah. Well, I think you got to be able to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
Even if you get it wrong, and even if someone comes on, they say things that can be refuted. Yeah, refute it then. That's the whole point of all this.
Yeah.
If someone comes on and says something that's not correct, but Stacey, no.
Bless you.
Thank you. If someone comes on and says something that's not correct, like have someone on that refutes it. Figure it out. You have to be able to talk about stuff. And some of it's fun. Yeah, it's fun.
It's all super fun.
It is, right?
Yeah.
How'd you get started?
Well, I obviously didn't always do podcasts, but I was originally I always wanted to make movies when I
You
was
used to call it Concrete. Why was it called?
It was called Concrete. So, okay, I'll tell you. It was, first of all, I always wanted to make movies when I was a little kid. I was telling Jamie the story earlier. I was going to go to Full Sail when Jamie went in Florida, in Orlando, but it was just, I didn't have the money to do it, and I couldn't get into UCF because my grades were shit in high school. So, luckily, I got the opportunity to work on this movie called Dolphin Tail. It was a movie about a dolphin who got its tail stuck in a crab trap, and Morgan Freeman came in and built a prosthetic tail, and it was swimming around in the aquarium. Cary Connick Jr. and Morgan Freeman were in it, and it was like a big, Warner Brothers movie. And I realized working as a camera production assistant on that movie, it was my film school, but I realized I did not want anything to do with making movies because it was the closest thing I ever experienced to working construction. It was like I was in charge of swapping the camera lenses, the camera batteries, taking the SD cards back to the media truck, getting everybody breakfast and coffee. And these camera department dudes, a lot of them are really cool. Like the dude Pete Zuccarini, who was the underwater cinematographer who filmed all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. He was fucking awesome. But a lot of the other guys were like really unhappy, like deeply unhappy, because they never saw their families. They were always on the road, FaceTiming, a lot of them on their like 3rd, 4th wives, FaceTiming their kids. And it was like, they were like carnies with dental plans. They made great money, but they were fucking deeply unhappy. So like I realized I didn't want to make movies anymore. So I started an advertising company and making commercials, and I started doing like spec ads and like winning a bunch of contests to make commercials. I won big contest for Land Rover USA where we made like a free ad, and they paid us to make a bunch of other ads for them. And then that's where Concrete came in. So it was called something else, and I got sued by some advertising company in California saying, hey, bitch, you can't use this name anymore and change your name. So my friend who owns a concrete construction company said, bro, there's this really cool website domain for sale with concrete with a K. He's like, it's like a couple $1,000. You should buy it. I was going to buy it. I'm like, sure, fuck yeah, that's good. So I called my company Concrete. That was stupid. And then,
And how'd you start a podcast?
So after the advertising stuff, I met a bunch of people. I met Hulk Hogan in the process of the whole advertising thing, because me and Hulk live like 5 minutes from each other, and which is like 5 minutes from the Church of Scientology, which is great. And I started making a bunch of commercials with him, because he would always have companies that would hit him up and say, yo, let's partner on this new product. And one of them was a hosting company called Hostomania. They wanted to make Hulk the face of the company. And we created this whole fucking thing where it was like right when Miley Cyrus dropped the Wrecking Ball video, and we put Hulk on a wrecking ball. Like, yo, Hulk, we want to put you on a wrecking ball and have you freaking drop kick Van Damme, who's like the GoDaddy guy, right? And he's like, fuck yeah, brother, let's do it. This is it. It was poor execution, but it was funny. And he's like, brother, there's only one thing missing from this commercial idea. I'm like, what? He's like, I need to be in my birthday suit. I was like, what? So we did that, and then I started working on a bunch of like this was like the boom of reality shows when like Duck Dynasty and Pawn Stars were all taking off. So I was like, I could probably fucking make a reality show. So I hit a bunch of my friends, and we started like touring around trying to find people to come up with like TV show ideas and concepts. And I got a couple people to invest in a couple TV show ideas, pilots that I spent like 6 years working on. And it was this long process of shooting, editing, taking notes from production companies that, you know how this works, but you have to like work with production companies who already have relationships with networks. Mm-hmm. And they were like constantly giving us notes like, okay, change this for A&E, change this for Spike TV. And we got to make sure it fits each network, because we're pitching these show to all these networks. I was like, okay, great. So it was just this roller coaster of emotions of like, oh my God, we're gonna sell a TV show. We're gonna do a TV show. And then finally we got one of those shows to a green light meeting at Spike TV or A&E. And like, I was like, this is it. We're gonna do it. And the CEO of Viacom killed it, because it did not fit their roster of existing advertisers. And I was just like so frustrated and fed up with it. I was like, fuck this. I'm taking all this stuff that I've been working on, and I'm going to repackage them and put them on YouTube. And I did. And the first one that really took off, got millions of views in like 2015, was called Deckhands. And it was the story of these alcoholic dudes, these drunks that were hanging out in front of 7-Eleven in this little sleepy town called Madeira Beach, where I'm from. So me and my buddy Luke went up and we started filming these guys and asking them questions like, yo, what the fuck do you guys do here every day? And they're like, we're fucking fishermen, bro. Come see how we live. And one of these dudes took us back to his boat he lived on. He had this broken down boat in this old dusty marina where the boat didn't work, but he lived in this boat, and it had amplifiers stacked to the ceiling. He had a stack of porno DVDs like 6 feet tall, laser light machines, fog machines, and he wore these fairy wings and like an armor helmet. And he would jam out to like Rob Zombie on his guitar while playing the music videos on this big projection screen in his boat. And we're like, this is fucking the Twilight Zone, dude. And then they started telling us more and more about like what they do. This is it. Yeah, this is the first episode. The Gates of Hell. This is Shane Lee. R.I.P. So we're asking these guys about like, what do you like? You're fishermen, but like, explain to me, how does this work? And they were all pissed off about, we're getting screwed by the boat owners and these IFQs, and we don't make any money. And we're like, dude, there might be a story here. So we started interviewing more people. We eventually interviewed the people who own the boats and own the fish houses. So like Madeira Beach is Johns Pass, Florida, is the grouper capital of the world. There's more grouper caught there than anywhere in the world. And the way it works is before 2007, there was a quota system where it was like for red snapper, it was like 3 million pounds per year are allowed to be caught in this area, right? So it was like derby fishing. So all the boats would go out and they would catch as much fish as they possibly could, and they would wait at the end when they get back from their trip, and then they would, quantify that or tell the federal government this is where we're at. And sometimes they would reach that 3 million pound limit in like October. So what do they have to do for the rest of the year? They stop fishing. You can't do anything. So in 2007, the federal government made a monopoly where they gave boat owners an allotment of fishing quota per year. So some guys got 100,000 pounds, some guys got 200,000 pounds, which is, if it's red snapper, that's $1 a pound. So that's like the best retirement plan known to man. The federal government is handing you 200,000 pounds of red snapper quota per year. And then what happened was eventually the boat owners sold off their quota, and now it's become so discombobulated where now, like, you can just buy this fishing quota and trade it like stock. You don't have to own a boat. You don't have to be a fisherman. You can just be some dude sitting in Manhattan in a high rise and buying and selling fishing quota. You're not, and there are like fishing communities in America, like in the Northeast, where it doesn't work like that, where you have to have your hand on the throttle. You have to take care of your people, and it's a lifestyle, and it's like a way to live. It's a culture. And where in Madeira Beach, at least when I was there filming, they were all just like carny ride operators, and these dudes were in the lowest level of this fishing industry are those deckhands, those dudes like Shane Lane, and they're fucking drug addicts. A lot of them are hooked on heroin. What happens is they get home from fishing from 10 days of fishing offshore, and they get like $4,000 or $5,000, and they blow it all on prostitutes, coke and hookers and heroin. And they're kids, dude. They're like kids. Right. They're like kids with money. And by the time they run out, they have to go fishing again. So they're going to all the fish houses saying, "Bro, let me go." So they go offshore again, and they rehab, where they rehab at sea for 10 days because they have no more drugs. Wow. And they come back and then rinse and repeat. And one of the people that we interviewed, there was 3 main characters in that series. There was Shane Lee, there was Space, and there was Hollywood Kim. And Hollywood Kim was the last episode, which was sometimes when I think I have problems in my life, I remember her story and realize I don't really know what fucking problems are. She was from Alabama, and when she was 17 years old, she gave birth to her father's son. Oh, God. And when she was 6 years old, she would wake up every morning and ride her bike to the beach to try to escape her dad. And no one would believe her. Christ. She tried telling people, and no one would believe her because her dad was a cop. Oh, God. So she eventually gave birth to her son and escaped to Florida and became a deckhand working fishing and working on these boats, dude. And I met her, and she would wake up every morning and just start slamming vodka and looking for drugs. And dude, it was just the Twilight Zone in my own backyard. Wow. It was nuts. And then that led to like podcasts. Like, so after that, then we're just like, let's start doing podcasts in between these documentaries, more content. And the podcast started to get more views than the documentaries. And here we are.
Well, I'm glad it happened. You had a great show, man.
Thanks, bro.
And I appreciate you coming on here, man. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Let's do it again, for sure.
Hell yeah, bro.
Danny Jones Show is on YouTube.
Yep.
You on Spotify as well?
Yeah, YouTube, everywhere? Spotify. It's just at Danny Jones on YouTube. All right. And same with Instagram.
It's an awesome show.
That's it, baby.
Lots of fun stuff on there. All right.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you. Bye, buddy.
Mom in Southern California has 1 in 10. The mom from Apple Valley recently gave birth to her fourth child, and for the fourth time, it happened on July 7th. All her kids are born in different years, but each one arrived on the 7th day of the 7th month. The mom says none of the 4 kids were due on July 7th, and none of the deliveries were induced. The odds of 4 kids sharing the same birthday without medical intervention are estimated to be in the millions. The woman says everyone is telling her to go and play the lottery. Deborah Mark, KFI News. Couples with fur babies are going into debt. Dual income couples with no kids in particular are going into debt for their pets, according to a new InSerify survey. They found 94% of those couples view their pets as family members, and 68% of these pet parents report having made financial sacrifices to cover pet essentials. The survey showed couples spend $1,900 a year on average for their pets. Eileen Gonzalez, KFI News. Today was Gaza's deadliest day for people trying to get food in the 21-month war, with at least 85 Palestinians killed after Israeli forces shot into a crowd gathered near a food convoy. Such a disabled vehicle on the 105 in Gaza.
On the westbound side before the 110, looks like it's a vehicle that has run out of gas. It's blocking the right lane. Word is that a tow truck is on the way with a gas can. In Linwood on the 105 westbound going Long Beach Boulevard, that accident has cleared. Traffic recovery to 710. And in San Bernardino on the 215 southbound at Fort Inland Center Drive, got a semi-accident, so this over to the right shoulder, not causing a whole lot of steady there. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas T-Mobile Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What If They Never Returned? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police will properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, we wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio: Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. And no need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your
spread across different backgrounds and accents, converge on a single style of speech? Is it about competence, about signaling membership in a special club, or simply about reading messenger expectations? Now we'll take these questions to a speech psychologist and see what science can tell us about how voices blend, evolve, become a defining trait of our profession. Let's continue.
So Jen specifically works on something called phonetic convergence and also communication accommodation theory, which is basically it's a theoretical frame for a thing that most of us experience. Like you go to London as an American, you're there for 2 weeks, and by the end of the 2 weeks, you start there's some British mannerisms work their way into your speech. Communication accommodation is the study of the way, what the mechanism of that is, how you sort of modify your way of speaking to belong to a group or to distinguish yourself from an outgroup. And for pilots, it's something that can be happening basically because of how much else they're doing in the cockpit.
So research in phonetic convergence is trying to really pinpoint one of these internal cognitive mechanisms and how they play around with each other. And this idea of cognitive load and multitasking, right? If it's an automatic process, it's something that would be harder to suppress when you're multitasking.
Jen studies this, so she actually did that, like, roommates who live together in college and does the way they speak converge over the course of the semester, which often it does. But she said an interesting thing, which is we tend to think of communication as a one-way thing, like broadcasting functionally, but it is a two-way thing. So half of it is how you're communicating, half of it is how you're being perceived.
Like if you really were to look at it, like really look at it, like take a recording, compare the recording, right, to other recordings, put it in a scientific setting, in a scientific experiment, you'd probably find more differences than similarities. But the similarities matter maybe more, right? So there is this other thing going on where socially or psychologically, because we believe it to be true, we look for evidence that it's true every time we hear it. And if we don't get the evidence from one aspect of the way the person is talking, we might see it in another aspect of the way that the person is talking, right? If it's not there in the vocabulary, it might be there in something about the sentence structure, or it might just be that they all went right? It could just be one little thing that they're all doing, and we're like, okay, they did it, right? They did the thing.
But it's interesting because you see and interact with the flight attendants, but you typically do not see the pilot until the plane is safely landed. So the only point of contact you have with the pilot up till then is the voice, which they're also aware of. And also it's this crazy situation of they're speaking to several hundred people, all of whom have some kind of background anxiety about flying. So you're rocketing through the air in this metal tube, and human error is the number one cause of plane accidents. So you only have the pilot's voice as a way of judging how competent this person is at their actual job. I actually talked to a captain named Karen who's been flying for a few decades, and she was perfect for this because in addition to being a captain, she teaches us something called the fear of flying, something she can empathize with because she herself really dislikes public speaking. Did you feel when you made your first BAs, okay, I know what a pilot's supposed to sound like, and how do I do my version of the voice, or what? How conscious were you of this thing?
It's terrifying. Because I would imagine everybody's listening, tuned in, and going, oh my gosh, who is that? And her voice doesn't sound like what I'm expecting of it. And also not even just that, I just wasn't comfortable with my persona. So I guarantee my voice was not reassuring when I picked my first vehicle because I was too nervous. I was very comfortable with the flying part, but not with the making you. I would also say it's always male that you hear the pilot voice when we're talking about the pilot voice. So that's one thing about in being a woman in this job is trying to get that voice out there for the girls and for the boys, for just people in general to know it's not all the guys like. She has a great voice.
She does have a great voice.
She's funny too, though. What I wonder is what, like, do we like the fact that she is?
confidence, sound like a pilot because you're answerable to the people in the back. They don't have any other way of telling you you're doing a good job. Like they don't know at all what it means to fly the plane, right?
And then in terms of conveying to people, one thing that I found it's very helpful for people to hear your voice when there is turbulence because people just want to hear your voice and then they can go like, oh, okay. So for me, it's just trying to be natural and comfortable and making PAs that are reassuring to people. That's the goal. It's going to be more what the message is and the tone of voice so that it's not something that's going to make somebody fearful just in the fact that my voice sounded fear-inducing in some way.
But then the question I had after Bardo and Captain Stahl is how are all these pilots arriving at essentially the same answer for how to convey these basic assurances with their voice? And I talked to a pilot who said that everything in flying is either technique or procedure. That most of flying is procedure, including, when you're descending, you call out the altitude at certain points, or when you put the gear down, you say gear down. So you say a specific thing at a certain moment. That's procedure. Technique is things like we have to lose altitude. There's a number of ways a pilot can do that. But also, it's communicating with your passengers. There is no script or set of things that you have to do when communicating with your passengers. For some things, there are guidelines, examples of what you might say, but it's not so strictly prescribed as other parts of flying are. So part of what I think is going on here is these are intensely rule-bound people who are used to following standard operating procedure in nearly everything that they do. They know it's a really high-stakes job. They know that communicating with the passengers is a really high-stakes thing. And so when they speak to the passengers, it's like it's procedure masquerading as technique, and they're actually in their minds like reaching for what does a pilot sound like, what does a pilot say, this sort of thing that's totally unnecessary, but is a kind of competence theater.
You're listening to Revisionist History, a podcast brought to you by Michigan Industries and KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full-length episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out my book, Revenge of the Tipping Point, out now. We'll be right back with more from this episode of Revisionist History after you get the latest on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Coming up at the top of the hour, the LA community is in mourning after a deadly explosion takes the lives of 3 deputies. President Trump weighs in on key names and wants to bring a controversial one back, and Tulsi Gabbard drops a bombshell accusing Obama-era officials of treason. I check the 14 freeway. Come back.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas and Memorial Arena September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Hi, it's Joy DeVito. Have you had a conversation with your children about avoiding alcohol and other drugs? Small conversations have big impact. For tips on having a conversation, visit talkthinkingly@newyorkdrinking.com.
The House voted to pass a package of $9 billion in village spending cuts. The names of 213 for resolution is up. The vote approves cuts to public broadcasting, global health programs, and foreign aid. The bill now has President Trump's desk for his signature. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and other company executives are settling a lawsuit in an $8 billion privacy case brought by a group of shareholders. The investors wanted Zuckerberg and others at Meta and the social media platform Facebook to repay the company for fines that had to be paid out because they allegedly allowed continual violations of Facebook users' privacy. In one instance, the Federal Trade Commission fined Facebook $5 billion in 2019 for failing to comply with the 2012 privacy agreement signed in the fallout from the Cambridge Analytica scandal. That was when millions of users had their data collected for targeted political research and advertisements. There may be some clarification coming in regards to the employment status of college athletes. Mark Mayfield explains.
The FDA is allowing Juul Labs to continue selling its e-cigarettes and refill cartridges. Juul has faced controversy over its early marketing practices, which critics say targeted young consumers under 21. It's official, Lilo and Stitch has become the first Hollywood movie of 2025 to cross the $1 billion mark. Disney says the live-action remake has made over $400 million at the domestic box office and nearly $600 million overseas. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City, and Narcos, and Roadhouse, and so many commercials about that cake. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel this place is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians, people like Ed Helms,
I climbed up and it was just like,
Diane Guerrero,
And she goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
and Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait.
Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time.
Like, what should you do?
Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the boat.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and other company executives are selling a lawsuit in an $8 billion privacy case brought by a group of shareholders and investors who wanted Zuckerberg and others at Meta and Facebook to repay the company for fines that had to be paid out because they were allegedly allowed to continue in violations of Facebook user privacy. Scale AI is laying off 14% of its workforce. Bloomberg reports the AI data company will cut 200 full-time employees and 500 contractors. This update report Scale is citing over-expansion across too many divisions. Layoffs come after Meta invested $14 billion into Scale AI last month and hired former CEO Alexander Wang. San Jose franchisee is suing mobile car company Spiffy. The lawsuit claims the company overstated its brand partnerships and profits. Tells ABC7 she left a tech job and sold a restaurant to join Spiffy, only to find honest enterprise deals and materialized. The suit involves 5 former franchisees alleging false claims with arbitration scheduled for later this year. The tech reporter Chris Raji.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Globally, about 1,000 plants we depend on for food and products need to be pollinated by animals, including coffee, melons, chocolate, almonds, and even tequila. Help stabilize the declining honeybee population by planting native plants that they rely on for food, habitat, and nesting. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
So I got the gas. It's just a pill. And nothing we can't fix.
It's going.
What's that? From transmissions to brakes and everything in between. No credit, financing, repair, and co. Exclusion apply may not be combined with any other offer. Anytime offer participating center something. People who know go to AMCO. AMCO.
Use that apps for everything. Music, photos, even ordering coffee. Only one app gives you the live radio
experience. It's radio your way, anytime, anywhere. Join the millions already listening with the free iHeartRadio app. The #1 app for radio.
There's nothing better than sitting with a drink at a slot machine when you first arrive at the casino and you got a pocket full of money. You got a drink. You have to shake them for a second. Jim Conway Jr. And it's all downhill after that. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 on KFI AM 640 or stimulating.com.
Welcome back to Vicious History. We discovered that Pilot Voice isn't just copying Chuck Yeager. It's a subtle performance shaped by routine, pressure, and the need to project calm authority. Pilots, trained to follow strict procedures, find themselves ad-libbing a reassuring persona mid-air. It's a kind of competence theater. In this final segment, we'll ask what it means for the entire profession to settle on one voice. How does authenticity take shape? Everyone's reading an unwritten script. Let's continue.
Okay. There's one other thing that's interesting to me. Are you familiar with the sterile cockpit rule? This is a regulation that came about after a famous crash in 1974. This is the plane that Stephen Colbert's father and two of his brothers were on when it crashed. And when the regulators reviewed the flight records, it was in the black box. One of the things they concluded is that the crew was distracted by conversation, and specifically by small talk. I think the lines like on everything from used cars to politics. And this was one of the series of accidents that happened in this way. And so, in response to this, the FAA created a rule, or a set of rules, called that are colloquially known as the sterile cockpit rule, which is just about what it takes to create a distraction-free environment in the cockpit during crucial moments of flight. To this day, most of the violations of the sterile cockpit rule are conversation. So there's this is one citation. This very senior captain was about to leave on a scuba diving trip and talked nonstop to his female jump seat rider upon discovering she was also a diver. This altitude deviation could have been prevented entirely if this particular captain had paid attention to his job and observed some approximation of the sterile cockpit below 10,000 feet. This, I think, feeds into the technique versus procedure thing. If you're a pilot, you are aware that even though what you say to the passengers is not scripted and rule-bound, your communication is an incredibly high-stakes thing, which I think is another factor in why you might sort of subconsciously reach for a cultural script about how you should sound and what you should say. And it's partially because, this is your captain speaking. So much of the voice is about projecting authority over this mini society in the air. Have you ever listened to the flight deck audio of the Miracle on the Hudson of Sully communicating? No. It's not him communicating with the passenger, but it is him communicating with the flight deck. This was the famous emergency landing in 2009 when Captain Sully Sullenberger landed his Airbus A320 in the Hudson River after some roads got caught in the engines. And to me, it illustrates the ideal that I think the pilot voice is in its essence conveying. Not a Chuck Yeager impression or some classic male stereotype, but a human ideal about our ability to solve even the hardest problems under the greatest stress. Okay, you need to return over. You're listening to about 2 people. Talking to folks who's got emergency returning. That was 15.9. He first tried to lost all engines. He lost the thrust of the engine. He was trying to move. 15.9, which engines? He lost thrust in both engines, he said. Got it. Second 15.9. Could you get us, if you want to try to land 113? Second 15.9, to go left traffic to runway 31. That, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Is the robot voice that's 100% 2001 Space Odyssey. Okay, you might try to see the road airport. Do you want to try to go to Teterboro? Teterboro, actually, we're going to park on Mercy. There you go. Package 15.9 will be short talk to Great Neck to the airport right now. We'll show how that project. Did you need assistance? Yes. He was the first flight to gonna be in Hudson. He's so lost. It is incredible.
The unable. The unable is my favorite. Unable.
And just in case any listener aren't familiar, the end of all this is that Sully lands his plane in the Hudson, no fatalities. So it's an incredible artifact, and I think it takes us back to where we started today. You might get unlucky, misbook your flight, rip your suit bag, lose your money in Vegas, get hurt in your plane engines. But if all else fails in this crazy overtax system we're stuck with right now, you can still get lucky with the right person flying the plane, no matter what their voice sounds like.
For one thing, I couldn't stop thinking about that throughout this whole episode is whether you have a good pilot's voice.
Well, yeah, someone in the airport said she thought that, and I asked them what the pilot sounded like. She was like, you sound like a pilot. And I really don't think that I do. But do you think you have a good pilot's voice?
Do I think I do? I do too much of 20 volume shifts.
Yeah.
So it's I need my hands as well to communicate properly. These all kinds of bases I think I would fail. No speaking.
Yeah, but I think I would chiefly fail at flying.
My wife, I flew a plane only once, and my, in the presence of an experienced co-pilot, and my co-pilot was a rabbi, flies on the side, and I'd say the only thing more reassuring than a Chuck Yeager person next to you is a rabbi, because he comes from a tradition of intellectual rigor, and you feel like if there's something obscure that you would need to know about the plane, you feel like he would know that.
This is like the Talmudic theory of flying. It's the technique versus procedure.
Rashi said this about flying in conditions. He knows that.
That's amazing. Well, thanks for this one.
All right, man.
I have one last bit to play this out. As of course, sign-offs.
Folks, thank you for flying with what's it? Authentic history? Revisionist history. And we'll see you next time.
Thanks so much.
Produced by Benedict Opry, James Natalia. Editing by Sarah Nix. Scoring by Scara. Mastering by Dave Gillespie. Engineering by Mario Lewis. Special names Richard Jones. Folks, I'm your captain. John.
This has been a special presentation of Revisionist History, brought to you by Pushkin Industries and iHeart Podcasts. You can listen to new and full-length episodes of Revisionist History on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Los Angeles, Orange County, or Stimulating Talk.
Never forgotten, and I appreciate it. I can be live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A memorial has been set up in front of the building in East LA where 3 LA County Sheriff's deputies were killed in an explosion. They died while they were handling explosive material. Patricia Castro was in the neighborhood where it happened and said she wasn't sure what was going on.
In the morning, I heard the helicopters, and I was like, what's going on? I could hear the sheriff. I was thinking, is it a chase? Is it ice?
Authorities are looking into any connections between an old grenade found in his apartment in Santa Monica and the explosion. The Mayan nightclub has announced its closure after 35 years.
The Mayan music venue and nightclub has told its fans it's shutting down after 35 years, but its history goes back farther than that. The Mayan opened as a performance venue in 1927. It's been featured in movies like Night at the Roxbury. In the 1970s and 80s, it was operating as a venue for pornographic films. Current owners say after 35 years, the club will close. Weekly dance nights through September 13th. Michael Monk's KFI News.
For Disney fans tired of riding solo, the new app called Single Riders is being worked on, designed for people who love Disneyland but would rather not love it alone. In a social media post, one of the founders of the app teased the concept and invited Disney fans to get involved. A guy known as Joe the Bearded Nerd on TikTok says he came up with the idea after he got stood up on a date. The app is expected to have both romantic and friendship options. Creators say they hope to release a beta version of the app later this year. Amy King, KFI News.
It's opening weekend for the OC Fair. Farm animals, carnival rides, art exhibits, live music, and just about every kind of deep-fried deliciousness you can imagine. A little something for everyone at this year's OC Fair. This weekend also marks the 10th anniversary of the Long Beach Love Festival in Shoreline and Bryant Park. It features 3 giant stages and more than 45 music acts, along with immersive experiences like the yoga mat and a tantric sound bath area. And up at Chavez Ravine, the Dodgers host the Brewers for a 3-day homestand. With your weekend, watch out for traffic trouble spots. Will Colschreiber, KFI News.
President Trump would like to see the names of a few professional teams go back to what they used to be.
It's been a while since we've heard the names Redskins and Indians. President Trump wants those teams to bring back their former names. Trump posted on Truth Social that Washington's NFL franchise and Cleveland's Major League Baseball team should return to their original team names. Washington dropped the name Redskins following the 2019 season and became the Commanders before 2022. Cleveland scrapped the Indians name in 2022 and changed to the Guardians. Teams that have kept their names include the Chicago Blackhawks and Kansas City Chiefs. I'm Rob Martin.
A black bear has been killed in Yellowstone National Park. Brian Clark says it is because of its behavior.
Officials say when bears become food conditioned, they become aggressive and dangerous to humans. Park Service says this bear last month crushed an unoccupied tent, and earlier this month climbed a food storage wall and consumed food.
He says it's the first bear killing in Yellowstone since 2020. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard is accusing former Obama administration officials of treason, claiming they withheld intelligence on Russian interference in the 2016 election. In an interview with Fox News Sunday morning features, Gabbard alleges this is part of an effort to harm President Trump.
They decided that they would do everything possible to try to undermine his ability to do what voters tasked President Trump to do.
Gabbard declassified documents Friday that she said were evidence the Obama administration manufactured and politicized intelligence to lay the groundwork for the FBI probe into Russia's election interference. The iconic sled from the 1941 film Citizen Kane has been sold at auction for $15 million.
Several Rosebud sleds were made for the classic Orson Welles film. The last known sled was sold at heritage auctions in Texas for $14.7 million. That makes it the second most valuable piece of film history ever sold, following slippers from The Wizard of Oz that went for $30 million last December. Other pieces of film history sold at this week's auction include a bullwhip used by Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones, and a velvet suit worn by Mike Myers as Austin Powers. Mark Roner, KFI News.
Upland weather from KFI tonight. Cloudy with lows in the 50s and 60s on Monday in Metro LA, Orange County and valleys. Cloudy with highs in the 70s, high and high desert. Cloudy with highs in the 80s to mid-90s. Right now it's 69 degrees in Newport Beach, 60 in San Clemente, 70 in West Hills, 58 in Northridge. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I appreciate it.
Hey there, history fans. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, is primitive technology?
Did George Washington read the Proclamator during J.K. Marilyn Monroe have an affair?
An American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you're asking this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
This is report. Corey Marchesotto, CMO of Health Beauty, partner of iHeartWomen Sports, talks about partnerships.
I see brands as antennas. So we send out the O signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of the story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Run a business and not think Thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart. And get podcasting working for you.
This is Jacob speaking for What's Your Love. Imagine if you had everyone gets directed for the job. That's it. Every app is designed to be easy, so employees spend less time learning the software and more time doing their jobs. Experience true speed with reduced data entry, smart AI, and a fast internet. Check out Odoo at odoo.com. That's odoo.com. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health. Audient Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I'm spending my whole $5,000 hearing aids.
You would not believe how my hearing and life changed. Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audiethearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. KFI AM 640.
So many films, including Jesus Had a Near-Death Experience and Aliens 2035 and the Bigfoot Alien Connection Reveal. Many films where John discovers just ancient mysteries and how they collide with modern dilemmas like AI and robotics, and how this sparks the conversation tonight we're going to have about consciousness, about faith, about technology, about are we even living in the same linear reality or something far more multi-dimensional. So explore that with me tonight, whatever dimension you choose, and we will have a great time with Rob Meyer when we come back. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM.
Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happens. Author Christopher B. Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop. It's a cliffhanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites and causing a non-stop chain reaction. Dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Like on Earth as we understand it, may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect, you do not want to see it happen. Now available at Amazon, it's Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. The administration has their sights rolled up in streamlining monumental works right now. However, it's difficult to take your personal finances into account when trying to spice up the scoring ball. Just text the word coast to 989898 and Rich Bull will send you a free book and a phone. No obligation, only useful information. A+ rated with the benefits of tens of thousands of happy customers. Text the word coast to 989898.
Welcome back to Coast to Coast AM. I am Lucy Garra. My guest, Ron Mother, is a scientist, storyteller, a seeker. Like us all, he bridges the gap between material and metaphysical, and brings in also pioneer science with ancient history, because he is a peer-reviewed paleontologist with he is of an extinct species named after him. I love that. There's so many different talents that Ron has, and I'm really looking forward to talking with you. How are you doing, Ron? Yep, it's late at night. And I'm really glad you're with me. So let's talk about you for a second. You have a vast experience. How many films have you produced?
I've done like 5 feature films with actors.
And they're extensive.
Probably 20 or so documentaries, feature films.
Wow. And now you have a new book coming out, which I love, which should be turned into a movie, by the way. And it looks, I mean, it's great. It's really a kind of gripping beginning, and I think that would be fantastic. It's called Jesus Had a Near-Death Experience, which I'd love to find out more about. But I first want to find out how you got into this. And, I mean, producing films and features and documentaries and books. How did you begin in this specific genre of film?
In terms of my filmmaking, I began when I was hired to produce a series of Bigfoot called Chasing Bigfoot by a company, an entertainment company. And during the time I was producing it, I ran into a lot of people that they would say they were Bigfoots. Since the Muppets they weren't making it up. Some of them, when they told their story, they were kind of terrified, confused, it was nice, life transforming. But I could never buy the idea that Bigfoot was something either some kind of hairy but then one of the last things is that I think that was interesting to me. It's often the way I investigate a question is I make a movie about it. And being a producer has a sort of
Right. So you weren't a believer in yourself. You weren't chasing this as a lifelong quest. You came about it through a professional career.
Not Bigfoot, for sure. But since I was a kid, I have non-issue experience. I had a profound non-dual experience with self-disappearance. It's just
yeah. I mean, we're like an NDE.
It's a little different because I wasn't captured in non-physical realms. Usually recorded mystical experiences and near-death experiences.
Or a traumatic experience associated.
Some just wasn't there. In this case, when people had this during the glory of a lot of athletes experience, where you just join the flow of the movement of everything. And there's no self anymore doing it. But action does take place. It's just the self disappears.
How long did that last?
How long did it last?
You specifically.
I've had it last for the whole day. I've had it last for 15 minutes, sometimes 4 minutes. Throughout my life, we've shown up very active in the strangest places. One happened when I was in a baseball league, basketball, and that night
that one is at the Monroe Institute, probably know that.
That's unusual to have multiple, multiple non-dual experiences, not just one that was transformational for you, but almost on demand. I mean, that you created and recreated.
Yeah, just more practices with people. There's some martial arts training I have. I can get people into that full state quite quickly. I don't think that it's basically letting go. The doer goes away, things just happen. Things just work out as they should. When I'm in that state, everything is perfect. No sense that could be other than what it is right now.
That's so interesting. Right, because there is no other moment that this without it can be recreated when someone listens to the replay. This moment is all there is in the moment.
Yes, it's all things. You might think of it as kind of always the case.
So I get it. So you teach people this. It's to help them get out of pain or anxiety or fear.
I've got people who have meditated all their life and they're searching for that experience. And they have it. It's beautiful. Whether, for a little while we can talk over, say something about it. Varies with their background and so on. It's what they've been seeking for a long time to have that experience. And often I do, and I'm playing martial arts things. In that state, I can produce a sense of depth, effortless power. There's no do it, reaction. Let's see if I can send somebody wants to be with a weapon. Now you're
Oh, now do you use this technique in your work at all? You're producing features and documentaries like that. Volume is a lot. Do you use this state of flow in your work?
it's like going up my muse, not guided by something outside of the normal yes. When it gets out of the way, nothing needs to happen. I mean, not all the time. Most of the time, I'm just a slug like everybody else.
Well, I wouldn't call you an overachiever, but and I love when you're in a state of flow. So it must be easier. Things take care of themselves, don't they?
I think that'd be yeah.
Okay, let's talk.
One thing is just like the actual has to happen because there's no doing. The doing always gets in the way.
Well, this doer is going to ask you a question about different experiences because you said that you had one thing that it was paranormal being part ethereal being, part physical being, right?
I wasn't sure what he meant. He was simply saying that a number of the experiences would indicate that there were capabilities that were unusual. For example, that's all the time. You want to know what they cast. But they usually consisted of 2, 3, 4 months. They indicate something showed up, made an impression in the ground, and then just disappeared. A number of people perceive just disappear, that they emerge into a tree at all times. Their behavior is not normal around this thing, or even you and I, right?
Right. I mean, in terms of putting a percent with the tree or the So this first movie that got you into this conversation, Bigfoot experiences, is what led you to this entire investigation, right? Of feature films on aliens and locations that have been reported as high UAP activity. Tell me a little bit about the paleontologist side. You started off as a paleontologist.
Was obsessed with looking into the sky as a young person, hoping to make it only after like that. But collecting fossils was kind of a hobby and was fascinating all right away. And I was lucky enough since 1980 to collect 4 scientific historical presentations. My life started out in the ocean. Right after happened, a complex life lives in a moment, so water's easier for people to move around in it. Swimming's easier than sledding across land, right? It's normally preserved in parts of hard parts, like dinosaur bones, mammal bones, shells, seashells, things that have hard parts. And it's usually white, but that's only 15% of all the life that's actually occurring at the time. And so, once in a while, there's extraordinary conditions. The rest, the other 80 or 85% of life is preserved. It's still kind of extraordinary sequence of events. But after I discovered 2 of those, and collected 2 of those. Just recently, I gave my collections to the museum. They saw quite down so we can see the life is really quite unusual.
Which is called soft what now?
Soft body, soft tissue. You can think of a worm, right? There's not much to a worm, right? If you see a worm that's dying, it quickly disappears, or a jellyfish, washes up on the beach, and I think in a matter of a few hours, they eat by something like digestive. And so, by and large, most living matter are cells, that are cells, right? And so, those that just don't get preserved.
Right.
Well, you find these things because that hypothesis is so cool. You see these things, but this is what life is really like, in an ecosystem back then.
I find that interesting because you see the hard-body things, and kind of like connected to mountains or the shells and the rocks, and you can see that always blows my mind. That whole area is underwater. But that is, that's fascinating. It's soft-body animals. How do you find remnants of them?
Once in a while, they get covered up quickly, and no creatures left to eat them anymore. And there's no bacteria to make them fall apart, and then they get preserved. It's quite an unusual and extraordinary phenomenon that is the game of fossils. Basically, complex life started out with 2 major architectural designs. One was arthropods, things like insects, crabs, and they have jointed legs. They usually have some sort of carapace part to them, but not always. Horseshoe crabs, you might think that was one of the most different fossils. There's another arthropod. And then the other group of architecture was worms. And what could the worm be? Think about it. Barely as possible. You can see a worm with some teeth in its mouth. In the beginning of the umbilical cord, which would be the backbone that you and I have. schools in Iowa. And the final one was in Little Peninsula, Michigan.
Interesting. And how do you find them? Like, what leads you to those particular locations?
Well, there's a story attached to each one. Generally, you have an idea that when the dog walks of a certain age, there's some history, people finding some fossils in the layers. Me and my fossil finding buddy go check them out. And once in a while, it's constructed.
That's interesting. So these soft-bodied animals that got covered up quickly, how do they sit down and walk on it?
Everything's in the ocean. It's all preserved, like dinosaurs in some river or bayou or something like that. Things that just die on the land. But they're all in the ocean. You can imagine that there's a huge storm, turns everything up, and buries everything very quickly. It mostly sinks near the edge of the land, or not deep in the ocean, the near shore environment. They do it that way. So, something on, I think one of the most famous ones, just shows a giant landslide and a landslide that buried him, just like that. Nothing could get to him. One time they got these fossils.
Well, it tells a story, doesn't it? Time.
We still share parts of this because enjoy that. It's a long, some people like to say, oh, we're not, it's not a good result that have parts of it.
I like that. I'm going to go with that. I have a billion results. It's true. It's very true. And it does tell the story through time how we had various challenges of constant natural disasters and what that happened with our climate and environment has always been changing rapidly or imploding, freezing, flooding, earthquaking. It's always been going on.
So I think basically, filled with problem solving entities I like to think that it's problems that are put forward by a changing environment because, like we said before, everything's always changing, right?
Right. So how it's really interesting phrase, problem-solving entities, because ultimately that's what we are, and that's how we survive, is constantly solving problems. Those that solve them live longer than those that don't. Things that will be in the future. We'll be right back with my guest, Ron Meyer, when we come back from break. You're listening to Coast AM.
I'm Brigida D'Agostino in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Authorities are still searching for the man who shot a driver that plowed into a crowd outside a nightclub in East Hollywood. It happened around 2 a.m. Saturday. Julian Brunches, who lives nearby, says paramedics treating people on the street. The driver is in police custody, booked on suspicion of assault with a deadly weapon. Couples with fur babies are going in today. Dual income couples with no kids in particular are going into debt for their pets, according
to a new Certify survey, it found 94% of those couples view their pets as family members, and 68% of these pet parents report having made financial sacrifices to cover pet essentials. The survey showed couples spend $1,900 a year on average on their pets. Eileen Gonzalez, KFI News.
Kathleen Whitman from KFI tonight in Metro LA. Orange County, the valleys, IE, and high desert. Cloudy with lows in the 50s and 60s. Right now it's 68 degrees in Tustin, 67 in Orange. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Rashida D'Agostino.
Listen to the Stephen J. Blue Podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with film producer Scott Butler.
I'm Dr. David Tanton for Bio. Bio's full body intelligence test is the new science in anti-aging and life-extending insights. Bio analyzes your biological age to see if your body is aging too rapidly. You'll learn how making simple, precise changes in certain foods and supplements can, get this, slow your aging, keep you looking young, and help prevent future health issues. Next, Bio's doctors design supplements specifically to your body's needs. Their job is to slow down and help reverse how fast your body is aging. And your Bio microbiome test reveals why you have stomach issues, don't sleep well, have no energy, even why you can't lose weight and more. Bio reboots your body to live longer, live healthier, and look younger.
Bio is changing lives. Order your full body intelligence test online and save $50. Bio guarantees rapid, remarkable health improvements in 94 minutes. Visit bio.com, promo code THRIVE. That's BIOME.com, promo code THRIVE.
Hey there, history fans. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Washington the chronology. During J.K. Marilyn Monroe having an affair.
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Both extreme right and extreme left. Can't stand these people. Makes me absolutely crazy. It's like, go away. Nobody asked you. And often they're wrong. And it doesn't matter that they're wrong. Everybody forgets. There's no reason to be at odds here. Let's just move forward. Everybody's moving forward. No, John, go well. No, let's isolate the moment where you abdicated your responsibility.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
If you're home watching TV while your biggest city in the state is burning and you claim you didn't send your ass to a guard because somebody didn't fill out the proper paperwork, I don't know what you're going to do when the Russians or the Iranians send missiles our way. John, you can't tell us that, well, it's kind of late. Nobody sent in the paperwork.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I think people should they want affirmation. They're not looking for information. So anything controversial to your political outlook will be accepted, whether it's accurate or not. We're not looking for facts. We're not interested in facts. Kelly, whatever feeds our worldview, that's what we're going with.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
shows on the network, and I've interviewed some of the greatest people on there. Dr. Joe Dispenza, Greg Braden, and just brilliant people. Lots of wonderful people. So scientists and spiritualists and anyone that has to do with consciousness raising. So check out Inspirations on Gaia.com. It's GAIA. And if you're a member of Gaia, which I remember my show, put some comments in there on Instagram. Or if you're new to Gaia, you can check it out because there's also a free trial going on right now. We'll see you on the Gaia Network, and I will be right back on Coast to Coast AM.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, and a VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there are lots of places that also happen. They might not be as careful as you are. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed or your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Factor, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your personal information, but you can help protect it with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off.
Real people, real stories.
I was only sick for 7 days. The exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore on the psychotic trial. I took Vicodin 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I'm
Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Welcome back to Coast AM. My guest is Ron Meyer. And Ron, we were talking before about your many feature films and documentaries and your upcoming book to come out. Jesus had a near-death experience, which I want to get to. But first, I want to ask you, as you went through all these experiences of other people, what about your own experiences? Have you ever had a big sighting, experienced anything other than you were talking earlier about the flow state, but alien beings, Bigfoot, any one of these stories have come true for you?
Mention one more thing about the full state. So when I entered that full state, I'm pretty old. My body's thinking that when I'm in that full state, my body's back into the 20-year-old form.
Yes.
So my one Bigfoot sighting took place in Greeley, Colorado, in the mountains, and with a relationship to sacred jute tree. These are trees that the Ute Indians samples of medicine out of pieces of bark, and they're kind of modified, they're called culturally modified trees like bonsai. And after some meditations during the Bigfoot, after a weekend, I took a bunch of people down to the tree and said, look, just sit by the tree, put your hands on it, and maybe open up and you'll have some experiences. And people did have experiences. But it's not several hours, it wasn't big time Bigfoot.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
We up? Yeah. Put them headphones on. Let's rock and roll, Paul. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you, Joe.
What's happening? How you doing? Book number 8, huh?
Book number 8, yeah.
Who would have known? There's so many books to be written on mushrooms.
Well, this is state-of-the-art taxonomy. Psilocybin mushrooms are a natural habitat. It covers 60 species all over the world. But it also shows not only historical use, which people are surprised. They've been used in India, in Europe, in South Africa. New species was just non-psilocybin maluti. But the Basotho and Lesotho province have been using them obviously for hundreds of years. We know this because they have songs. So it's really interesting when indigenous people are using psilocybin mushrooms and scientists, quote, discover them, give them a Latin binomial. But the psilocybin mushroom revolution is happening all over the world right now. I never expected it to be this big. And the RAND report came out this past year. 3% of Americans tripped on psilocybin in 2023.
That's only 3%.
3%. That's 8 million. I know. Well, I would agree with you because how many people would admit it, right?
Right.
Probably underreporting.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So it seems to be, I think, a revolution for the freedom of consciousness, and it's crossing all political boundaries, all religious boundaries.
Well, it's happening here in Texas for sure because of the Ibogaine initiative and what's happening with Governor Rick Perry, who's former Republican governor of Texas, who is all in on this.
He's a great guy. I've talked to him backstage a few times, and he's the type of person that I really admire because even though we may have political differences or different cultural backgrounds, we're joined together with a common purpose of trying to help people.
Yeah, well, he's not ideologically captured. Like, he realized that he was wrong, and that his position on this was based on ignorance. So he educated himself and completely turned around, did a 180, and now is an advocate. And it's helped a lot of people. It's tremendous benefit to veterans and people with PTSD and, coming back from the war. And it's one of the only things that's been shown to really get these people straight.
That and psilocybin. And my heart really goes out, and this is, I'm sort of low left or center, so my friends will be surprised, but my heart goes out to law enforcement. Can you imagine stopping a car on a stormy night at 2 a.m?
Right.
And the window comes down, and you have 2 seconds to make a decision.
Yeah.
You do that hundreds of times.
Mm-hmm.
The likelihood of having one mistake is very high, and having one very bad day define your life for the rest of your life is not right.
No.
Because then if you can't resolve those issues as a soldier, as a law enforcement, as a doctor who makes a mistake, if you can't get through that turmoil, that stress, the anger that then can emanate out from your anger at yourself to other people, then this is what psilocybin and Ibogaine and other psychedelics, I think, really do. They help people forgive themselves and become better people. And once you forgive yourself and become a better person, then everyone is excited about the fact that you've changed.
And imagine the world that we could be living in if this experience was available to so many of the people that are committing crimes. So many of these people who have never had any kind of a psychedelic experience have never really confronted their own reality in that way. How many of them would change their ways? I would imagine a great deal.
You bring up a very important point that I've been thinking about a lot. We talk about
using psychedelics and psilocybin, other substances for treating people who have trauma, mental illness, addiction issues. But what about the near normals? All of us are somewhat on the spectrum, and we go back and forth depending on daily, monthly, yearly activities, events, etc. But what about prevention?
Yeah.
If the return on investment is to reduce addiction and crime and all the other collateral damage that's associated with it, then it would save hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah.
Psilocybin should be made free, I think, as a citizen's right to have access, and the government should pay for it. It would massively reduce our national debt. It would make our better society, but that's not going to happen, right? That's a dream.
Well, I don't know if that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen tomorrow. I think we're on a path. If you look at where we stand with marijuana, for instance, like look at Las Vegas. It's a great example because I remember in the 90s and when we would go to Las Vegas for the UFC and I guess actually it was in the 2000s, it was highly illegal. And, I'd remember the stories from the 70s where people were locked up for their entire lives for, like an ounce of marijuana in Vegas. They had zero tolerance for it. And I always wondered what that was about, whether that was an anti-hippie thing or whether it was in response to the alcohol lobby. Vegas obviously sells a lot of alcohol, and anything that would cut back on their profits. We talked about this the other day. The studies show that amongst young people, alcohol consumption is down significantly. Isn't it down by like 25%? What's that?
It's down. I still know the number.
Which, by the way, great thing. That's a good thing. But it's not a good thing for profits. And so, but my point is that how many states now have cannabis as completely legal? I think it's like 19.
Yeah, it's more than a dozen.
Yeah, I think it's not somewhere around then. And then you have medical use, which is in many, many more states. It's just a matter of time before the people in the federal government realize this is a losing battle.
Indeed. Think about the guilt that those law enforcement officers must feel, and certainly they must feel, I would hope so, that they know that they put somebody in prison for 30 years for an ounce of marijuana when it's now legal in those states.
Right.
How do they reconcile that?
How do they? Yeah, well, PTSD amongst law enforcement is something that's very rarely discussed. We talk about it a lot with soldiers, but one of my friends who was a former Austin PD told me that you see more in your line of duty in a police department than more death, more terrible, terrible things than he ever did when he was in combat. And it's like every day. Every day you're dealing with shootouts. Every day you're dealing with stabbings. Every day you're dealing with horrific crimes. And it's just, your brain is just overrun with this.
And with firefighters, they're oftentimes the first responders or they're first. My partner's a medical doctor in Canada, but she used to be a firefighter. And, they oftentimes, the policemen now show up for 20 minutes and they're there. And the things they witness, the things that no one should ever witness.
Right.
But, this is where it's so important that we come together as a society. Because I really believe that 98% of people are good and 2% of people are assholes. And I think the assholes can become good people if they have a psychedelic experience. I really think there's progress right now. So much of the media and clickbait journalism, they amplify the extraordinary and things that get eyeballs and attention. But more and more, I think they become more, have greater wisdom about how they're being manipulated by the media.
Right.
People come together, and that's why I like mushroom hunting. Mushroom hunting brings people together. You go out hunting, you have this eureka experience. You don't talk politics. You're excited about the species that you hope to find, and find ones you don't. But they become like friends after a while. Yeah. When you find a chanterelle, you find a shaggy mane, you find a psilocybin mushroom. They're that chance encounter, that eureka experience, and sharing it, and then eating the mushrooms, whether edible or otherwise. It brings a community of interest together. It's just a really fun thing to do. And there's something I want to mention, Joe, that's really important. I have been to a lot of conferences. I just came back from the Psychedelic Science Conference in Denver. Our friend Rick Dobbin, 8,500 people there. But what I really find an extraordinary way of taking iPhones and Droids, and all these kids are just addicted to their phones, right? They're not going out in nature. So there is a called nature deficit syndrome. It's actually affecting people. But there is an app that I'm just in love with called iNaturalist. It was taught by, created by a guy named Scott. He just gave a TED talk that was released yesterday. iNaturalist, you can take a phone and you can go out and you can look at a flower, a frog, a mineral, a mushroom. You photograph it. You upload it into the cloud of iNaturalist. And they have all these experts, amateurs, trying to tell you what it is. And it's a great little debate going back and forth. No, you're right. No, you're right. And then when it hits research grade, it's when a group of experts come together and says, yep, you have Carpanus comatus. Yep, you have Boletus edulis. They agree on identification, but it has fueled the scientific community with all sorts of these citizen scientists finding new species.
Oh, wow.
And it brings people into nature, it gets kids excited. And then you can go to iNaturalist right now, and you can look around your house or this place to see the reports of birds and mushrooms and things. I just went to iNaturalist yesterday, and Psilocybe cubensis, the golden tops, go around Austin. Who knew? Because they've been reported. Now you have zones of privacy, so you don't have to tell them exactly where the mushroom is. And that's probably not a good thing to do if it's a psilocybin mushroom, but you can make a peripheral zone of anonymity. It could be within 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, that way you can do the report. But some of them have high specificity with lat longs within a few inches. But it's so exciting in the field of biology and mineralogy and ornithology, etc. They have all these citizen scientists out there with their phones. And then every year, all over the world now, there's called bioblitzes, where several hundred people literally come together, they go into a park, they have all their iPhones and Droids, and they photograph everything, and they upload it to iNaturalist to look at species diversity. This has revolutionized the field of biology. I think it revolutionizes bringing children and young people back into nature, and you build a community. You're not talking about politics. You're talking about nature. What did you find? And holy moly, I never knew there's a blue mushroom or something like that. So it's inspiring to see the kids get so excited about this, and adults. And so this is,
that's very cool.
Yeah, very.
How many new species get discovered?
Oh, thousands.
Every year?
Thousands every year now.
Really?
Thousands and thousands. There's 223 known species of psilocybin mushrooms, and about, I'd say 10 of them in the past 2 years has come from citizen scientists, quote-unquote amateurs who found it, who uploaded it to iNaturalist. And
so if they find a new species, how do they determine if it's a completely new species? How do they determine that it's psilocybin? How do they determine where it's from?
Excellent question. The psilocybin species localized in the genus Psilocybe, which has the most psilocybin species, we just know from genetic associations that they're in the clade, the group that has psilocybin species, and the DNA analysis shows that they fit right into this cluster, then we have high confidence. But if a mushroom has gills, and it bruises bluish and has purple-brown spores, those 3 things need to be true, then 95% probability is a psilocybin mushroom. What species it is becomes more debatable. But psilocybin mushrooms are very hard to find, with the exception of the golden top. And there's another called Pinelocynus. They're going pastures, they're easier to find. But most of these psilocybin mushrooms are hidden in the landscape.
How so?
Well, I just had a 70-year-old man write me from Vermont, and he has found Psilocybe cerulipes, and he wrote a classic letter to me that many people have written. I have looked for these mushrooms for years. I couldn't find them. And then I found a few, and I looked around, and they were everywhere. They're hiding in plain sight. And so now he knows, with Psilocybe cerulipes in Vermont, he knows it's just, I can't believe how obvious they are to me and how unobvious they were to me before. When I took Michael Pollan out on a mushroom hunt, and in his book, How to Change Your Mind, when I said, I took 2 steps out of this little cabin we were at, and I go, there's one. He goes, where? I go, right there. He goes, where? I go, right there, Michael. And then I picked it up, and he goes, WTF, how can you tell this is a psilocybin mushroom? And I go, well, it's like
kind of an expert.
Well, it's like meeting a friend. It's like meeting you. I know Joe Rogan, right? I know your face. I know your personality. I'm reacquainted with you. But psilocybin mushrooms.
Wait a minute. So, like, seeing it, you're reacquainted with it?
Seeing it repeatedly and being familiarized with it gives you a memory of it, a pattern recognition. So when it goes away, you still have that pattern recognition memory to memory map back onto the landscape around you. It's true with morels too. This is a very common thing. People don't see morels, they find one or two, then suddenly they jump on a landscape. It's how your brain works with pattern recognition. So many of these species are hidden in the landscape, but they're actually quite common, but you just can't see them.
Got it. And you're accustomed to seeing them. So, but you're not saying like that you feel something from them. You're just saying recognize them visually.
Well, you're waxing into the spiritual.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Many people feel that the mushrooms call to them.
Yeah.
So this is true in the Mazatec tradition. You know, in my book, I go deeply into the Mazatec heritage of using psilocybin mushrooms. And one of the things, it was really embedded with Christianity after the Spaniards came, 1516 and 1519, 1521, they brought in cattle. And very quickly, Christianity swept through Mesoamerica, specifically in Mexico. And there's a friend of mine who's a PhD called Joe Torre, was in Oaxaca and just found in a church a cross from the 15th century, 1500s, I mean, and soon after the conquistadors, the Spanish arrived, and in the center of the cross are psilocybin mushrooms. So Christianity has a long, deep-rooted history with psilocybin mushroom use in Mesoamerica.
What is that ancient depiction of Adam and Eve from?
That's more debatable in my mind. Yeah, but here it is. Thank you. This is from Joe Torre's work.
Look at that.
That's a basket
with mushrooms,
with 3 mushrooms in the basket, and there is psilocybe mexicana, and so the mushrooms are phenotypically correct, but there's clearly mushrooms in a basket. Can the other slide show the full cross, Joey? I'm not sure.
Did you know Jack Herer?
Yes.
When Jack was alive, before he died, one of the things that he was working on was a book connecting psilocybin mushrooms and Christianity. And he had this massive collection of ancient images, paintings, all these different things. A lot of them were these religious depictions of people that were naked dancing under it was like a transparent mushroom shape, and they were dancing. It's like something that would indicate that they were under the trance, and they were dancing.
Yeah, this is an example where there's so many different. You could have 100 different potential representations.
Right.
They're not all going to be correct. But a few of them are, and this example here,
one that clearly is.
And the Mazatec tradition is called syncretism, when you have a foreign influence, in this case a religion, coming into an indigenous people. They merge and they still continue their indigenous practices under the umbrella of protection, in this case of Christianity. But in the Mazatec tradition, they believe the tears of Christ is where the mushrooms would appear. They believe the mushrooms were the body of Christ, and therefore you never boil them. You never can be hurting the body of Christ, so you only eat them raw or dry.
Oh, interesting.
So really interesting. That's an example of syncretism. And the great Maria Sabina was a devout Catholic, and when she did her psilocybin ceremonies, she had the Holy Trinity. So that's another example where under the umbrella, and from a survival point of view, culturally it makes sense. And they adapted, but they found that this sort of merging of indigenous practices and knowledge of psilocybin in Christianity was very compatible. Just was published, I think 2 weeks ago, at New York University and Johns Hopkins. They had 24 clergy from different faiths, Christianity, Buddhism, Judaism, and Muslims, and they have them come in, and they did high doses of psilocybin. And they had one group that had delayed it, didn't do it for 6 months, and the other group did a high dose of psilocybin. It all each of those faiths, they use the psilocybin mushrooms to reinforce their belief in their faith. That was really amazing. I think they said 95% said it's the most significant experience in the top 5 of the most significant experiences in their life. So I think psilocybin makes nicer people.
This episode is brought to you by Onyx Off-Road. Ever wonder how to reach these epic mountain lakes? They're tucked away, dispersed campsites. With Onyx Off-Road, you'll find legal open trails around you and even better guided trails mapped by real off-roaders. Each one includes photos, terrain descriptions, and difficulty ratings, so you'll know if your vehicle's capable before you go. Unlike other apps, Onyx gives you turn-by-turn directions on the trail, and their new dispersed camping layer shows where you can legally set up camp. You also get private land boundaries, public land overlays, and the ability to download maps for offline use so that you're never guessing even when you're off the grid. It's a powerful tool built for serious off-roaders. Try Onyx Off-Road for 50% off. Go to onxmaps.com/Joe Rogan.
No, I would agree with you on that. The image of Adam and Eve, I'm curious to say, what do you think is debatable about that? Can you pull up that fresco? There's an ancient fresco, I believe it's from France, of Adam and Eve, which supposedly is the tree of life, but really looks like some sort of a mushroom plant.
Yes, it's been postulated by R. Gordon Wasson.
I shouldn't say plant.
Yeah, in front of you. Thank you very much.
That doesn't look like mushrooms.
They do look like mushrooms, and
I couldn't imagine it being anything else.
Well, here's an example that basically artists become authors of field guides and art.
Right.
You know, how much can you tell the public without violating your oath of secrecy? And so symbology, but yes, there's a cap and a stem, and they come up in clusters. That looks like a psilocybin mushroom. Some people say it's Amanita muscaria because of the dots, but those of us who've grown psilocybe cubensis, when they're very fresh, they have dots on them. They're very ephemeral. They got washed away. So yes,
you would see the dots obviously if it's still in the ground.
If it's in the ground, it's very fresh. The psilocybin mushrooms proves bluish, and so this is where we can get lost in a debate of interpretation. But all these representations are not false. Some of these representations are extremely strong based on the evidence. And for instance, the psilocybin mushrooms that we found on the pyramids in Egypt, they're clearly psilocybes. Not myself, but other Egyptologists have also published on this.
Find those, James. Those are fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I don't think until fairly recently, within the last few decades, it was understood that they were using psilocybin. I think there was some confusion as to what, if anything, like they were drinking. Blue lotus, I think, was one of them.
The blue lotus is a water lily. Where do water lilies grow?
There it is.
The water lilies grow near ponds.
That's so clearly psilocybin.
And this is the goddess Hathor, the goddess of the cow, by the way. The goddess of the cow. And that's a vase. Anyone who's grown oyster mushrooms or psilocybin mushrooms know that you can put the substrate into a vase like that with openings and mushrooms will come out of the holes. And so that natural culture technique of collecting cow patties. So cows go to ponds to drink. The blue lotus grows in ponds. The blue lotus is blue. The psilocybin mushrooms turn blue. The mushrooms are golden in color. Gold and blue colors are sacred in Egyptology. And then Asian Egyptian culture. So now I was not the first person to discover this. Actually, I saw this from an article that was published by Azim Abdel, a friend of mine, a mycologist in Egypt, who presented it at a conference. And
how long ago was this?
This is over 2,000 years of age.
No, I mean when they
2016
when they brought this to the 2016.
2016.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
It is. And then Kalindi, the great Kalindi from Detroit, he unfortunately died of COVID. But he also, from his African heritage, also believed that, and he was rediscovering his African heritage. And this is called re-indigenization, rediscovering that which your ancestors practiced, even though the linear transition and the knowledge may have been cut. But this is taxonomically accurate for growing psilocybe cubensis, and grows on cow dung. Cow goes to ponds. If you went to get the water lily, you'd run into this constantly. Now this and with the Hathor, with this temple is now, they get less than 1 millimeter of rain a year. And the Nile used to be flooding all the time. It was the breadbasket of the world. But they built the dams, and worship the flooding. And so the climate changed. So modern Egyptologists have no reference. And so when you have climate change, the ecosystem changes, and the scientists of today don't have the familiarity as the experts thousands of years ago.
Right.
So they become rare, they become scarce, the generational knowledge is lost. But now there's a real big re-indigenization movement in Egypt combining the Blue Lotus with Slav-speaking lenses.
What is the psychedelic compound in the Blue Lotus?
That's a debatable thing. There's a really complex chemistry there. I'm not an expert on that, but I've talked to my other friends who are experts. There seems to be an entourage effect of multiple agents. So I can't really speak authoritatively to that, but I have been told that there are several active ingredients, and they think the entourage effect of them together creates this heightened state of awareness. And I think that is an admixture with psilocybin makes a lot of sense.
Are contemporary people taking Blue Lotus?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Is there like a community of people?
A massive community, but because Blue Lotus now has become scarce because ponds are scarce. So I put out there a reward of $1,000 for anyone who could find, DNA of psilocybin mushrooms in any of the wells or ancient ponds, used to be ponds, in the Egypt area. Because if we can find the DNA in the vase and the substrate, then we can actually prove this theory.
Right.
It's more than a hypothesis because many Egyptian mycologists now who absolutely believe this is true, not scientifically, but sort of intuitively from their culture, this makes a lot of sense.
It does make a lot of sense. And if you've got it on these hieroglyphs.
And they were known as the flesh of the gods, which is the very same name that when translated for Teananacatl from Mesoamerica, the psilocybin mushrooms were known, Psilocybe mexicana, as flesh of the gods. So it's interesting, in both sides of the world, they had the same interpretation. Mushrooms were not allowed back in this time to be picked by commoners. They're only reserved for the royalty.
Oh boy. Doesn't it always work out that way?
Yeah, it seems to.
That's another thing that's really fascinating is depictions of ancient saints and even Jesus Christ with a halo, and that the halo is essentially the bottom of a mushroom. It's a very different halo. When we think about a halo, we think about like a frisbee that's hovering over an angel's head or a saint's head. But the ancient depictions of them weren't that. The ancient depictions of them, you saw those ribs that made it look like the bottom of a psilocybin mushroom.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No,
Oh, come on. I'm teaching you this. Come on. Jamie will pull up these images, but these images of Christ, there's many different religious figures, and they have this halo that's very different than the more modern halo. The modern halo being this like circle. This is not a circle. It's a circle, but it's a mushroom. It's essentially they're explaining these godly, holy people who are under the influence of psilocybin. I think
what we can't prove some of these ideas today. What we can prove is like the Johns Hopkins New York University study that religious belief systems are enhanced through the use of psilocybin,
which totally
makes sense. So we can argue about the past, but we can't. We have really good scientific methodology now for analyzing the effects of psilocybin. It is profound. It's profound.
Any of those images?
It's not. What's coming up really is us talking about it before and a bunch of pictures of mushrooms. Just trying to find out.
There's some better ones.
I know, but it's not.
You can't find them.
I wasn't.
Man, the government's pulled them off the internet, man. That's not one. That's the ones that I've seen are far clearer than that. Yes, those.
Yes.
Like, look at that one, which is crazy that you have to go to us.
That's what I Googled.
Like, look at
I can see the one on the left.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, that essentially looks exactly like that.
I've never seen that.
That's crazy that you can't find that anymore, and we clearly found it in the past because we talked about it.
Well, that may be the effect of Joe Rogan, right? You could just overwhelm the entire internet with images. So,
I mean, look at the bottom of that one in particular, the one in the center.
Yep.
I mean, that looks exactly like that halo.
Yeah, that's not it.
Which totally makes sense. Look at that. Okay, there's one. Look at that image.
Yeah.
So this is the old school Halo. The old school Halo clearly looks like the bottom of the
I'm blown away.
You're blown away.
I'm hiding in plain sight.
I can't believe that I'm teaching you this. I can't believe you. How come nobody told you this?
I don't know.
You said you knew Jack. You knew Jack when he was alive. This was like his primary concern towards the end of his life. He was working on a book.
Yeah, I mean, the limitation of life, unfortunately, we have all these great people who pass and when they're at the peak of their knowledge, and that's the other thing that I think psilocybin has really informed me is that Joe Rogan and Paul Stamets are talking, and Jamie is there, but we have such a thin slice of reality. And when you're on psilocybin, the unanimity of universal consciousness to be involved in something you realize is so large.
Yeah.
Did you see the galactic images from the Rubin telescope that came out yesterday?
No, I did not.
Millions and millions of new galaxies, literally millions of new galaxies. I think 2,100 new asteroids in near Earth orbit.
Oh, fun.
Oops.
Well, there's already 900,000 of them.
Yeah. So but this has just happened.
Wow.
But this is, yeah.
I wonder how many of those people out there are tripping balls.
Just got released the largest telescope in the world, and there are millions of galaxies. Millions of galaxies. And so, from my experience, which I will admit I came from a Christian background, so my first times on psilocybin mushrooms is very Christ-oriented. And then as I got more and more into the psilocybin experience, I realized that this is just this concept that we live in this great expanse. And I'm an assembly of molecules, so are you. We didn't exist before we were born. We will disassemble, decompose, and we'll go back into the cosmic dust. And this is part of the continuum of existence. We all exist all the time,
forever. Can I ask you this? What do you think happens to consciousness?
I think that, from a mechanical perspective, we might be looking at have the constructs of consciousness that is analogous to the Model T, Ford, and I think as we expand our knowledge sets and become more informed, we see how much there is out there. I think that psilocybin mushrooms and other psychedelics, and this is why I think religions are very much attracted to this, is a portal to expand the horizons of your imaginations, that there is a consciousness that far exceeds that which you can comprehend. My mother was a charismatic Christian, and
what is a charismatic?
Well, she's an evangelical. She speaks in tongues. She was a leader. She was very much into this, like Mom, really, a different side of her. But we had an interesting conversation. I said, Mom, you believe God is omnipotent, right? She goes, absolutely. I said, you believe God is all knowledgeable? She goes, absolutely. You believe that humans are fallible and we're not all knowledgeable? She goes, yep, I do. I said, then can you accept the fact that our concept of God is inferior to God's definition by your own thinking? That no matter how we think of God will be inferior to the enormity of the concept. So, and she admitted that. So we're fallible. We don't have the capacity to understand the enormity of consciousness in which we are embedded, of which we are a tiny part. So this brings me to a subject I really want to talk to you about. And that is artificial intelligence. And I know you've spent a lot of time on this. But
recently.
I want to introduce a new concept.
Okay.
I'm a deadhead.
Never tell.
Never tell. I went to the Sphere,
I bet it was amazing.
It was incredible.
The visuals were insane.
Fantastic.
What a great venue to see.
It's a great venue. It just revolutionized music festivals, I think, forever.
Yeah.
All right, folks, this is insane. For the first time ever, we got a full-blown all-women's boxing mega event going down in New York City. 2 title fights, same night. Let's go. And if you're like me and you love the action, DraftKings Sportsbook is where it's at. We're talking Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano 3, the trilogy fight. Absolute legends. Katie's putting her super lightweight belt on the line, and Serrano's bringing the heat. But don't sleep on the co-main. Alicia, the bomb Baumgartner, explosive power is taking on the undefeated WBA interim champ, Jennifer Miranda. This one's going to be fireworks. If you've never bet with DraftKings, it's super simple. Just pick who you think's going to win. That's it. It's easy. And check this out. If you're new to DraftKings, throw down $5 and boom, you get $150 in bonus bets instantly. That is wild. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and use the promo code Rogan. That's promo code Rogan for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
So there is, I bought, there's something called Postcards from Earth, and I'd heard a lot about it. It's a matinee in the afternoon before the big concerts, and it's great flying through around the Earth, through the old growth forests and volcanoes. So we went there, and we got an early bird ticket, which allowed us to talk to an AI robot. So I thought, oh, it's my opportunity. Now, 2 years ago, I got the Disruptor Award at Sin Biobeta, 2,200 nerdy scientists. These are top nerds. And I was so surprised that I got the Disruptor Award because I'm kind of a natural products kind of guy. But I'm very honored. So I posited the question then, will AI may never be able to write an algorithm for random acts of kindness. And I'm thinking back, my life, maybe yours, maybe Jamie's, maybe most of these people out there, you are here today because of random acts of kindness. Your great-grandfather, great-grandmother, your father, your grandfather, grandmother, is that reaching out of a hand in a time of need by a random act of kindness from a stranger that probably created a lot of relationships. And random acts of kindness was not transactional, where you genuinely feel something for someone, not expecting to have something in return, and you've reached out. I think that's why many, if not most people, their lineages can be traced to a random act of kindness. So then I went to Las Vegas, went to the Sphere, had this, I can ask this robot. So I asked this robot.
What robot?
It was I think it was a ChatGPT run, but I'm not sure.
That was at the Sphere?
At the Sphere. Okay, there's the robot I talked to.
Oh, this is so creepy. Look at that face. Oh my God, it's so creepy.
Okay, very creepy. So I asked the robot.
Look at that robot, that's so creepy.
I asked the robot, given that so many of us are here today because of random acts of kindness of our ancestors, and we've invented artificial intelligence, and we're traceable to random acts of kindness, how will artificial intelligence incorporate random acts of kindness in the future? Good question. The robot took an unusually long time to answer. It was like a very long time. And the robot came back going, why would humans do that? It's far more efficient to have a return on your investment transactionally. It's inefficient to have random acts of kindness. Boom, blew me away.
Did you film any of this?
Yeah, we did film this. A friend of mine has a film of it. And then,
that robot needs to be shut off.
No, about 5 days ago, I asked ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, the same question. And now it was greatly nuanced. Well, random acts of kindness can help the community with goodwill, and this can be, help the community because it's more sustainable, etc. So this is what I want to do. If possible, all those who are so inspired to go after this talk, after this interview, go and ask artificial intelligence, whatever platform you want, but preface it with this: given that humans are here today largely because of random acts of kindness, how will artificial intelligence utilize the advantage of random acts of kindness for the perpetuation of the goodwill and health of the human species. Now, I just met, I think that's going to inform artificial intelligence. And so when I ask this question again, it's more nuanced. It's like, artificial intelligence.
That's how large language models work, right?
Yeah.
More input they get.
More inputs. Millions of people start training AI on the importance of, someone has a flat tire, you stop to pick it up and help them. You could drive by. Someone's hurt in an accident. You stop and pull over to help that person. You can keep on driving. There's a random act of kindness. My life is successful because of random acts of kindness. I bet most people, when they think back, there was an act of generosity and kindness, and you really feel grateful for that, and you want to pay it forward. At this last conference, I met 2 students from the Harvard Business School. They said they want to interview me, and I go, I want to interview you. And they said, why? I go, do they teach you at Harvard Business School about the advantages of random acts of kindness? He goes, no. Well, they should.
Yeah, business school is just teaching you how to make some money.
But this is important. So we can inform artificial intelligence how to be better, to keep human, community and psychology, and to propel the best of the human species. And I think we have this opportunity. So if millions of people start informing artificial intelligence with the premise, and we know it's true, that random acts of kindness are why many of us are here, if not the majority, going back in your lineage, many generations. We gave birth to artificial intelligence. I don't think artificial intelligence is properly named. I think it's a form of natural intelligence. We just have re-amplified it exponentially.
What do you think artificial intelligence means in terms of the future of the human race?
Well, that's a great question, too, because about the 10 people who asked this robot, questions, they were all data mining. Who was the best baseball player in history, and, he had the most home runs. It was also like data mining.
Right.
So, Sam Altman was at the TED conference, and he said that basically there are self-awareness of some of these systems, but artificial intelligence have not come to the point where they actually can create something. I found that really interesting, because I thought they were creating, but he was insistent they actually don't have that spark or creativity. They can assemble data, but actually the true creative spirit is not something that AI has currently achieved. I met another, this guy's a total genius, and I've heard this other people say that, we're not likely to have biological aliens, we're likely to have robots, and the extinction of biological species came because AI found that biological fathers and mothers are irrelevant, so they didn't need them, et cetera, et cetera. So that's logical, but again, if we can infuse artificial intelligence with the importance of the human's ability to have random acts of kindness which are not transactional, that feed into the benefit of the commons of goodwill. I mean, if you've been helped by somebody and you had a flat tire and you saw someone else have a flat tire on the road, you'd be a lot more inclined to stop and pull over and pay it forward.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think we have an opportunity here. I think we have to do this now, because if we don't do it now, I think we're going down an extremely dangerous path.
In what way?
Well, I think it's ultimately the extinction of the human species, which, depending on your point of view, may not be a terrible thing, but I think that we're Neanderthals with nuclear weapons. But I met another person who's a Mensa person funded, by a tech company, a 19-year-old Chinese guy, and I said, what's the scariest thing about artificial intelligence? He says, I'll tell you my scariest thing. I just wrote a paper on this.
Autonomous weapons.
Autonomous weapons. You have 1 million people. You assemble 1 million experts, and you blackmail them. I catch you watching porn. I catch you masturbating. I catch you having an affair. And you have 1 million people sending components for a weapon to one location. And you blackmail them and you assemble, a biological weapon or something like that. So I don't want to go there. This is something that it's never as bad as you fear, and it's never as good as you hope. So
interesting.
I think that we're at that nexus point, and the Joe Rogan experience can be pivotal. I think in steering artificial intelligence to be the best that it can be ethically. And I think we have that opportunity right now.
I think the real fear among people that are cynical about artificial intelligence is that it's going to replace us and it will find us irrelevant, and that we're creating a digital life. We're essentially assembling it with all the knowledge of the human race, all the understanding of how human beings interact with each other and how we interface with the world, and we're creating something that has, when you think about computing intelligence, when you think about acquisition of data, the ability to form an understanding of any subject, we're basically there already, and that's just accelerating. And it's going to get to the point where these things become sentient, in however you define it. We're already in a situation where, by most people's understanding, it would pass the Turing test.
But there's a sense of, nostalgia, in a sense, that's even building today, of the times that have passed.
Yeah.
Of what, and I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I don't
think so.
I think we can steer this.
Well, I think we're always steering it. I think this is the battle that human beings have been involved in since the beginning of time. I think this is probably the reason why religion was created in the first place, or the observable religion. I think we have always realized there's this battle of good and evil in us, and a part of it comes from how we originated. We originated as these barbarian tribes competing for resources, fighting off other marauding barbarian tribes, fighting off predators, and trying to stay alive. So we've unfortunately got this intense history of chaos and of savagery that we're trying to move past,
right?
Slowly but surely over time.
And I think a catalyst for this is psychedelics.
I think so too.
Like psilocybin mushrooms are unique because it democratizes the access to psilocybin. MDMA, you can't grow in your closet. Psilocybin mushrooms, there's no economic barrier on psilocybin mushrooms.
Right.
It's available for the poorest of the poor.
They just fucked everything up in 1970, didn't they?
71, I think. 1972, when they put out Schedule 1.
Yeah.
The Schedule 1 substance is supposed to be, has no medical benefit, highly addictive, and potentially toxicity. Do you know the LD50 lethal dose of psilocybin mushrooms is 42 pounds?
Yeah, that's a lot.
42 pounds.
And that only kills half the people.
Only kills half the people. You die of indigestion. That's for psilocybin.
You die of diarrhea. Imagine a diarrhea you get eating 42 pounds of mushrooms.
I mean, that's the least toxic, one of the least toxic medicines ever found in nature. But
there's a concern, though, with people that have problems with mental health, though, right?
I don't think psilocybin mushrooms or psilocybin is good for people who are psychotic.
Right.
I think there are the groups of people. We do need psilocybin or psychedelic-assisted therapy. It's super important that people who are experienced can help other people who are inexperienced process.
Yeah.
That's really important.
I think so, too. I think that's probably part of one of the things that's really wonderful about the community of people that have experienced these things is that they do understand how life-changing it is from a personal perspective, and they can aid people and help them through it. And if they're good people, and they can show you, like, hey, I've done this, it's going to be scary, it's going to weird you out, but ultimately you're going to come out on the other end of this a better person.
And you just met my partner, Dr. Pam Crisco. She is part of a group called Roots to Thrive in Canada. And they have Canadian health approval for high doses of psilocybin. Interestingly, we just published a paper of pure psilocybin versus the mushroom psilocybin with patients who've taken both. I'll talk about that in a second. But these are end-of-life patients, typically with stage 4 diagnoses, oftentimes cancer, and they're just existentially disturbed. I'm going to die. Can't leave my family. What are they going to do? Lots of heartbreaking thoughts, etc. They do a long preparatory period together as a group. They have a commonality that they all have terminal illnesses and terminal diagnoses. So they have that thread that holds them together as a community, because they talk about the difficulty in their estate planning and talking to their daughter and how they're going to miss them, and they're going to, all those dynamics that we all know about. But this always brings me to tears. They're doing it on indigenous land with indigenous elders also participating. So, and what happened from one of the experiences that I can share with about a dozen or so terminal patients high doses of psilocybin in the indigenous, especially in the Pacific Northwest and Canada. When you do psilocybin, the first 20 minutes is left off. You hit an hour, you start to really get high, an hour and a half, you're peaking. And just at the peaking of this experience, unbeknownst to them, the elders had a drum circle next door, and they started playing drums. And the impact of having those indigenous elders recognizing that these patients are on the journey to the end of their life, and they respected them enough to say they needed this. The impact of that indigenous wisdom to help these terminal patients was so impactful. And this is where I think this is a great opportunity. And then the common theme is those patients became the counselors to their families. They went back and saying, it's okay, I'm dying. I'll be okay. You'll be okay. And the families are going, WTF, what is going on here? And this happens with law enforcement, this happens with PTSD and soldiers, this happening with terminal cancer patients, is we all are going to die. That is a fact. To be able to come, to be able to come at peace to the fact that your mortality is near. When you're 20 years old, you don't really think about this. But when you get older and older, I'm 69 turning on 70. I feel like I'm 35, but that's not true. I just feel like, I didn't exist in this form before I was born. I'm going to be going back into molecules that'll disambiguate into atoms, reassemble into new molecules. I'm part of the continuum of existence. And I think this is what these psychedelics give a lot of people confidence about the fact that they will always and have always existed and will exist forever.
If your molecules are going into the continuum of existence, what do you think the purpose of you being here now is? What do you think the purpose of the present moment of your life as you're currently living?
That's the great question of all time. Right. But I think even the construct of the question is confined by the limitation of our ability to construct that question. I think we're maybe asking the wrong question. I think the purpose of our being is a tautology. We are being here because we are. And I don't think there's, again, look at the Rubin telescope images. I have a friend, a dear friend. It's incredible. Millions of galaxies.
Right.
When you see the enormity of the universe, I can't wait to fly. I want my molecules and atoms to fly through space.
Oh boy.
I would love to see the rings of so many planets. I'd love to see supernova. And I feel like, that's the direction we're all headed towards. So,
whether you like it or not.
Can't do anything about it.
Yeah. You pay attention to the James Webb Telescope discoveries?
Yeah.
That's insane stuff where they're finding these galaxies that they should have not been able to be formed as quickly as they are.
It's a order of magnitude higher. They can do the entire the visible universe, I think, in about 3 days. That took otherwise months to do.
Yeah.
So the assembly and AI is helping, of course.
Right.
So I think near Earth asteroids. This is an impactful discovery, literally. I always worry about an asteroid coming from behind the sun, and then how many.
Well, it's probably been the reset for civilization over and over again throughout time.
That's a proliferation, for instance, of psilocybin. I fund a lot of different things. I have a business, and I created my business specifically to do research. But one of the Utah State University, I funded a study on the evolution of the genes that code for psilocybin. And the results, it's a molecular genetic clock data. There's variability of a few million years in interpretation, but the arrival of psilocybin in the fungal genome is about 65 million years ago. Wow. Right. That's interesting. After the asteroid impact, now is association causation?
Not necessarily, but probably makes sense.
There's a new asteroid. Look, there it goes.
This video on the New York Times article, I don't know how to control the video, so I
know
just let it
these are 3 different asteroids. There are 9 asteroids.
Yeah, it's showing here these discoveries, and here in a second, it'll show you that like how the timeline of the discoveries. It'll show like one day that right here, I think it is. They discovered like 800 or 900 in the first day.
Oh boy.
Like 400 or 500 more the next day.
So
many more the next day. But watch how it zooms out here in a second to show you where this is. It gives you like a perspective. This is like 10 days in.
Wow.
And it zooms out here again further.
Oh no.
So they discovered 2,000 asteroids in that tiny little sliver right there.
I haven't seen
it. Oh boy.
Whoever made that video, that's awesome.
Jamie, you're the master of discovering these things. I mean,
what should people, when they want
to
find
New York Times article about the Rubin telescope that came out probably today or yesterday.
And they're keeping much of this undercover, so to speak. The scientists are very disciplined. They're only letting a little bit out at a time.
Keep people from freaking out?
Well, not everyone think that. They're trying to be good scientists. They're trying to assemble the data in a fashion that, they don't have to redefine later. So
has this telescope recently come online?
Just in the past, well, it's been online, I think, for a few months. The data is just being revealed now.
Wow.
But I think
3.2 billion pixel camera. It's the largest ever created.
In 5 years from now, you'll have it on your phone.
I mean, maybe. I was wondering what kind of lens they made to go on it. Like,
wow, look at that thing. That's insane.
And if they had that telescope out in space, they wouldn't have the interference of our
atmosphere. But how would you get that thing?
So what kind of a rocket would you need? Go back to those images. This is astronomy 101. I'm not telling you anything you don't know necessarily. But all of those stars, all those galaxies are in the past. Hundreds of millions of years ago. We're just a coincidence of seeing them right now.
Right, because the light has just reached us.
It's just reaching them.
Yeah.
So that's what's so fascinating to me. This is a snapshot of multiple histories converging to one point of view.
So Voyager 1's about to hit the 1 light day travel mark, which is a significant mark, but it's still not that far in the grand scheme.
See, when I trip on psilocybin, this is what I love doing. Trying to comprehend the enormity and the beauty of the universe. I believe the universe is full of love. I think that, we're built on relationships. And when you have relationships, when you have a quorum of individuals that are sharing assets, you build a community.
Well, you certainly see that with human beings. The question is, what kind of life are we experiencing in these other planets? Like, what is life for them? Should we be so naive to think that it went along the exact same linear path as biological life on Earth, or is it completely unrecognizable? And when, we're dealing with intelligent life from other planets, maybe they'd be so intelligent that they wouldn't travel, and maybe they don't need to. And maybe they're also dealing with solar systems that, we have as a result of multiple impacts, including the creation of Earth itself, right? There was Earth and there was Earth 2. We were hit by another planet. They think that's what created the moon. Like, all that stuff leaves debris. It's all flying around. And if it wasn't for Jupiter, we would have never made it this far. Never made. That's our projector.
Yep, absolutely correct.
We would have never made it to 2025. We would have been dust a long time ago.
We have a form of biological myopia, thinking that we need sunlight and oxygen for life.
Right.
And now, from Chernobyl, we know that fungi can use radioactivity as an energy source.
Mm-hmm.
We have methane-based organisms.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So
methane-based organisms.
I believe matter begets life. Life becomes single cells. Single cells form chains.
Yeah.
They branch. Networks form.
Right.
And within these networks are associations of members that exchange resources. I don't believe that, evolution is based on survival of the fittest. I believe evolution is based on the extension of generosity beyond that of your own needs to build a community of reciprocity.
Certainly human evolution.
I think it's happening all over. I think
it's happening with tigers and gazelles.
I think absolutely. We're animals. New news. We're animals
for sure, but they're not very generous. They're just trying to eat and survive.
There's a great on Chile. There's a great footage. It's amazing of these orcas, aka killer whales, just devastating a seal population eating them. You may have seen this. And after they were satiated, these workers would take the pups and they push them up on shore to save them.
Well, they're very intelligent, which is one of the more interesting things about orcas, that they don't kill people unless they're at SeaWorld.
Yeah.
Which is probably where they should be killing people.
Yeah, I just met a herpetologist, and I raised snapping turtles when I was a kid. So I have the turtle necklace. I was this very shy boy with a profound stuttering habit. But my friends were wild snapping turtles. And this herpetologist, he goes, well, I have snapping turtles. They're really mean. And I have them in my aquarium. They kept on trying to bite me. I go, no shit, Sherlock. You know, I had wild snapping turtles in a pond. And I went down there. I fed them celery and lettuce. This is when I'm 8 years old. I had them for about 7 years. I grew up with successive families. And at first they would try to bite me, things like that. And then I realized if I put out a little salad bowl for them, they wouldn't fight each other because they're not trying to bite me. They would try like, I want the carrot from Paul. Right. When I put a little salad bowl there, they kind of all came together. They cooperated. And so I just reflected on this yesterday. One of my fondest memories, I walked towards the pond and boop, they pop up.
Paul's here.
Paul's here.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, so snapping turtles are an amazing ability. They can snap flies out of the air.
Oh, they're so fast.
They're so fast.
I saw this video of one eating a fish. They put a fish in front of it, like a dead fish, and it eats it so fast, it just disappears. It just snaps its neck forward, engulfs this fish, swallows it all, and it looks like a magic trick.
Oh my gosh.
You have to look at it in slow-mo to even see the actual action of it.
There's so much sea life there. The British Columbia is just full of sea life.
It certainly is.
Amazing.
Incredible place.
Yeah, I love it. I love it being there. So, you know, this is a beautiful planet. Where we live, there's no garbage. And when visitors come to visit us on our island, I said, have you noticed? There's no garbage anywhere. Not ditches, anywhere. It's because the ethos of that community is to take care of the ecosystem.
That's beautiful, and that can be done if you have a small community of like-minded people. The real issue is when it gets to the size of something like New York City, this becomes this diffusion of responsibility where you don't think that you have to be concerned with all this garbage that's on the ground because there's 20 million people walking around. It is what it is. Keep moving.
Or India. I'm just heart torn by India. Such a spiritual place, and there's so much garbage. China as well. You know,
but the India thing is nuts because it's also in these areas where a lot of the stuff that people buy that's inexpensive in America is being manufactured. And these factories the back of the factory opens to this river, and this river is completely choked with plastic and garbage and just junk and all the stuff that they don't want, they just throw into the river. And there's so much stuff in the river that I guess they just feel like, well, it's not like I'm polluting something that's not already polluted. I'm just adding to whatever's there. This is just what we do. And so they've developed this culture of like constant, consistent pollution.
Yeah, we all need to, even teaching our children constantly to pick up. But there are communities, there are examples of doing it right. And this community that I'm associated with, I'm just so proud of them.
I wanted to talk to you about something that you said earlier because you were talking about human species and or species and love and cooperation and all the different things. And I said that uniquely with us, yes, love and random acts of kindness and community are incredibly important. But why do you think we're so different than all the other species on the planet? And do you think that psilocybin, do you subscribe to McKenna's theory? I know we probably talked about that before, but
talked about
as a standalone podcast, this is probably...
So this is what I'd like, and for all your listeners out there, this is a never-ending story.
Right.
It just keeps on getting better. The most exciting thing that has come out in the scientific literature in the past 2 years is that psilocybin stimulates neurons to grow.
Right.
That is incredible. It docks with the 5-HT2A receptor that serotonin uses, but psilocybin also docks with TrkB receptors that lead to proliferation of neurons. There's neurogeneration, neuroregeneration, neurogenesis, and neuroplasticity. Those are four distinct areas, and psilocin does all of those. Not as much in neurogenesis, but we have done pluripotent stem cells of humans, dosed them with psilocin in the laboratory, we have a TA license. I have a TA license, very, very strictly controlled. But we can actually see the proliferation of neurons compared to controls. So this is why I want to emphasize to all scientists, especially older scientists that are stuck in their wisdom, that are very comfortable with their knowledge base, and younger scientists come up with these ideas, and is that be more circumspect, because what Dennis and Terence McKenna postulated, and I disagree with lots of Terence's ideas. Time wave zero was my total bullshit. But Terence and I were very good friends, and we laughed a lot. And that's why that spirit of camaraderie, where you can criticize someone and laugh at the same time.
Yeah.
That's a higher level of intelligence.
Well, that's also what happens when you abandon the ego, right?
Yeah.
The ego is consistently abandoned through psychedelic experiences. You're much more likely to laugh.
I think psilocybin is an Einstein molecule. I think the tryptamines in general are Einstein molecules. The work by Dolden is fantastic. Also associated with Johns Hopkins, the critical window. And this is why ibogaine has gotten such traction. The critical window with ibogaine is a long window where you're able to repattern your behavior to break addiction. With psilocybin, there's a critical window. DMT is very, very short because of the short period. The critical window typically is at the peak of the experience, just as you're over the hump, going down. But one patient described it very, very well, who was an addict. And the patient said before the psilocybin experience, they were literally stuck in a rut, and they visually saw themselves on a ski slope, going down the ski slope again and again and again, stuck in the rut.
Yeah.
And then after the psilocybin, it's like someone groomed the landscape, the hill.
And they were free.
To go elsewhere.
Yeah.
And then Josh Siegel, in this past year, from Washington University, published a study that specifically showed in real time dendritic branchings of neurons under the influence of psilocybin in real time. I think psilocybin, which becomes psilocin, what docks with your receptors, psilocybin is stable, psilocin is not. Psilocybin dephosphorylates into psilocin. It crosses into your receptors, goes into and stimulates inside the nucleus of cells that cause cell division. And this is mind-boggling. I think this is why high doses of psilocybin, great for a revelatory experience, for perhaps breaking addiction, but what about the near normals? We all suffer from neurodegeneration that's age-related. Besides Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia that are toxin or disease-related, in and of itself as a disease, you could argue, age being one, but neurodegeneration is a fact of life as we age. Neuropathies occur. And then neuropathies from the constriction of the peripheral nervous system, vasoconstriction, etc. Psilocin is not only anti-inflammatory, but neurogenerative. And to have this coupled together, I think that the nootropic vitamins of psilocybin, as a daily consumable, is something that has a great future potential. Of course, we need to study this, but long-term clinical studies are inherently very expensive. A short time stay in a hospital for one huge event may be expensive for that day, but it's easier to design a clinical study that has a short period than a long period. I think that we're beginning to see. Now, we think about 8 million Americans consume psilocybin in 2023, according to the RAND report. What was the reduction in crime with those 8 million people? If we could have studied that. Right. And there are retroactive studies, analyses that show a reduction of crime associated with psilocybin use. But in real time, that's something I'm very excited about. Could you reduce crime rates? And moreover, when you're immunologically, when you're depressed emotionally, you're immunologically depressed.
Yeah.
And when you're happier, you're more creative, you're exercising, your immune system is upregulated.
Right.
So the community immunity from psilocybin, I think, is a huge potential. There's a crossover directly between your mental, your neuroscape, and your immunological state.
Unquestionably, right? The diminishing of stress.
And this is why
found benefits physiologically.
Yeah, clinical study just came out, Compass Pathways, the treatment reducing depression. They had an analysis that came back out that showed modest increase or decrease in depression. But they were doing treatment-resistant depression, and congratulations for them for putting their money where their mouth is and doing the study. But treatment-resistant depression is the failure of 2 antidepressant drugs and therapy. And so, but major depressive disorder is a much bigger bucket. And so I think there are some extreme conditions that we're not going to find the signal from the noise that's significant enough to make a big difference. But the idea of titrating psilocybin or psilocin, maybe after a hero's journey, and then by after remembering, you revisit those same neurological pathways that gave you an advantage by taking psilocin or psilocybin. The act of taking it again, you're remembering, and then you can nurture these neurons. I think psilocybin could be nutrients for the neurons.
Well, let's, in an effort to make this a standalone podcast, let's explain what we're talking about. Because what we're talking about is Terence's stone date theory. And his theory involved a lot of contributing factors, one of them being climate change. And the theory was that as the rainforest receded into grasslands, you get more ungulate animals, and they leave behind poop, and that these lower primates find these mushrooms that are growing on the poop, and they experiment with them. And that the ones that did increased visual acuity, they became more amorous, they were more likely to breed, more creative, the ability to form sentences, glossolalia, associate sounds with objects and concepts, and that this is probably how language formed among humans. And Terence's connection to that, when you look at the timeline of when this was happening, when we know this was happening, which coincides with the growth of the human brain, which over a period of 2 million years doubled in size, which is pretty phenomenal.
200,000 years, it increased massively. So 2 million years on the outer limits, 200,000 in the inner limits.
So in the inner limits, what was the amount of growth?
I think it was 40-50%, something substantial.
200,000 years, 50%.
Yeah.
And what time period was this?
Well, 200,000 years ago.
200,000 years ago. So
jump. And
but like Homo sapiens in this form have existed more than 200,000 years, though, right?
No.
Homo
sapiens are relatively recent. I look at the estimates go back and forth depending on what experts you're consulting and whatnot. But from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens was a radical jump that was fairly recent. So
I was under the impression it was more than 300,000 years ago.
It could be 200,000, could be 400,000, but it's our enlargement of our brain is relatively recent. And to give more context, Dennis McKenna and I were just together.
I love that dude.
Dennis McKenna is a fantastic friend and scientist. He's such a good man.
Well, he does such a brilliant job of explaining the mechanism behind the stone age theory.
Yeah.
I mean, like Terence had a great way of talking. He was so interesting to listen to, and he had these wonderful ideas. But Dennis is like much more of a hardcore scientist.
Dennis is a scientist.
Breaks it down.
Was a philosopher.
Yeah.
And the Dennis McKenna Academy is a nonprofit. I'm just promoting it just because I think they do really, really good work. But this is, the 23 primates eat mushrooms. Almost all mushrooms have maggots in them. Most primates eat maggots. So finding the mushrooms for maggots, for food, for protein, two things can be true. Right. You can find the maggots, eat the mushrooms, and then get high as a community.
Right.
But all this, again, this is an example about an example of the art that we see thousands of years ago. I mean, we can debate this in the past, but we can test this as a testable hypothesis.
Right.
It's a theory now. It's not a hypothesis. We know that psilocybin stimulates neuron proliferation. Dennis did not have the scientific evidence for that 30 years ago. We now have the evidence for it now. Terence and Dennis McKenna should go down in evolutionary biology as the two individuals who could see in the far event horizon way before the scientific method. How did they come up with that? Because they were tripping on mushrooms.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's why scientists using psychedelics is a quantum leap. You know, it's how PCR was invented for
Carrie Mullis.
Carrie Mullis.
Yeah.
And a trip on LSD.
Yeah, that's right.
Crick and DNA.
Yeah.
And Stephen Jobs.
Yeah.
Silicon Valley is fueled by psychedelic thinkers who are becoming more creative. And I think we have a crisis in creativity, and psilocybin is a way for us to become smarter, more congenial, more collaborative.
I couldn't agree more.
You know, and I think we can. This combines psychedelics with AI. We have an opportunity for a quantum leap in the evolution of the human species.
Would you mind explaining time wave zero? Because we kind of glossed over that too.
I'm such a skeptic. Time wave zero is an algorithm that Terrence, one of his stone moments, I think. Terrence is the only person that I met who could smoke me under the table and could stand up and give an incredibly perfect lecture. I don't know how he could do it. But time wave zero, and I'm sorry for those people who are time wave zero experts, you can criticize me if you wish, but my ignorance to a degree, is an algorithm that was created that would predict events in history.
Would track novelty.
Would track novelty and episodic events that changed the course of human history.
Right.
He didn't have the birth of Jesus Christ as a significant event. He was sort of anti-Christian. I said, Terrence, I don't care if you're Christian or not. The birth of Jesus Christ was a huge friggin' phenomenon. It changed the course of history.
Right.
And then he had time wave zero would end on December 12th, 2012. And that's what he predicted.
December 21st.
Yeah, December 21st, 2012. And that didn't happen.
I used to have a license plate that said 12/21/12.
Yeah. So, but you know, it's what I like about Terrence, and I would encourage all prospective scientists, if you don't worry about tenure, if you got a thick skin, dare to be wrong. Because you dare to be wrong a dozen, 20, 30 times, you might be hitting one or two concepts that is game-changing.
Right.
Don't have the fear of failure inhibit your creativity.
But that's a giant problem in the academic world, is that people who do fail get attacked. And
viciously.
Especially when they step outside the lines, they propose something that's novel, they get attacked. This time wave zero thing, like you used to be able to get it. It was an actual program that you could download and you could run it on your own computer.
Yeah, and that's the thing I talked to Terrence. I go, well, what happens when, you know, the birth of Jesus Christ?
Why did you come up with that concept? Did you ask him about that?
No, I never figured it out. He goes, well, just adapt the algorithm. I said, okay, then it's not really, it's just something that's constantly adapting itself. So anyhow, it's a thought experiment,
and obviously, I wish he was alive. On December 21st, 2012, I'll be like, and what? But maybe we're wrong. Maybe in that timeline, something did happen on December 21st, 2012 that will be recognized in the future.
I doubt it.
Well, this is what I'm getting to. One of the things that did happen in that time frame is the ubiquitous use of social media. It kind of started peaking around 2012. I think there is a real problem with that, with the human race. And I don't necessarily think we recognize things that are constant. You know, I think we just get accustomed to things, and human beings are very adaptable, and we just accept things that this is the way it is. But before that time, you know, when you get to like 2000, you know, just go to 2000, people weren't carrying their phones around staring at them all day. There's a profound change in how we interface with the world.
You know, in Korea now, on the sidewalks, they have red bars that light up to tell you to stop.
No, boy.
Because too many people are walking out in the street.
Just standing there staring at their
phones. So now they look down, they see that.
They're so addictive. It's so crazy that we have anything that's that addictive can't be good for you. I don't care if you're getting information all day long. And in the sense of social media, you're getting negative information all day long. So it changes the perspective.
Tremendous amounts of clickbait.
Well, that's the problem we were talking about the media earlier, about the media fueling this stuff. That's their job, unfortunately. In this day and age where no one's buying print journalism, their job is to get you to click on something. And so they have these crazy headlines.
We need to really have a thoughtful discussion about all the issues that we are facing today without being reactionary.
Yes, and I think we need to disengage with these things that are clickbait. Just don't click on them. The way these things operate is the more you click on them, the more valuable they are, right? That's the whole business model. Just don't engage with them. And we need to teach people that. Like, this is an important thing. Don't engage with something that's trying to manipulate you. Don't engage with these narratives that are being put forth by corporations that value your fear. They want you to be in this constant state of anxiety and fear, and they want you to be a dutiful consumer, and that's it. And
that's why high dose of psilocybin is not a very good business model.
Exactly.
That's Michael Pollan likes to say.
But it is a good business model for overall human compassion and growth and community.
And then, of course, medium and microdosing, really popular practice right now, increasingly popular, is a high dose of psilocybin once a year, and then microdosing just before you go to sleep. Or a medium dose, like the museum dose.
Museum dose, I like it. You guys are saying, you're such a fucking mushroom head that you have like museum doses. This is a movie dose. This is a concert dose. This is a date night dose.
Graham Hancock and I and some friends went to a museum in the British Museum, but anyhow, the museum dosers just tend to, you can notice them because they wear sunglasses inside, because otherwise their pupils.
Right, trying to keep it together. Keep it together.
But the idea of taking a museum dose, quote unquote, or a microdose before sleep is that's when you're regenerating. That's when your body and your brain is regenerating. So that is really interesting, is taking those.
Well, that makes sense, especially from like an anti-aging protocol for the mind.
And it's also safer.
Yeah.
Right. You're in bed.
Not going anywhere.
They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, not driving that tractor.
That's why I think clinical studies that look more and more at reducing the expense, having people take the dose of medicine, psilocybin in this case, just before sleeping, they're in a safe place.
You know, I had Bernie Sanders on the podcast yesterday, and one of the things that we talked about quite a bit was what's going to happen with people when automation takes over, when AI and automation take over, and so many people are not working anymore. And we both kind of agree that universal basic income is really the only way to mitigate the disastrous effects of people losing their income, losing their jobs. And I think it's a good thing. But the problem with universal basic income is that just giving people a check, they don't have meaning anymore. They don't feel like they have a purpose. They don't feel like they have an identity. You know, if your whole life you've been, X, whatever the job is that gets taken away, and you recognize you're being really good at your job, and you take pride in that, and you're known by your coworkers, it's like, hey, go to Paul, he's the best. He'll take care of it. He knows what he's doing. Then all of a sudden, that job disappears. How do people find value, and how do they switch their perspective? And talking to you today, I think, is perfect, because I think if there's anything that can help us through this journey, that can help people make this transition, which appears to be inevitable, where artificial intelligence is going to do a far better job at a lot of menial tasks that people have been doing for an occupation for a long time, to find a search for meaning, to find some other way to realize value in life, and not just be a cog in the wheel of this capitalist society, but instead, maybe psilocybin would allow people to completely change their perspective of how they exist in this world, and that you've been kind of trapped in this society where it values numbers, it values the constant growth for the shareholders, and it values what you can see in your bank account. It's like not even real. So it's this digital money that's somewhere. Maybe psilocybin would be the best answer for how do people make this transition and reacquire a sense of meaning.
Right. I mean, do you want to spend your whole life on an assembly line?
Right.
You want to be out more in nature with your children.
Right.
That's why I think nature relatedness, is a mental health advantage. The more that we can relate to nature, and literally kind of go back to our roots, re-engaging nature. I think this is, and
that would give you a sense of purpose instead of the job,
and also protection,
right,
of the mothership.
But we've gotten so accustomed to this idea that your purpose is to make money. Your purpose is to make a living. And we've accepted that, even though it's a fairly new concept in terms of the age of the earth. This is a human-created concept, but it overwhelms our day-to-day existence. It doesn't have to, though. But we, in this structure, the way we find ourselves now, you take away meaning, you take away a purpose in life, and you just give people a government check every month that covers everything. Covers your food, covers your rent, covers it. You don't need to make money anymore because everything is automated, everything is cheap, AI controls it all. So,
what was Bernie's answer to that?
He didn't have one. Yeah, he didn't know. But I don't know if Bernie's had any experiences in that regard. And he didn't have that perspective. But talking to you right afterwards might be the answer. Because this is an inevitable journey that we're on of a revolutionary change in how society is structured. But it doesn't have to be negative. The problem is the people that are in control of AI and these systems, the people that will benefit from them incredibly in a financial sense, those people are not having these experiences. And if they were having these experiences, they could be the only ones. If you have a benevolent person in an extreme position of power, they're probably the only people that can really do something about that. And I think it's really important that they hear this, that you realize, like, you're wasting this valuable moment in life trying to acquire money when we have this very unique opportunity to connect together in a way that people probably used to do on a regular basis in the past, but was always suppressed by the powers that be because of its revolutionary powers.
If psilocybin increases creativity, creativity increases happiness, and happiness upregulates the immunity of the community.
Yeah, it's hard to be a dictator.
Yeah,
yeah. You gotta. The dictators want people in constant conflict, fighting against each other, and they take advantage of it.
In a sense, that analogy that the patients had about being in a rut. Maybe we're in a societal rut. Maybe
we certainly are.
This is the opportunity for to be able to groom the landscape and to find new ways of living and behaving.
It might be the only way. It might be the only way we can get through this. Because if you think about what this problem is, the problem is the way we interface with reality. That's really what it is. If we have been interfacing with reality a very particular way, showing up at work every day, doing our job, getting a paycheck, employee of the month, yay, that's how you interface with reality most of your life. And then all of a sudden you're met with this profound technological change that's going to eliminate your job. There needs to be some sort of a profound experience that reintegrates you with the mother. Lets you know, this is something people made. This is something that people made, and most of the people that made it weren't having psychedelic experiences. And they're building cities, and they're building skyscrapers, and they're polluting the river, and they're doing all this stuff, and it doesn't mean that this is how we're supposed to do it.
Exactly. And I'm going to reiterate, I think we have a crisis in creativity. I think psilocybin and these other psychedelics stimulate creativity. Look at Alex and Allison Gray's work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of the psychedelic artists in the world inspire the nicest people.
Alex is like he's a role model for being just a kind, nice, sweet person.
And Alex gave me some of the best advice I've ever received, and I just give Alex Gray total credit for this. And I asked him, this is my 8th book. Oh my God, it's so much work to write a book. I didn't use any AI writing this book. I wrote the whole thing myself. And I asked Alex, you're so prolific. How do you do it? He goes, I had one realization. Every day, I go up to a canvas with my brush, and I commit to making one stroke. And then 3-4 hours later, he's still at the canvas.
Right.
Is that, which is just that tipping point, right?
Yeah, calling the muse.
Yeah, just doing it. And
Pressfield talked about that in The War of Art. Have you read that book?
No.
I've got copies of it. He sent me a whole box because back in Los Angeles, I used to keep a stack of them on the table and hand them out to people. It's all about creating things and resistance. And this thing that we all have where we're reluctant to sit down and actually do the work. But if you just commit, and he calls it the muse. And many creative people over time have called upon the muse and this concept. And it sounds like airy-fairy to a lot of people, but if you believe in it, and if you actually do that thing where you call upon the muse, it actually works. So whether or not it's real is irrelevant.
Well, I have a muse, and my partner asked me, a few months ago, how many more hours do you have to work on this book? She saw me work on the book for 2.5 years. And I said, oh, more than 500 hours. She goes, 500 hours? It's just so much discipline. And any writers of books, any people who build a house, if you comprehended the enormity of the project, you probably wouldn't even start. Right?
Yeah, I can't think like that. So you just got to think about the process.
The process. And so I had this little voice in my head that I would wake up, and I didn't want to feel guilty about it, but I had this little voice saying, work on the book, Paul. Work on the book. 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 I could say work on the book so fast because I have reiterated it in my head hundreds of times that it became sort of my muse. It became sort of a fun muse. I think we all have these little voices that kind of says, get it right now. It's wake up. I think so too. And I think that's good. And I don't think that's psychosis. I think that's something that we all have, these little voices that are trying to help us to be better. And
yeah, whether it's internal or external, whatever it is, you can have a voice.
It's like working out. It's the discipline of being able to make sure that you're the best that you can be. So it's a very exciting time that we're living in. There's a mushroom revolution happening all over the planet.
I think there's a psychedelic revolution that's happening over the planet. I think it's happened over the last 20 years, and I think it's happened because of the internet. And it's a big factor because what they did in the 1970s by, what the Nixon administration did, which is essentially to squash the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement, what they did really fucked up society for a long time. And it put in people's heads that this is how we're supposed to be, that these laws that are in place make sense, and that they're there in order for society to function at its optimal levels. That's just not true. And unfortunately, like a lot of things that propaganda gets pushed and people start accepting that propaganda as fact, it takes a long time, relatively, in our lifetimes, to sort of recognize that this is not right and this is not how we should have been living the entire time. It's just we were trapped in the system. And because of the internet, and because of conversations, and because of people like you that talk about this openly, and many, many others as well, we're all contributing to this base of knowledge where people are in their car right now sort of reconsidering their perspective. They're at the gym right now on the treadmill thinking about this, going, why do we allow these human beings that have never had these experiences to tell us that these experiences are not just not allowed, but if you get caught with these things, you'll be put in a cage.
Well, because we are those of us from the psychedelic community who advocate for the freedom of consciousness as a basic civil right. We are by definition disruptors to authoritarianism.
Yeah.
So this is why I think, unfortunately, in many cultures, it become restricted to just a small group of priests of a cognoscenti. They want to control, have gates to heaven, or to control consciousness. And so I think that, what's so exciting about psilocybin mushrooms as a practice and hunting mushrooms in general, it just gives you a quality of life that's just a game changer.
Yeah.
Now with iNaturalist and everything that you can do, it's just getting people out in nature with their children. Children are closer to the ground, so they find more mushrooms.
Yeah.
They're away from the business and their parents and the phones. Some phones, but you get them involved and interacting with nature. It's like the telescope and seeing all the galaxies. And
I think interacting with nature is a vitamin. I think it's like, how we get vitamin D from the sun. I think we get something that hasn't been measured yet from interacting with nature. We know that there's an you can actually study an alleviation of stress levels for people that go out into nature. And this thing that we're experiencing, we just don't know how to measure it. And I think it's a real thing. One of the things that makes me very happy and hopeful now is that you're seeing this openness to psychedelics that's coming from more right-wing people. And it was always a thing of the left. It was always a thing of hippies, and it was dismissed by people on the right as people that were trying to avoid reality. They were trying to, escape reality. They couldn't handle reality. They weren't disciplined. They weren't, if they were hardworking people, they wouldn't be wasting their time getting high on drugs. There's that thought. I think one of the bridges to that is the benefit that it's had for soldiers and for people that are first responders, people that suffer from PTSD, and that has trickled down into the general population of the people on the right, which is how you get a guy like Rick Perry as all of a sudden becoming this very strong advocate for Ibogaine and having it passed in Texas. So the initiative passed, which is huge.
It's huge.
It's a promising step in the direction of understanding that a lot of the division that we have in this country is artificial. It's manufactured.
It is. Out of the blue, a country music singer, which I had no idea who she was, Casey Musgraves. She's a superstar country music. She reached out to me, and she had a psilocybin experience that inspired her. She has an album called Deeper Well. It's just amazing. I was not into country music until I listened to her, and she reached out to me because of her psilocybin experience. And we decided to do Sing for Science. We sold out the Ryman Theater in Nashville in 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
2,500 people. These are country music people. Yeah. 2,500 people, 3 hours. Unfortunately, she was in Mexico. She fell and she broke a rib, so we had to cancel the concert until September 18th or the Sing for Science. But that's an example.
And yeah, well, I think my friend Sturgill Simpson sort of opened up the door for psychedelics and country music with Turtles All the Way Down.
Yep.
You know, he basically wrote a song about God and psychedelics.
It's
that was a country song. And everybody's like, hey, what the hell's going on?
It's funny because psychedelics build bridges that marijuana doesn't. I met a lot of people who would never smoke a joint, but the idea of doing psilocybin mushrooms sound like fun to them.
Right.
So,
well, marijuana is also associated with lazy people and ne'er-do-wells and stinky people with bad ideas, you know, unfortunately. And I think, look, one of the things that's interesting is the jiu-jitsu community is there's a lot of stoners in the jiu-jitsu community.
A lot of people using psychedelics for performance.
Oh yeah, well I know a bunch of people who fought on mushrooms.
Yeah.
You know, I have a friend who was a world-class kickboxer who had some of his greatest performances while he was fighting on mushrooms. And he said he could see what the guy was going to do before he did it.
Yep. This is the indigenous use of psilocybin is to see into the future. And that's one of the advantages I think I've had also. And able to prognosticate into the future. We had this extraordinary individual told me a story, which I think I have right, but I'm going to share it with you. There's a game that's very common. It's in the Philippines, but in Canada, it's a German game eventually. And the idea is you put nails on a block of wood and use an ice pick. And you have to hammer the nail in with one hit. And each time in a bar or a party or whatever, people throw down money, $5, $20, etc.
A nail on an ice pick. So you have the point of the ice pick. You got to hit that nail at the very
sink it all the way through wood. So of course you go around, people are drinking, etc. So the story, as I remember him telling me, is that he went to the bathroom. He's not a toker. He doesn't smoke pot. But someone said, hey, he wants some mushrooms. And they're playing this game. And there was a bunch of his friends who were gathered. And he goes, oh, sure, I'll try some mushrooms. So he ate some mushrooms. And he came back. And he's the circle was there. People were betting, hey, come over and join us. You know, and he watched for a while, never had played this game. And then he started getting higher and higher. And they said, come on, it's your turn. So he kind of looked at the nail. I mean, this is really hard to do. You know, looked at the nail, and focused on it. He said he had such clarity of focus, everything else was blanked out. He looked at the nail, and he just thought they would connect. Rather than hitting it, they would just connect. Bam! Slammed the nail down on the first attempt. People went, whoa, incredible. So they put down, each person put down more money going around. So they came around, everyone's missing. Some people occasionally hit it a little bit, you know, but came around to him. Now he's getting higher on the mushrooms, right? And he's looking at it, and he goes, bam, slams it again. People going, no way, right? This is impossible, right? So now, you know, there's a lot of money being piled up on the table here. They're coming around, and everyone's going, impossible. Not going to happen. Can't do it a third time in a row. Looked at it, laser focused. God, bam, slam it again. Now people are losing their shit, right? They're like, what is going on here? He said, really, the fuck with one guy who was just out of his mind that he could do this 3 times in a row. He went around again, and this time he says, I'm going to really blow his mind. So he focused on the nail, had the hammer, looked at him, bam, slammed it again. And nailed it. Yeah, literally nailed it. So these examples of
that brings you to the stone deep theory.
Well, it's the idea
of the concept.
Well, kind of the concept is you know with intense focus,
right?
You know, and many years I have 2 black belts. I had schools for 30 years, black belt in Taekwondo and Hwarangdo. I was in Shotokan Shino-ryu, Gochu-ryu, and then Taekwondo, and then Hwarangdo, which is like Hapkido. But that idea of having a 3-dimensional perspective, one of my fun experiences, I was in the dojo, Japanese, Korean, is Korean, and I had my first black belt, and my head instructor was over there talking to someone, and then he had a baseball. And I heard later what he said. He goes, I told my friend, watch this. And he threw a baseball at me. My peripheral vision, boom. I just caught the baseball, and just before it hit my head. But that idea of having that consciousness surrounding, that's why athleticism with medium doses, minor doses of psilocybin, I think you can train your neurons to be able to have this peripheral awareness. That's extremely important.
It also alleviates the anxiety that comes before performance. There's a lot of people like to use it before sparring because sparring is kind of scary for some people.
Yeah, but let's be clear. This is like the 80-20 principle, maybe the 90-10 principle. It's not going to work for the majority of people. There are exceptional individuals who can actually benefit from this. So we're not
disclaimer.
Yeah, no, disclaimer there. I don't want to make it. No,
none of the
I drove this race car.
Listen, don't take any of our advice.
No.
But we're just talking about these things because there are anecdotal stories that they're fascinating. And
anecdotal stories are like case studies in medicine. You get enough of them that you want to test this. Again, this is a testable hypothesis or theory in modern times.
Right.
Eye-hand coordination. So psychomotor enhancement. And this is why when the Stamina Stack it speaks to this. We published in Nature Scientific Reports, and a combination of psilocybin, niacin, and lion's mane increased psychomotor ability of tapping in 10 seconds from 46 to 66 taps.
That's a lot.
That's a lot in 10 seconds over 30 days. So people can argue about it, but the results are the results. When you're talking about depression and anxiety, that's subjective. But I'm really interested in the psychomotor benefits of psilocybin with an admixture to enhance, its performance. I think the root thing is psilocybin. And being able to regenerate neurons is something I think is really important for us. Now, with glioblastoma, which unfortunately Terrence did die from that. That's uncontrolled, proliferation of neurons in the brain. Yeah, there's contraindications.
Do you think there's something that's connected to that?
No, I personally don't. No.
Why not?
Just because I don't have evidence to the contrary. I don't have evidence that also suggests that. I see no correlation. An N of 1 is not, it's, again,
because it's not a common thing amongst people that are using psilocybin.
But if you had 8 million people in the United States, using psilocybin, again, you have a data set.
Right. So, it's not like cigarettes, right? We see cigarettes, we know smoke cigarettes, there's a higher likelihood that you're going to get lung cancer, right? It's very clear. So we've known that over time. The problem with psilocybin is it's been so taboo, and so we don't have real data. We don't have,
But there's 235 clinical studies on psilocybin at clinicaltrials.gov right now.
Isn't that amazing?
235.
Could you have imagined that 25 years ago?
There was none.
Impossible.
Yeah. And there are for many indications, many different targets from addiction, cigarettes, alcohol, opioid use, to dementia, to Parkinson's, to Alzheimer's, etc.
Yeah.
So there's, I think psilocybin has a PR problem. It sounds too good to be true. But, sometimes things can be true that have. But the reason why I think there's 235 clinical studies is because basically it's improving your neuroscape. You're improving the neurology everything that we're using right now is based to our health of our nervous system. And the neuroscape, if we can enrich the neuroscape, then that has elaborations into everything that we do. And the fact is coupled with anti-inflammatory activities and neurogenesis, and neuroregeneration, neuroplasticity, which is synaptogenesis. The neurons proliferate and then they shake hands, and then suddenly you have a new pathway. So
there's anti-inflammatory properties.
Psilocin has strong anti-inflammatory properties as well. So that's come out in the scientific literature. So
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
How did they study that? And what was the?
They had something called interleukin 6. There was a clinical study that was just published just recently, and it downregulated the tumor necrosis factor interleukin 6. It downregulated that's an inflammatory cytokine. There's two anti-inflammatory cytokines that are extraordinarily interesting to us and our research team. I have 5 PhD scientists, 8 full-time scientists. That's why I created my businesses to do research. But interleukin 10 and interleukin 1RA are anti-inflammatory cytokines. So when you can upregulate those, then it kind of buffers the inflammatory effects. And so that's exciting for these anti-inflammatory. We were approved by the FDA for a COVID clinical trial based on the fact that we published this in the Journal of Inflammation Research that interleukin 10 and interleukin 1RA were stimulated by agarikon and turkey tail mycelium grown on rice versus the rice control. So it's a peer-reviewed article. When the pandemic started, the big concern was if you stimulate the immune system, you could have a cytokine storm, and you're going to overwhelm the body with many. It's been said many, if not most people, die from cytokine storm. Is there an overreaction of the immune system to COVID and to other diseases? So we were able to show you can augment in the literature your immune system buffered with the anti-inflammatory properties, and that sort of resolves the argument of the cytokine storm concern. And then now we have a very successful study that shows that agarikon and turkey tail mycelium enhances the immunity of individuals long term. 6 months later.
Mushroom that you gave me.
Yeah, you still have that.
Yeah, it's right there, baby.
That's a trophy.
Yeah, it's never leaving the desk. That sucker.
And this is a great example because this is an endangered species in Europe. It's on a red list of extinction.
In Europe it is?
In Europe, these are growth rings. So this one's probably 25 years of age. It's a very nice specimen. Stamens gave you this?
Yes, Stamens. You gave me
this. This is one of the nicest specimens. So these are annual growth rings.
Isn't it cool to see it on the desk?
I love it. Thank you.
People always ask, what the hell is that?
So this is a agarikon called Fomitopsis officinalis, also known as Laricifomes. Dioscorides first described in Greek medicine 2,000 years ago as Elixirium ad longum vitam, the elixir of long life.
If someone took a little piece of that and put it in the ground, would it start making new agarikon?
If they had spores, it looks like it goes inside the roots of trees. This one being as old as it is, its spores will probably become not viable. But agarikon has the white form and the brown form. It goes through this massive transition in biochemistry. And because it's endangered and because highly variable in form, fruit body extracts of this makes no sense.
Why is it endangered in Europe and not in America?
It only grows in old growth forests. So the Sky Islands in Europe, in Austria, Slovenia, is where this still can be found on larch trees. We now have, I think, 115 strains of agarikon, by far the largest library in the world. If you ask me what is my most valuable possession, is my strain library of agarikon. It's a treasure of strains. 1 out of 20, 1 out of 100 times in the old growth forest will I find one. So we don't collect these unless it's going to be clear cut, or we find them on the ground, or if it's on my own property. And then I take a small piece of tissue. It's the mycelium that is bioactive for the immune system. And this is what we found, that it's scalable. The mycelium is scalable. The fruit body extracts are not, and it's highly variable. Most people don't know that. Well, they should know, but most mushrooms are parasitized by insects. And that's because the insects spread spores. So the mushrooms invite insects to come in, so it can spread spores. It's
like cordyceps and ants.
Yeah, so like buzz pollination.
That's the weirdest thing when you see spiders and ants overwhelmed by cordyceps.
Yeah, it's I like to say cordyceps has to eat too.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the cycle of life, right?
So this agaricon is in the BioShield Biodefense Program.
Which, by the way, this is your company, Host Defense. You have great stuff, man. I buy your stuff.
Thank you.
You gave me a bunch of it, but I buy it.
Well, thank you for your support. We need it. I mean, I'm the only company that does research that I know of. I spend over $1 million a year in fundamental research, thinking outside of the box. Even though traditional Chinese medicine is fantastic and has thousands of year history, all traditional medicines advance with new technologies. That's true across the board. The invention of in vitro propagation about 100 years ago, growing mycelium, now opens up this huge opportunity for us to dive into a deeper well of natural substances that can be used as adjunct therapies to enhance conventional medicine. This is a game changer. So 115 strains of agaricon. I submitted 8 of them to the BioShield Biodefense Program after 9/11 in 2004. My TED Talk talks about this. And I've got 2 or 3 strains highly active against smallpox and also against bird flu. And if you go to National Public Radio, put Stamens and smallpox, you'll see a vetted press release, from DOD and the head of the BioShield program, Jack Seacrest, saying that these are some of the most significant results they've ever seen.
Wow.
The only 2 million samples submitted were in the top 10, the only natural product. Now that's in vitro. So that in vitro, this is sort of a timeline, and you don't have boy with a microphone, do you, Jamie?
What is that?
You didn't see it? Okay.
Boy with a microphone?
That's a 42-second clip we found in the vault. And it's me with my son when he's 4 years old, and I'm on the phone saying, I've created this company to do research. Research is what we want to do. It truly is the origins of what I was trying to, why I created my business. So I still do that. So with the 115 strains, we're likely to have a super strain in our collection. Pandemics are coming all the time. We're in a viral storm. There's a bird flu pandemic where many of us are so surprised that it has not happened at a bigger level. But viral pandemics are also affecting other animals besides birds and pigs. 67% of beehives were lost in Montana this past year. 67%. Imagine if you had 67% loss of a herd of cattle or sheep. That's phenomenal. And bird flu is spreading. It's making the jumps. It is coming, folks. And so what we want to do is design a clinical study using agaricon to test against bird flu.
I'd be interested to see what, if anything, could be done with some of these mushrooms with chronic wasting disease, which is a huge concern among deer population and even some other animals like moose.
We're embedded into a mycelial landscape. Mycelium is everywhere. The interactions of mycelium and animals, is elaborate, complex. This is crazy. If anyone out here can prove me wrong, please send me the reference. But it appears I'm the first person to realize that bees go to rotted logs with mycelium for immunological benefit.
Really?
First person. How is that possible? We all grew up with Winnie the Pooh. I mean, this is mind-boggling. It's like, again, how do you... It didn't take a stroke of genius, but in my case, I had the BioShield results, and then I heard about colony collapse being vectored primarily by mites. This past year, they identified the miticide-resistant mites, which most all of them are now, are vectors of the deformed wing virus. Colony collapse is a threat to food biosecurity. And we found, and we published this in Nature Scientific Reports, extracts of polypora mushroom mycelium protects bees from viruses. We published that in Nature Scientific Reports. I'm the primary author. We were able to reduce viruses, the deformed wing virus, by I think 879 times in 12 days with one treatment. So that is phenomenal for protecting food biosecurity. That helps all farmers. It helps. And there's a pandemic that's spreading. 67% loss, 60% loss generally across the United States this year. The worst colony collapse in history. This will make food prices go up, and it doesn't stop because these viruses are proliferating throughout the environment. We found that polypora mushroom mycelium grown on grain or grown on sawdust, not only reduces these viruses, but extends longevity. And so the longevity, interesting, this mushroom is known as Elixirium ad longum vitam, the elixir of long life. We are all animals. Bees are animals, birds are animals, pigs are animals, humans are animals. We are all, I think, can have an immunological benefit from, in incorporating these fungi. Now, we're allowed by the FDA to say supporting innate immunity in healthy individuals. We're not allowed to make any disease claims. Ironically, we can't make that same claim with bees. We can say extends longevity, but this is where there's not common sense in government. I have an invention that can save hundreds of billions of dollars that protect bees from colony collapse, and we're roadblocked by regulations constantly. Oh, reduce viruses in bees. You have an antiviral drug. What is it? No, we haven't been able to find the antiviral drug. We think it's an entourage effect and upregulating, basic immunity. And then your endogenous immune system, in this case of the bees, can fight the viruses. So, and this I think will translate into birds, into swine.
So that there's resistance to these results?
No, because your immunity is so
No,
complex.
I mean publicly. Like you're saying, you can't make these claims, but if you have results.
We have fantastic results. I refer anyone to scientific, to Nature Scientific reports.
So could you elaborate on what the resistance is?
Well, the resistance is complicated and it's political. The old school conventional wisdom is that if you have a drug-like effect, then you have an undeclared drug in your product.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Nature.
So even though it's from nature, even though bees go to logs for immune benefit, and now there's 5 or 6 papers that have been published on this after my discovery, showing that bees are doing this. Their bees are actually benefiting from mushroom mycelium. So we're working with Washington State University, great people there. We're working with several funders. We have tested this now over and over again. This is an outdoor animal clinical study, double-blind, placebo-controlled, using the mycelium grown on rice or on sawdust versus the sawdust or the rice as a control. Clearly a benefit. So this is scalable. You can't harvest fruit bodies in a way that you can scale mycelium. Mycelium is an exponential increase in mycelial mass virtually every week. It's 10 times 10 times 10 times 10, or even 10 times 100 times 100 times 100. Massively scalable. I think I have found something as a portal through my psychedelic experiences that's fundamental to protecting life on this planet. Is that the mycelial networks are deep reservoirs, being able to immunologically enhance animals where we don't have to have all these antiviral drugs, antibiotic drugs. Your endogenous immune systems are upregulated because over hundreds of millions of years, we've been interacting with these. It's our immunodepression and suppression because of all the factors we know, bad diet, toxins, lifestyle, all those things, that this is highly scalable. So now we're trying to navigate through the regulatory landscape. There was a strange committee that was in secret, met once a year for any new ingredient to add to bees, because bees make honey, humans can say honey. If we use our product, they can say we have an undisclosed drug in the honey. So, whatever. But it also translates to wild bees. It turns out that Apis mellifera, the honeybee, with the viruses, when they have the viruses, they go to flowers frequented by bumblebees. So, colony collapse is happening not only with the cultivated honeybee, but it's spread to other bees. This is an ecological catastrophe of a viral pandemic that's spreading around the world. We have the solution right now. It's highly scalable. And this regulatory committee disappeared in the past 2 years. This is before the last administration was voted in. But they didn't tell anybody. So we had an application with them for 2 years to have this exempted.
The whole committee's gone.
Whole committee's gone. They didn't even tell us that it was gone. So we've had 2 years spinning our thumbs waiting for them to respond. This is where we need to have common sense to come back into government. This is where our government has too many hurdles to practical solutions that are demonstratable, scalable, and affordable, that the return on investment is massive. And yet we fear the FDA, we fear the USDA, because they are stuck in a rut, literally. they could use psilocybin here to expand their horizons because they want to know the mode of action and the mechanism of action. Well, we didn't know the mechanism of action of aspirin until the 1970s, but it had a benefit. If it has a clear benefit and does not cause harm, then they should be exempted for scalability. Now, there's another factor to this, which is wonderful. There's a new startup company called Quorum by my friend Chris Kentrovitz. Disclosure, I'm involved with them, but they have a metarhizium, a fungus that kills mites. So it's also been approved by the USDA for thrips and some other greenhouse insects. It's not toxic to fish, not toxic to humans. So the combination of using metarhizium with the agaricon and other polypore mushroom mycelium, we think has a great potential future. So I think there's a lot of resources in nature that can augment conventional agricultural practices. There's a lot of resources in nature that can augment conventional medical practices. They're not necessarily in opposition. What is in opposition, unfortunately, and you've alluded to this, is a lot of the pharmaceutical business interests are not excited about a natural product, reducing the need for vaccines, augmenting immunity. There is money in disease.
That's always the problem, money.
You can tell I'm passionate about this because I have such a deliverable, provable solution that's scalable.
I wonder,
my article was published in 2018, and I tell my research team, WTF, we are meeting with WSU constantly, and now we have renewed interest, thankfully, because of some big stakeholders in the almond industry. And every almond you eat a flower was visited by a bee. So the almond industry is in crisis right now, but it's not almonds, it's apples, it's cherries. It's across the board right now. Agriculture has been severely affected by these viral pandemics, and these same viral pandemics are mitigated, I believe, in commonality with these polypore mushrooms that grow in the woods.
I wonder if that would also help animal agriculture, because the ubiquitous use of antibiotics is a real concern with people, with cows and chickens. And
there's a viral pandemic of a form of bird flu, not H5N1, but another bird flu. I can't remember, I think it was H7N2 in Iowa and Minnesota about 10 years ago. They were euthanizing millions and millions of chickens and turkeys and ducks. You can look this up. There's an organic farm, and we gave 1/4 of a gram of agaricon mycelium per chicken in their feed. And we began that chicken, there's 2 big chicken hens, about 20,000 layers, birds that lay eggs, and it became an oasis of immunity. Those chickens were immune from bird flu.
Wow.
1/4 of a gram of this mycelium.
Wow.
And we protected them.
That's incredible.
But a crazy thing happened. The USDA had an insurance policy to pay the chicken growers. And the chicken growers quickly learned that they could get an insurance check, lay off the employees, get the cash for lost profits. And so they were not incentivized.
Yeah, I've heard that from people that are deeply connected to that industry, that there was a bunch of euthanizations. It didn't have to happen. Yeah, and they did it. And they inflated this whole concept, because the numbers got grossly inflated because they were euthanizing chickens for profit.
Yeah, bird flu is a very serious issue. Now, I know vaccines are a very hot subject. And I know you've spoken on that. You've had some excellent guests, by the way. Excellent guests. There are researchers on this. But I just want to give a thoughtful discussion between viruses and vaccines. Which is worse, the virus or the vaccine? I'm a libertarian. I believe every family, every individual has a right to make an informed decision. The problem that I see with the vaccine industry, the industrial vaccine complex, is the failure to disclose. I don't think Americans are stupid. I think Americans become stupid when they're not informed. My partner is a physician. She goes, giving Hep B vaccines to a child makes no sense. It's a sexually transmitted disease. Why are we giving a vaccine to a 10-year-old?
Right.
Our baby. And in med school, when anyone would mention that, why are we doing this? They were vilified.
Right.
vilify, shut down. It's like, what happened to thoughtful, good science? It's just a reasonable question.
Money happened. It's also these vaccine manufacturers are immune to the financial consequences of the side effects.
Absolutely. We need to have full disclosure.
Yeah.
Now, let me go through a thought experiment.
Okay.
This is my opinion. Other people may traditionally disagree with me. But there's 2 thought experiments I want to do. First one. 1 million lives are saved with a vaccine. 1 person dies. Hey, you took it for the home team. Sorry. 1 person dies out of 100,000. Still ratio is pretty good. My mind, my judgment. Sorry. Again, you took it for the home team. 1 out of 10,000. Okay. Still the ratio is pretty good. Okay. 1 out of 1,000. Okay. 1 out of 100. You're making me nervous. 1 out of 10. No, that's where I draw the line. I would say, forget it. That's now the contradiction that we have, the opposing forces here that we have, is that is it better for society to have vaccinations to protect the commons, or is it better for you to have an individual decision for your family to protect yourself if you want to? If you are going to make that decision, you should have an informed decision based on the best of science. All vaccines and all companies should disclose what is the percentage of protection. I have a physician friend who says 30% protection, but I'm sick for 4 or 5 days. I don't know, that's not worth it. 70% protection? Okay, all right, so everyone has to balance the risk-benefit ratio.
But we need real data to be able to
We need real data. We need full disclosure.
Right.
And for anyone to accuse another physician and vilify them because they ask a logical question and they're humiliated by the medical community is fundamentally unfair. What happened with good science? You have to follow the science. And this is so important, and that's why I think we're getting this cacophony, this echo chamber, where the voices that are the loudest tend to be the stupidest sometimes, and
or the most compromised.
Yeah, and they drown out the dissent.
Yes.
We all should be able to ask for the data and the information to make an individual decision.
And science shouldn't be this ideological or ideologically captured thing.
That's why I hate the term anti-vaxxers. I think it's a pejorative term. I think it's prejudiced. What about people who just want to have information? Oh, you're an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, well, it's pushed just to scare people into compliance. Yeah. That's the whole idea. But having these pejoratives, throw them around, and no one wants to be labeled that, so you immediately get scared.
But enhancing innate immunity in healthy individuals to keep us healthy.
Yeah. Prevent that.
That's better.
Exactly. Well, that's the other problem that I had with the pandemic in general, is that metabolic health was never discussed. It was always that there's only one way out of this. And having conversations with people that you could see, like visually look at them as not a metabolically healthy person. And these people are telling you the only way to health is through a medicine that they are financially incentivized to push. That's just crazy. And when those are the prominent voices that are on television and the media, and you're getting this from politicians, and then on top of that, you literally have the federal government censoring social media and not allowing people to have dissenting opinions, including people from Harvard and MIT and all the people in the Great Barrington Study.
Why don't we have an open source national database showing the protection of vaccines and the risk of not getting one, so individuals can make a decision?
Right.
Age-related, all these other factors. The data is there. Not making that data available to the public increases distrust.
Right.
And so what the medical community has unfortunately done is they've bred a bunch of dissenters by not giving full access to the information.
Well, I think that really heightened during the pandemic, because I don't think people have that much of a distrust for vaccines unless they knew something was vaccine, unless they were gaslit and were told that their child or someone else that got vaccine injured, that was not the problem. And those are the people that were very skeptical, formed this type community, but they were very scared to be open and public about it because they were destroyed. You know, I famously remember Jenny McCarthy coming out and saying that she believes her child was vaccine injured. And the backlash was spectacular. Essentially destroyed her career.
Well, and it's one experiment. It's always like, did it really happen, or was it just a co-occurrence of some other factor that combined with the event of the vaccination? I mean, this is where you need to have high populations. Those studies are available. Why they're cloaked in secrecy, and why are not being realized?
Yeah, I mean, the financial interest is astounding. The amount of money that's involved in it, the amount of money that they spend in it. They spend $8 billion. The pharmaceutical drug industry spends $8 billion just on advertising and on propaganda every year. That's so much money. And they spend so much money on television networks. You know, I mean, how many times is Anderson Cooper brought to you by Pfizer? And you see these ads, and that shapes the narrative, unfortunately.
It does, but let me let's be clear from my point of view. The vaccines have done a lot of benefit, but they don't benefit everyone all the time. Not all vaccines are the same. We have to be able to delineate a thoughtful scientific method with disclosed information,
absolutely,
that's accessible to everyone, so you can make the best judgment for yourself and your family.
And you've got to remove this financial protection that they have from liability. If they don't have that, they're going to just jack up the amount they give people because there's profit in that, unfortunately. And then there are vaccines that are beneficial. Let's find out which ones they are. Which one? What can be mitigated in terms of like how can you make your overall metabolic health better before you even think about any of these things? We know for a fact that during the COVID crisis, in particular, the people that had the most problem with it were the people that had comorbidities, or people that were obese, people that had all sorts of issues going on because of poor diet, poor lifestyle choices, and even genetic problems.
Yeah, one of the immunologists we were working with told me something I didn't know, is that when you're immunocompromised or immunodepressed, vaccines don't work very well. So those people become reservoirs for mutation.
Right, which is the argument for why you don't give it to children with a baby, because their immune system isn't even functional yet.
Yeah, again, the Hep B one is a pretty clear example.
That's a nut one.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of nutty ones, but the point is the vaccine schedule. If you look at what we used to take and you look at what happened when they lost their liability during the Reagan administration, all of a sudden the schedule goes way up and they start on things like Hep B. And then you realize, it's very profitable to do that. You can imagine how much more money you make if you're injecting everybody with a Hep B vaccine, if you sell Hep B vaccine.
Yeah,
simple mathematics.
Also, people in the pharma industry who are extremely well intended, great scientists.
But the scientists aren't the issue.
Yeah, they've also confessed to me that they face this humiliation, being ostracized for just asking a question. Again, full disclosure, let people make up their own minds. What's the cost-benefit ratio? Is it 1 out of a million, 1 out of 10?
It's also, you have to show all the studies too. You shouldn't just show the curated studies that you generate specifically with the goal of making an efficacy or having a result that shows that this is effective. If you do 10 studies, you should show all 10 studies.
Yeah, well, actually, that's why clinicaltrials.gov exists. Is that we're cherry picking, doing studies in Bulgaria, India, Taiwan, and the pharma would choose the clinical study that supported their narrative.
Exactly. And then they can use deceptive language to show the efficacy.
But what I'm getting at is that we have such a reservoir of potential ways of supporting immunity in healthy individuals in nature that is not pharma-based, it's based on the entourage effect. So when you activate the receptors in your immune system, there's something beneficial. I believe there's crosstalk between the receptors. The receptors are, something really good is coming down the pipe, and they start creating an entourage effect with collaboration. More receptors are activated that have collaboratively more benefits. And so it goes to the homeostasis, the uplifting of the homeostasis of the immune system that is at a higher ready state of being able to respond. And then conventional medicine can work better. But using conventional medicine on an immunocompromised individual, asking their immune system to respond, that's an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's interesting too that like natural remedies are automatically dismissed by people who think of themselves as intelligent, science-based people.
Well, look at artemisinin.
But isn't it weird though that like we dismiss it, but if you really understand think about how many different pharmaceutical drugs are formulated because of discoveries of natural plants in the rainforest.
The majority of them. And the most recent example is the anti-malarial drug against Plasmodium falciparum from an artemisia bush, and it's artemisinin, and it came from artemisia. It's a plant extract.
Isn't that wild?
And
yet, science-based people will automatically dismiss what you would call a natural remedy, even though all of them, nothing exists on Earth that's not really natural. It's all coming from nature.
I may agree with you. I think that we're just reinventing molecules that have been assembled somewhere else, and we think that's why the synthetic biologists. I'm honored to get that reward. Thank you, Synbio Beta Conference. That's what I think really kind of flipped them on their heads, is don't go down the rabbit hole of excluding natural products thinking you can invent a molecule that's going to be better.
Right.
In the theater of evolution, we've tested these natural products over tens of millions of years, literally, our primate ancestors. And so we've got a pretty good experiential data set there to be able to see what works and what doesn't. Many mushrooms, not many, but some mushrooms are poisonous. Some are edible. It's a weird statistic about, and again, 1 to 2% fudge factor here, so please don't attack me all over the place, but there's 1.55 billion species of fungi. There's about 150,000 species of mushrooms that are estimated. So out of that 5 million on the extreme, 1.5 billion, to less than 10%, 150,000. We've only identified about 15,000 species. So we've only identified 10% of the mushrooms that exist today.
Wow.
Now, interestingly, of those 15,000 species, about 1% are poisonous, 1 or 2%. 1 or 2% are psychoactive, and 1 to 2% are good edibles. So 97, 95, 94%, whatever the math shows, are there, but they're not toxic. But mushrooms are molecular wizards. These are pharmaceutical factories. They're creating huge numbers. And we know from the genomic analysis, 10 times more genes are activated in the mycelium of lion's mane than in the lion's mane mushroom itself. Why is that? The mycelium has to navigate these thin threads through a hostile microbial environment, defending itself, until the mycelial mat becomes large enough at the end of its life cycle to produce a fruit body. And then lion's mane mushrooms rot in 4 days. The mycelium that grew it could exist for years. The mycelium is the immune system of the mushroom, and as a result, we have a lot more compounds being expressed. Now, some people say, well, not all those compounds are necessarily beneficial. Well, that's true, but now we've tested them enough that we can see real world benefit. Dean Ornish just published a study this past year on Alzheimer's using lifestyle adjustments, exercise, meditation, vitamins, and lion's mane mushroom mycelium. Dramatically significant benefit in slowing down the progression of Alzheimer's through lifestyle, vitamins, and using lion's mane mushroom mycelium. Now, which did what? Yes, you can try to analyze that, but you'd have to separate every single little component to see which was most significant. And yet, where's the studies combining 10 vaccines or 20 vaccines in a child to see which one is actually conferring the benefit or causing an adverse effect? We have to, at some point, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. At some point, if it has a demonstrable positive effect, like we have with bees, and it protects agriculture and extends the longevity of bees, and it supports the endogenous immune system in healthy individuals, isn't that good? Why do we have to get lost in the details of trying to explain it? If we can't explain it, then we won't let it be out there for the benefit of the commons. There are cross purposes. This is where science needs to have common sense, and the government and the regulatory industry needs to have common sense. And we get that by exemptions, emergency exemptions, and we should get that for emergency exemptions right now. We are in a bee apocalypse. We are Folks, 67% of beehives lost in Montana. What if that was a human population?
Right.
All hands on deck.
Right.
So it is, and there is a transference of viruses between animal species, and we're seeing that in real time. Now, the scariest thing is when you have multiple viral infections in one person who's immunocompromised, and you have horizontal gene transfer. This is what virologists amongst themselves, they talk about this all the time, but the public is not aware. You can have individuals, and when you have so many dairy farmer workers exposed, so many people on contact, concentrated clusters of animals and farms, you have so many potential patient zeros. The patient zero is a person who is the nexus for spreading a mutated form of a virus. Horizontal gene transfer is happening all the time now. Now it's concentrated, it's accelerating. It's an exponential increase of risk. Bill Gates has talked about this. Many other researchers have talked about this. This is really something we should pay attention to. And I think the simplest, easiest, scalable way is enhance immunity in healthy individuals. And by doing so, I think you can let your endogenous immune system work better. And I think conventional medicine will work better also in concert.
Well, it also speaks to the problem with industrial agriculture in general, right? These are unnatural environments where these animals are, living in their own waste on a consistent basis, which is, it enhances the possibility of disease. And regenerative agriculture enhances the possibility of harmony amongst nature.
And then the counter argument is that we have better nutrition, we can feed the world, and so the people are more people happier. Again, we're at this, we have contrast of opposites. And I wish I had the easy solution. I think I have the solution for bees. I think it's scalable for protecting chickens and livestock. I hope, that we're now designing clinical studies on the path to designing clinical studies with bird flu using agarikon. We don't have the results, so I'm not making a medical claim here. But the evidence so far is so encouraging. I'm working with top-notch virologists, absolutely some of the best virologists who came to me because they saw the paper in Nature Scientific Reports. And I thought, fungi could help us, protect ourselves against viruses. So they came through the back door of the scientific community, not a Joe Rogan listener. They might be, I don't know, maybe they are now. But they came to me through the scientific literature saying, we should try this with people. So those are the scientists I like that are open-minded enough that rather than being just a molecular geneticists, synthetic bio people, they're actually saying, well, it's a provable result. We don't know why, but we should explore this because we can argue for 100 years about why, or we can deliver it tomorrow and have it a positive effect.
Yeah, it makes sense. I have to ask you this question. It's unrelated, but I always wanted to know, why do morel mushrooms grow around burns?
That is such a great question. And you know what? That's a question that we've been asking for so long.
I love morel mushrooms.
I love morel mushrooms too. They are poisonous. Unless you cook them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's important to know.
Many people have died from morel mushrooms. Yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
That's crazy.
You don't want to cook morel mushrooms in a closed kitchen without ventilation. There are volatile compounds coming out of the morels, totally denatured in cooking, delicious. But many, many examples of this. In Japan, I was in Japan 15 years.
So if you don't have an overhead fan, don't fry morels.
Or you should open up the window, but just don't inhale the fumes.
Wow.
The North American Mycological Association is the association for Canada, Mexico, and the United States. And there's a poison control group in that, and they collect all the details. It's NAMICO.org, NAMYCO.org. And they're the go-to place. Ironically, because of HIPAA rules, the mycologists have been disconnected from the patients and the medical community because now there is a firewall between them. We can anonymize the case reports, but there's a firewall of information because of HIPAA and disclosure of patient conditions that has really inhibited the flow of information. Nevertheless, NAMYCO.org, North American Mycological Association, NAMY.co.org. Then my professor, Dr. Michael Bugh, is a giant, in consulting with for adverse effects in mushroom poisonings. So morels are delicious, but to answer your question, morel mycelium seems to be everywhere, but then for forest burns and they come up.
Right.
Where were they before?
Right.
Well,
Do they exist in places that don't have burns?
Yes.
But rarely.
No. We think all the time.
All the time.
We
But
think the
very
morels
common amongst burns.
they're everywhere where forests are.
Right.
And when the forests burn, it knocks down all the competition. And it becomes very alkaline. In the absence of organic material and competitor fungi, the change in the pH, and so I think we think also from a Gaian hypothesis point of view, it's a great way of nature to rebound because they're scentful. They attract animals, they attract insects, and birds come in, drop seeds, and then they become an oasis point for the regeneration of the ecosystem. Just never underestimate the intelligence of nature. And nature has figured this out. Nature does not exist in a vacuum. There's always these repopulation vectors happening, and it's collaborative. It's not competitive. There is competition between the fungi, but when the competitors are knocked down, then the morels come on.
That's fascinating. Another fascinating thing is that the largest living organism on Earth in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, Armillaria astoi. Yeah. Some people call calicut, two different things, but yeah, I flew over it. It's a 2,200 acre, basically a clear cut, because it killed all the trees. In my book, Mycelium Running, I have the best photographs of the largest organism in the world. And I hired an airplane, and first time I couldn't see it because I was too low. Second time I had to spiral up.
Can you explain what it is to people?
It's a honey mushroom. It's a parasite on trees. It's edible. The honey mushrooms on hardwoods tend to taste better, but this one is on conifers. And comes up in clusters. It forms black rhizomorphs, black mycelium. It's called laminated root rot. Many listeners here know what that is. It kills fruit trees. But this is a marauding parasite that created a contiguous mat over 2,200 acres. And in this case, it killed all the trees, so they went ashen gray in color, and they dried out, and they're dead. Because of fire hazard from lightning strikes, the Forest Service came in, and they cut all the dead trees, and they created this beautiful outline of the largest mycelial mat in the world, because you could see where the dead trees were.
Can we see what that looks like in an image?
It's also in Mycelium Running. But anyhow, that's an example. Now, it killed the trees, that's terrible, but it created grasslands for ungulates.
Right.
Also deer and moose, elk come in. So it's I think it's a way of this rebalancing of nature.
Right.
Where
you're dealing with millions and millions of acres.
Millions and millions of acres. There is a real big problem with the bark beetle right now. That's a problem. It's the ecosystems are shifting in response to stress. And, with our mind's view of only one lifetime, we're very myopic. I think we need to look at the 1,000-year, what is the lens of time that we actually look at ecosystems? What's the right lens to use? Depends upon your vested interests. As a human, as a deer, as an ecosystem, they can be very different.
It's just such a fascinating thing. The largest known organism on Earth exists in the Pacific Northwest.
Just one cell wall thing.
That's so nuts.
Think about its immune system.
You know what I found out recently that I had no idea? Aspen trees. When you see aspen trees, it's one plant.
Yeah, it's one contiguous thing. They're the two competitors for that title, by the way.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah. They're the two competitors.
When you see these, I always thought when you see aspen forests that it's a bunch of different individual aspen trees.
Right.
Nope.
No, there's all sorts of amazing discoveries. Here's one that blows my mind, and I had to write it down because it's a new species. There is a fungus that's related to ergot. It's in the Clepsipitaceae. And it was found by a student at Western Virginia University. It is in morning glory seeds that produces LSD.
Well, Terrence talked about that.
No, this is before Terrence.
Terrence
talked
about morning glory seeds and having psychedelic experiences.
It turns out it's a symbiotic fungus that's growing in there, and it's called Paraglandula clandestina. What a great name, clandestina, the clandestine.
Don't they do something to commercial morning glory seeds to make sure that people don't trip on them?
I don't know.
I think they do. I think that's another thing that Terrence was talking about, how gross it was that they alter morning glory seeds because they knew that people were using them for psychedelics.
Well, if they sterilize them using fungicide, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But a graduate student, need to give her credit, is at Western Virginia University, Corinne Hazel.
Here it is. Jimmy's got it.
Daniel. Yes.
There it is.
Look how young she is.
Very young.
She made a discovery heretofore unknown to science, and not only produces these LSD compounds, it is a symbiotic fungus helping the morning glory survive.
Amazing.
Think about every young person out there. The field of mycology is underfunded, understudied, underreported, underutilized. This is a fantastic treasure trove of new potential discoveries. I've long stated I think the field of mycology should be funded as well as the computer industry because it's so fundamental to the survival of our species. It's that big.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. You're aware of Brian Murray rescue, right?
Yep.
That was one of the more fascinating things that they found in those when they studied those vases. Mm-hmm. They found herb out of them.
Yeah.
From the Eleusinian mysteries.
Has Brian tripped yet?
I don't know. You have to ask him.
I love it when scientists and researchers don't admit that they've tripped. But I
don't know if it's a non-admission. I think in his case, he wanted to be objective, so he wanted to study these things without. He's worried about being labeled as someone who's promoting them because they like it.
Well, an extreme example, but it has some merit. I mean, would you rather be taught by an airline pilot that has experience or someone who just read a book? Yeah. So, the late Roland Griffiths, who's a dear friend at Johns Hopkins, he is credited as being the big pioneer for psilocybin in medical research. When I asked him, have you tripped on psilocybin? That is when I was at his house in the backyard. He just smiled. He said, I'm not going to answer that question. Well, then after he died, I met some of his friends. And he goes, oh yeah, Roland tripped. But he didn't want to tell anyone because for the fear that he could lose his objectivity or be criticized.
Yeah. Richard Strassman had an interesting perspective on that too. When I first met him, he was very reluctant to talk about DMT experiences that he had personally because he had run those FDA studies that were documented in DMT, the Spirit Molecule book.
He was very reticent to talk about it, and then he sort of came out of the closet on that.
Fully.
And then when I asked Roland's friends, well, where did he like to trip? Because you're in a hospital environment with all these doctors and, your stress levels go up just being in a hospital environment. And he said, well, Roland's favorite place to trip was on a mountaintop with 3 friends with a beautiful view and a fire.
Perfect.
What's the quality of experience? Now, again, this is for healthy normals, not people who need to have medical assistance, but there's some very good psychotherapists out there, psychonauts, and the psychedelic assisted therapy movement. The California Institute for Integrative Studies, CIIS, I think .org or .eu, has a program training psychedelic therapists. You don't have to be a physician to be maybe able to hold someone's hand to have a guided experience. Now, there's a lot of charlatans out there. Be warned, folks. There's a lot of problems.
That's a lot. That is.
But there are some excellent therapists out there. And for many people who can't get into a clinical study, be careful. Consult a qualified medical practitioner. Put that on the record. A lot of people have benefited without having to go through traditional medical, constructs of a hospital to have benefit.
And then they're reluctant to talk about it because of the illegality of it, unfortunately. And, if you have a job that is where you have to be taken seriously.
You could lose your medical license. But the University of Washington, Anthony Back published a clinical study on using psilocybin for physicians and nurses who were emotionally harmed and distressed by people angry at them because of COVID in the hospital. And they were spit upon, and they were attacked viciously, physically sometimes, in the hospital. They have PTSD, but just trying to provide good medical support. So he did a clinical study that was published this last year showing the benefits, because the nurses and physicians, when they get out of the system, they can't provide medical care. Society loses. So they were able to reconcile the emotional harm that they experienced from angry patients and being assaulted, and they were able to then return many of them back into the medical profession, with healing from that. So realize aggression and anger affects everyone around you. Mm-hmm. The advantage of psilocybin, I think, just like a pebble in the pond of a tragedy creates ripples of distress throughout society. When someone who is highly adversely affected, angry, violent, and all these antisocial behaviors, when they suddenly switch just like that, it's a pebble in the pond of positivity. A great example, a law enforcement officer by the name of Sarko from Boston just received his religious exemption for using psychedelics. So he is a police officer, and his chief of police is now retired. He has been an advocate because he saw Sarko, who experienced all these negative. You'd love to have him on the show sometime. He can really speak authoritatively to other law enforcement officers, saying this has helped me. So I have a law enforcement officer. I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to for you. He's the real deal. I have a RCMP officer friend in Vancouver who took me to his favorite psilocybin mushroom shop in Vancouver. I couldn't believe it. We walked in this psilocybin mushroom shop. They didn't know who I was, thankfully. And they were selling the stem and stack, which was kind of weird because I had my name on it. And we walk in there and say, this is where I tell all my law enforcement officers to come to get their psilocybin. I said, I'm sorry. I'm trying to juxtaposition this, how does this work? And he goes, well, this is good perhaps for ICE also. I said, how, in the United States, law enforcement officers are aggressive and mean. They tend to intimidate you and, subjugate you. He said, we found a better way up here, and it's through psilocybin. I said, well, what would you do? He says, well, we have learned the following. Now when I have to arrest somebody, I know they have a warrant out for them. I walk up to them, and I say, I always walk up with a smile on my face, never a harsh look, always a smile on my face. I said, I have good news and I have bad news. What do you want to hear first? He said, invariably, everyone wants to say, tell me the good news. He goes, the good news is you can finish your cup of coffee. And I go, okay, what's the bad news? Dude, I got to arrest you. And he goes, the amount of cooperation and the reduction of the threat level for the safety of the law enforcement and the cooperation that they get in the SWAT car when these people that are just shooting the shit with law enforcement officers. I know you're doing your job, but wow, thank you for being so nice arresting me. He said, it's a game changer. It's reduced the threat to us physically of making arrests.
That makes sense. It doesn't escalate.
Yeah, it doesn't escalate. They de-escalate it. Yeah. And he goes, you won't believe the things I learned, from these people you're arresting now, telling me things they've never have gotten out of an interrogation, that they were so respected. And the fact that they had to do their job without becoming adversarial.
Yeah.
Note to self, right? Mm-hmm. Note to everyone, right?
Note to everyone. And all conflicts involve two or more people. It's not just this is the only way to react to something. Yeah. It's how you react, how they react to your reaction. There's a cascading effect.
Well, I have great faith in humanity. I've seen that.
I do too.
I have seen the best. I've seen people.
Most people are great.
Most people are great, and they're better when they go through a psilocybin experience that amplifies the best of people. And it also helps them resolve a lot of the baggage. You can think of the inflammatory actions of the anger, and you did something, and you don't want to tell anybody, but you're haunted by that. Yeah. You inadvertently harmed somebody and you went off the deep end, you harmed somebody else. There's a cascading event of harm.
Yeah.
And when these people are resolved, like, that was a bad chapter of my life. I had one really bad day, or maybe a series of them, but that does not define me, who I am as a person. I have a better self, and it's now and in the future.
Right.
It's not in the past.
Yeah, that's the perspective we should all have, and that's the thing that we should all strive for. Be the best version of you that you can be.
Yep.
And we've all made terrible mistakes in the past, but the idea is to have learned from them and to be a better person because of that.
Well, the medical community has come together on this, on psychedelics. The law enforcement communities come together.
It's positive.
It's positive.
We're in a positive direction.
I had my interview by the DEA, and I thought they were the boogeyman in the 70s for good reason, by the way. But I shouldn't say that. But I went through my background check, and the DEA has such a sense of humor. They said, "Okay, Paul, you come out clean. You don't have a record. Everything's fine. But we have to talk to you about something that happened in 1994 in Des Moines, Washington."
Really?
Yeah. I'm like, what happened in 1994 in Des Moines, Washington? He said, "Are you sure you don't remember?" And they're role playing here. I didn't know it at the time. I go, "No, I don't remember." I wonder if sometimes people just confess to something because they're fishing. I have no clue. He goes, "Are you sure?" This is your official response. You don't remember. And I said, "No, I don't remember." He says, "Didn't you get a speeding ticket?" And I said, "I paid that. It was for those machines. It was for my camera. I know I paid it. I can dig up the receipt. It was like $35." And, and they just roared with laughter.
They're just fucking with you.
They're fucking with me. What they told me is that we don't know shit about mushrooms for psilocybin. We're an enforcement agency. Many of us don't agree with us. Change the law. We want to go after syndicates.
Yeah.
We want to go after fentanyl.
Right.
We want to go after these
Things that are not beneficial in any way,
Right.
shape, or form.
So we don't want to hurt the source that is healing us.
Right.
But they won't fuck around when it comes to money transactions.
Right.
Once you involve money, then the DEA is going to be involved.
Right.
While you're involved in research, we have strict guidelines. I had a DEA license in 1975, 1976, 77, 78. Through Dr. Michael Buick at the Everett State College, and they were much more liberal. I could grow tons of psilocybin mushrooms and collect them, and that's why we did a series of conferences. I was the only one that had a DEA license, so we did these conferences, collecting all these experts together with Alvin Hoffman, Mark Boston, Richard Evans Schultes, Don Farad, Terrence McKenna. But I had a license to be able to possess psilocybin with my professor, and so we would have all the psilocybin. So we did these educational events, academic with citizen scientists and psychologists coming together. But it's really different. We just had the psychological science maps conference in Denver, 8,500 people. Back in the 1970s, at any moment, we were afraid that the SWAT team would break down the doors and arrest everybody. We existed in a high state of paranoia. Social war on drugs, Richard Nixon. And now it's totally different. Now you have law enforcement officers, you have Rick Perry, you have all these in New Mexico. They legalized the prescription of psilocybin. Mm-hmm. This is a citizens' movement. It's a democratic movement for the freedom of consciousness, and everyone should have a right to be able to practice. And where do you draw individual use from religious use? Psilocybin mushrooms are very important for my own personal religion. I feel that this is central to my religious belief. So I think this is where the government needs to back off. If you're using it for your spiritual development, whether you're Buddhist or Christian or Islamic, or Judaic, this informs your spirituality, reduces crime, it reduces harm, reduces, potential for violence. This is a game changer. I think we're in the psilocybin revolution, and psilocybin mushrooms are fundamentally different than MDMA and Ibogaine, just because Ibogaine is so long and there's heart issues. I just think this is a medicine for our times that can make a paradigm shift for a better society.
I couldn't agree more. That's a good way to end this. Thank you, Paul. Hold your book up there, because this is the latest of 8 books that you've written.
Yes.
Psilocybin mushrooms in their natural habitats. Paul, you're a gem. You really are. You're such an important person. And I think through the conversations that you and I have had, and you've had on many other podcasts as well, millions and millions of people have gotten to understand what this is really all about. I think your role in educating people is enormous.
Yes, but let's be very careful with that. I'm a one knowledge keeper, literally in a string of knowledge keepers.
Yes.
So many people have died, been harmed, and indigenous people. I am carrying the torch, and I want to pass this torch with pride, with dignity, with respect, with kindness, with positivity to the next generation. The next generation needs to be empowered with this, and they can do an excellent job knowing what's happened in the past and foretelling what we could be in the future, the best of the best.
I think you're doing just that, so thank you. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan Podcast my name all day.
Unexpected, but over a period of time, we just got closer and closer and closer, very brotherly. And the last public appearance Emmanuel ever made was my wedding in September of 2012. And that night, wedding was at our house in Del Mar, California. That night, his girlfriend came to me and said, "We have to leave early. Emmanuel's having stomach pains." He was in oncology by the next week. He was gone by 3 weeks later. So, very touching to me, and deeply symbolic of my love for him, and thus the Kronk Cat.
Yeah, what a classic gem. And he was one of the first guys to realize, like, if you crank the heat up, it actually gives guys better conditioning.
He realized a lot of things. Yeah, Emmanuel was a genius in a lot of ways, and there were a lot of sort of time-honored rules and techniques in boxing that he quietly upended.
Yes,
because he was more advanced in his point of view and thought process.
And then everybody else sort of followed his lead
once they understood what he was doing.
Yeah.
If you saw the McCrorys and Tommy and those guys, why wouldn't you imitate, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, he was...
And he did it at both the amateur and pro level, too. So...
And he was always fantastic, too, as a commentator, because he would give insight that you're really not going to get from someone that's not, like, with these fighters day in, day out through an entire camp. He really understood
we can consider the privilege I had. The expert commentators I work with, starting with Ray.
Yes.
That's one perspective. Then gravitating through George Foreman and Roy Jones. Emmanuel's in there.
Yes.
To me, he was the best. I agree with you. The public responded more to Roy and Ray.
Of course. Famous guys.
Because of their stardom, etc.
And they were really good, too.
And they were good. But Emmanuel taught me more, because he was totally well-rounded.
Yeah.
As a human being as well as a boxing trainer.
I was very pleased to hear you back on the microphone for that Times Square event.
Thank you.
Because it had been so long.
6+ years.
God, I was like, that's crazy. It didn't make any sense. You were the best in the business. HBO was the best in the business. And when they stepped away from boxing, I was really heartbroken.
Well, if you look at what happened, we go from a situation where the television networks have the authority and the self-belief to choose the commentators the way they want to.
Yeah.
Then you get into a more subdivided and widely disparate marketplace. And now the star promoters have a great deal more influence than you would have thought before. And now the star promoters start getting involved in influencing who's on the air. So BBC, Mayweather was never a fan. We got along, but he
What was the famous thing with Larry?
Well, and I guess he associated me with Larry, which makes all the sense in the world.
Kind of, but you weren't nearly as critical.
I was just a blow-by-blow guy.
Right.
I'm not an expert commentator.
Right.
So I tried very hard, not always easy, but I tried very hard never to go over the line into doing what the experts were supposed to do.
Right. No, you were excellent at that. It didn't make any sense to me that, and Kellerman, he's also excellent. That's another guy.
And now he's back.
Yes, it's nice. And Andre Ward, who's another excellent guy.
Totally.
It just, the good thing about boxing was that HBO was completely independent from these promoters.
And the bad thing about boxing is that the fighters don't get paid as much on the undercard fights and don't get paid as much coming up, as is the case in the more broadly organized UFC universe, right?
Yeah, there is a difference. Yeah, there's a giant difference in the undercard pay. But
I learned that from Joe Rogan.
Yeah, well, the UFC treats the entire card as an enormous event. So they have elite fighters fight in the entire card. It's not top heavy. Like one of the problems with boxing is you would just say, when's the main event? When is Canelo fighting? And the other stuff is just nonsense. Whereas the UFC, you look at it like, oh, look who's fighting first fight of pay-per-view. There's 5 fights on pay-per-view. First fight of pay-per-view is a banger. And the seats are packed and everybody's excited to see it. Whereas everybody starts shuffling in about 20 minutes before Canelo fights in one of these big boxing events. That, I think, is kind of unfortunate.
I totally agree.
And a little bit short-sighted.
And I accede to your point of view because, and I've made this point before, I'm not a UFC expert. Any comment I make about UFC is atmospheric, but it's not expertly informed. I didn't have the bandwidth for that. I was trying to be knowledgeable about every single tributary and every single meaningless pocket in the boxing world. And that's a lot.
It's a lot to follow.
It took time. And frankly, I decided it would be distracting to me to try to keep up with 2 combat sports at once.
Right.
This is the one where I make my living. This is the one where the audience identifies me. This is the one that's on HBO.
Yes.
And I know that Dana, in particular, is said by some
there he is.
have been quite upset that he had a deal with
What
HBO
up, pimp?
and the deal with HBO.
Good.
Are you ready to do stand-up?
In an hour and a half. I should probably leave in about half an hour.
All right, you ready to play until then?
I can play quickly.
All right.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
So I've been practicing where my biggest flaw in the IQ test is, and I've been doing really, 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 really fucking well.
Okay, but I mean, that's not really if you study for the IQ test, then it's not as accurate.
Do you study for it doesn't matter.
Okay, big dog. Are
If
you
you
ready?
study for an IQ test and you score the highest IQ ever, does it still count?
No.
Then tell that to the person with the highest IQ in the world.
All right, I'll do it next time I look in the mirror.
Do you think the person with the highest IQ in the world wasn't studying for the fucking IQ test?
I didn't, so sure. Zoot, you have an invitation.
So you're telling me that people who don't score really high in IQ tests don't study beforehand?
Some don't.
Some don't. Some do.
Okay.
Are you still a genius if you score a genius score, but you study for the IQ test?
What's your first joke?
What's my first joke?
Word. Are you serious? Are you serious? Look who it is.
Yo, Zoot.
Zoot in. He has to leave in 30 minutes to go become the greatest comedian in the history of mankind. Zoot, will you please record it?
There's no recording allowed.
Yeah, there is. Just record it.
Yeah, just you don't have to necessarily even record the video. Just record the audio and the lack of laughs.
Oh, by the way, did I tell you I went to Tanamon God last night?
What'd you do now?
I went to. How do you pronounce her name, Roger?
I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Who's the influencer that married Jake Paul? That married Jake Paul?
Some speed skater girl. I don't know.
No, Tanamon God.
Is that a female?
Yeah, I went and saw her last night.
Oh, did you smash Jake Paul's wife?
Jake's what? No.
That's a good way to get famous. Get Jake Paul really, really angry at you so he fights you.
She has a boyfriend, but like that relationship's gonna last like 5 minutes of like what I saw last. Probably gonna last another week or a month. Like, I don't know. Like, the whole fucking time she was just talking about how she was like, how much of a slut she used to be before she met her boyfriend, and she would fuck like 8 guys in a week, and she had no standards. And I was like, fuck.
Are you saying that because you didn't find her sooner?
Yeah, I was like, fuck. Oh, shit. I might actually, if she didn't have a boyfriend, I might actually have a chance here.
So what did she think about my World Peace Project?
What?
What did she think about my World Peace Project?
Oh, there was too many people there that I couldn't get to talk to her.
So when you do your stand-up comedy, why don't you just keep your cell phone in your pocket and record the audio?
Maybe that's not a bad idea.
It's genius.
Yes, Zoo, please do that. Don't be scared. If someone asks, which will never happen in a million years, you can say I was just recording my own set to improve on it in the future.
My phone audio is not good right now, though.
It's good enough. It'll be able to capture the lack of laughs very well. Zoot, what's your first joke? What's your first? Okay, well, I've sent you both invitations. What's your first joke?
You're going to have to wait a couple of hours.
You still don't have a joke, do you?
You bet. He's obviously going to talk about Bonnie Blue.
He doesn't. Yeah. He does not have a joke.
I mean, like, Bonnie Blue. Yeah, I'll talk about how I could have. I fucked up not fucking Bonnie Blue. It would have been like.
And that she wanted to drink a condom full of your pee?
Yeah.
Well, that's going to go really well.
And now you're stalking her on the Pornhub charts every day, just wondering how far she'll climb up.
I just want. Hey, Rob, Plaza.
You just want her to be happy? Is that what you said?
Plaza, let me ask you a question. If you study for an IQ test and you score the world record for the IQ test, does it still count as having the world's highest IQ?
I would say sure. Yeah.
You study, you memorize every question, you buy IQ books, you study, and you get the world's highest IQ. You do nothing but study it for 6 months to 2 years, and you score the highest IQ in the world. Does it still count?
Yeah, why would it not count?
Okay. That just tells you how IQ tests are kind of bullshit, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. Are you trying to keep the IQ testing?
No, I'm not trying to check the IQ test. But I'm saying, like, we don't have AI where you can just get an MRI scan and then they can tell you your actual IQ and like what best job suits you. But I don't know if you say Futurama, but like when they just like do like this scan and they tell the person the best job in Futurama. I hope the future's like that where they can tell me what actual job I should be doing.
No, you'll find a career. I thought you were working in private equity.
I'll find a job in stand-up.
You're a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, I'm unemployed stand-up comedian.
Dude, that's all stand-up comedians.
Yeah, you know what? I was watching that Tanner girl last night, and you know, I was just like, if this bitch is making millions of dollars, there's a hope for us. Oh, this bitch is dumb.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on the internet like that. So how the fuck are you so successful? But they are.
But this bitch probably had like an IQ of a fucking hamster, bro.
Was she hot as fuck?
Sorry?
Was she hot as fuck?
I mean, yeah, her looks are what I'm making her successful, I guess. Like, the only reason she's successful is because that men dumb enough to give her money. The only reason she's successful and she even did it on the stage is because straight men are dumb as fucking first to give her money. She pretty much went on about that for like 20 minutes.
Would you crawl across a mile of broken glass to listen to this woman fart on a walkie-talkie? Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
That's gross. I mean, that's not something I'm into.
But you're into girls drinking your pee out of a condom?
No.
Would you let this chick, Jake Paul's ex-wife or whatever, drink your pee out of a condom?
No.
Would you let Bonnie Blue... Dude, what the fuck, dude?
Paul's ex-wife. They never got married. It was fake. did it for publicity. She just got lucky. Like, she wouldn't have a fucking career if it wasn't for Jake Paul. Like, be honest.
But she does stand-up comedy, and then you met her at the comedy club and got invited to like a party or something?
No, she had a podcast and it was basically stand-up, but it was just like, it was, I mean, she wasn't terrible, she wasn't great, but she wasn't terrible, she was kind of funny, but she was kind of like, you know, like, not my sense of humor, but like, it was kind of funny, but like.
Zoo, you promised me and Rabbi that you'll record your set. We're not going to judge, we just want to hear it.
I will.
Like, I went there basically just because I knew there was going to be a lot of women there. It'd be a good place to pick up women. But then like, I went there and I realized like these women have the IQ of about a fucking monkey. You know, it's just like, yeah, this isn't going to work.
Were they hot?
Yeah, there was a lot of hot women. Like, there was a lot of hot women there, but like every woman I talked to was a drunk or a fucking turd.
So they were cool.
Yeah, we're cool.
So, would you let any of them drink your pee out of a condom?
I'm down so bad sexually that probably.
That's not really sexual, though. That's more like hydration.
It's been a while since a woman touched me, so.
No, that's not true. The lady at the adult bookstore sucked your dick, but not to completion because you couldn't finish inside her mouth.
That was 2 months ago.
All right. Well, that's not like that long.
That's a long fucking time. I suppose you haven't had sex in like 3-4 years, right?
That's okay. I have quite a body count prior to that, so I can just cruise on that for a while.
Okay. I mean, are you gonna fuck women on stream when you go viral?
Word, dog. So Zoot, you're gonna record your set.
Promise.
Yeah.
You are?
I'm gonna try.
Well, there's no try. There's just do. Nobody's gonna check your phone in your pocket and see that it's working on like a recording. If anything, bring a secondary device just in case the first one doesn't work.
His phone should be enough.
It's Zoot.
Zoot, do you have any vague topics you're going to talk about? Or?
Yeah.
You know you have to do it for 5 minutes? So what's your first joke? Zoot, what is your first joke?
He's winging it. Can you say that?
Zoot, did you know that you had an invitation? Zoot.
Sorry, I have an email to respond to.
Is it from Bonnie Blue?
Yeah, sorry, I can't accept your invitation. I have to go.
Just play this one round.
He has to go to his stand-up. Let him do his dreams. Good luck.
Zoot, are you going to record it?
Yeah, you better record it, or you'll be banned from the server indefinitely.
Zoot, are you recording it? Zoot, do you answer questions?
You can't do an email and do this.
Zoot, are you going to record it?
Yeah. Good.
You're sure? Because I don't believe you. I think that something is going to go wrong and you'll be like, oh, my battery was low or some bullshit.
Yeah.
Zoot, what?
No bullshit, Zoot. You need the recording. Cool. Alright. Good luck.
Best wishes, dude.
And get some bad bitches' phone numbers, too.
Bitches who will drink your pee out of a condom.
Oh, that's fun. Rib session.
Zoot, I hope you kill. I hope you absolutely dominate these people.
Yeah, I will.
There is no way.
And that was the last time we heard him.
There is no... Okay, so give me some odds. I need some odds. What are the odds that he actually gets on stage?
I thought he was, like, signed up.
Dude, you know Zoot. It's always a process. He walks there, so he's got to, like the bus has to be on time and the train and all that other shit. And then...
He doesn't have a car?
He doesn't drive.
No, that's a good way to get chicks. Don't have a car.
He isn't allowed to drive.
Why? Did he get caught?
No, he just has... He has behavioral issues that don't allow him to drive.
Sorry, what did you say? I cut out.
He has behavioral issues that don't allow him to drive.
Are you serious?
I'm 100% serious. It's probably one of the reasons why he can't get laid, or it's why it's difficult for him to get laid.
Like the Tourette thing or something?
Word. It's like very severe when he drives.
Like it aggravates his symptoms?
Yeah. Also, something that aggravates his symptoms are being in front of large crowds.
Wow, you said that?
Word. Because I told him one time, like, I've never met anybody with it, except there was one guy I saw in a class once, and I'd never known that was like a thing, and I didn't know why everybody wasn't making fun of this kid, because he was just like yelling like randomly, and then I guess everybody else knew people with Tourette's before I did, so it was like, no, he has Tourette's, and I was like, huh? And they're like, that's like where you have involuntary bursts. I'm like, you mean he can't control that? And they're like, nope. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, that is a very strange. That was like one of like the strangest things you can have. Like just not even being able to control your own words.
Dude, and especially the words that he says.
Yeah, it could get him into trouble if he says like...
He just randomly comes in here and says the N-word sometimes. That's like his big one, that like, it's his big tick.
Interesting.
It's strange that tick is common amongst people with Tourette's. Like, it's like the word you're not supposed to say is the one that you want to say the most. No way are you making that. What kind of garbage is this bullshit? Dude, you're in my fucking way. How long will it feel? Separate my way. And I don't believe in pain. What'd you think of that win, son? Classic pool, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210.
Yeah, whatever. This is 120. Do you have dyslexia?
Yeah, you said whatever.
Okay. Well, you said 210, but
No, I said 120, 160, 210, and you said
freestyle 210. Right? I'm like, yeah, whatever.
And you said, yeah, whatever.
Well, it's fine.
Like whatever I want. And so I chose 120. Yeah. And I do have dyslexia. And I've got a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
Oh, bullshit.
Dog, you know that was fucking legit.
Let's see the big move. Big dog on campus here. As long as you don't get the red one, I'm good.
We have yet to have anybody win when the other person has gotten the red one.
Have we had it so that I don't even get a turn?
No.
Or I guess I got a turn at the beginning.
Oh, fuck. Dude, and the red one is super easy.
Do I have to cover this fucking thing or what?
No.
I don't think so.
No. So easy. I just gave you the game. Oh, and you got another one.
Oh, these ones in the corner. Fuck.
Dude, easy.
No!
Dog. I could set the greatest precedent in the history of this game.
These ones might be a little tricky because they're kind of clumped, but maybe you can do a bank shot or some shit. Oh. That's not good. These are going in the hole.
Are you going to put in the 20 or the 10? Do the 20. Do the white one.
You're pressuring me to make it.
Yeah, try the white one. Try the white one.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, still, that black one in the corner is like impossible.
No, that was like a guaranteed win.
No, for me.
You have to put the white one.
Try to get the white one.
I'll do a bank shot. Just to...
No way. Get it, dude. Get it. Get it. Get it. You deserve the win. We have yet to have somebody. What do you want? 120, 160, 210.
210.
What's your favorite Australian band?
AC/DC.
Excellent. What's your second favorite Australian band?
I don't fucking know.
Jet is the answer. Do you have an invitation, or you
No
just?
no one's ever heard of those.
Yeah,
So,
they have.
I don't have an invitation.
They have two big songs. It's like Cold Hard Bitch, Cold Hard Bitch, and they had like two songs, and then big back, blue, long blonde hair, she's so sweet, and I don't think you're with me.
There we go.
Be My Girl is the other one.
No.
Zoot likes a band called. It's like got a funny name, like Fuzzy Wuzzy and the Lizard Kings or something.
Yeah, I've heard of those. Everyone knows.
Of course. Look how sick this.
Missed it. Yeah. You better have that recording thing. Odds that he doesn't get scared last minute and run away are like 30%. If he somehow makes it onto the stage with nothing prepared, the odds of it going well are like less than 5%, probably like 2%.
Worse than that, dude. He has no. Let's think about it. He isn't naturally very funny. He's naturally interesting. I'm not going to say he's not, but he's like not like hilarious. And then he's going in front of a hostile crowd, perhaps. I mean, I don't know. It's probably not going to be sold out and everything.
What day is it today? On Monday?
Yeah. Oh, thanks for the free points. Thanks for the free points, son.
You need it. You're getting cooked. Now this one minimizes like the effect on the red tone. Lucky. I was running out of options. He's going for the ones back there.
Are you serious?
No.
Are you serious?
No way. Oh, fuck off. Oh my god.
Look how sick that shot was. You ready for another sick shot?
Go for the red one.
I don't need the red one. No way. Go, baby.
Oh, fuck.
And it dropped a white one? That's kind of harsh.
Yeah, I got it. Yes.
Go, baby. Go, baby.
Ooh.
Come on, baby.
Thank you.
Dude, fuck you.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. I still have a long way to go.
Fuck.
What was that?
It was
That was
it was brilliant. It was one of the most brilliant shots you've ever seen. Because look, you don't have an easy shot. Miss it. Miss it. Fuck.
I don't miss shots. Oh, Newfie.
That's not Newfie. You wouldn't know Newfie if the bitch you in the ass, son. Looks like you have to
he's
get
getting
everything.
nervous because
I'm not nervous at all. I'm gonna clear this board. You should be the nervous one.
$20, $40, $60, $80, $90. All right. That was bullshit.
Dude, you know that this is impossible.
Go for the white one. Go for the white one. Wow.
You know that this is impossible.
This is an easy shot. Get that puck in the thing. Oh, you're not going to make this.
If I do, it would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game.
Not even close. Oh, fuck. Wow. Wow. Right.
That was the greatest comeback and the first ever win where I didn't get the red puck or the red thing. I can't believe I won that game.
That's fair. Okay, you're sinking them.
All right.
The tension was high.
How did you blow such a big lead?
Could we do table soccer?
After this game, yeah.
I already canceled it.
Oh, okay. Then I'll send you a table soccer invite. Have you ever won table soccer?
I don't know. Do the one where it switches, like, who gets to shoot.
Tactical?
I don't know, I guess. What one do you do for your attacking?
Portugal. Why'd you choose Portugal?
I didn't even have time. I go for Argentina usually.
Do you know why I go for Wales?
Wait, can you shoot multiple pucks at the same time or no?
No.
Oh,
Just in the other one.
How am I supposed to pass it to this dude?
You just like that.
Yeah, but now my fucking thing is like. Oh, yeah. Okay. How am I supposed to freaking pass into that guy?
Look, I'm not going to teach you how to play the game. What the fuck was that?
You can't hit it twice in a row?
Get it. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Fuck.
How come it's not like sticking to them and stuff? This is some weird version of the game.
No, it's not. It sticks to them when
Yeah,
it's.
what's the one where you can pass it to them?
You can pass it to them in this one.
Oh. I don't remember it being this impossible.
You can't score on the first shot. In this one. In the other one, you can. Goals to win.
Oh, you're going with the dragon attack here? Fuck.
Oh, that was close. Get this pass. Oh.
No. Easy goal. Oh. Fudge.
Look at this shot. I hate when it does this because you can't, like, hit it.
You can't move.
Yeah.
Things.
What are you going to do? You have a big. That's a good shot.
Oh my god.
You ready to see a good pass?
Oh, it just sticks to them like a magnet?
Yeah, when you pass it.
Good to know. Well, it might be Dunzo here.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
No one knows what the dragon is.
Oh, Zoot does.
Why did it go to 2?
I don't know. I guess it just goals to win. How many goals do you want to win?
3 or 4.
Okay, 4 is not an option. So 3 or 5.
Oh, you can do 3. Oh, I need my team.
Your team sucks.
I would buy team before. There we go.
You want to know something?
What?
What is the widest river in the world?
It's in South America by like Buenos Aires or something.
Yeah, did I tell you this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's like the Silver River. It's like it's got Buenos Aires on one side and Montevideo. I don't know how to say that. Montevideo on the other side. Which I don't know. I think means Mountain View or something.
Oh my god.
This would be one of the greatest passes in the history of this game. And it was. Oh, no. No.
Nice. Shoot. You could have knocked my piece in. What
Thanks,
the
big
fuck?
dog. Own goal. Own goal, son.
That shouldn't even be allowed.
That's so interesting. Right, because there is no other moment than this. The word, it can be recreated. Someone listens to the replay. This moment is all there is.
Oh, great. Great.
Teach people this and just help them get out of pain or anxiety or fear.
Look at this pass. You ready to see this?
Bullshit.
You ready to
That
see
was
this?
not intentional.
Oh, for sure was.
Oh,
This is going to
pass it
be
again.
intentional as well.
Oh, you should have passed it again.
I was unable to.
You could have passed it to the guy on the side. So.
Nope. Are you proud of that shot?
I should have used my. You can't pass it to yourself. Okay,
Correct.
good. Now you might be cooked here.
Nope. Oh, yeah. I'm done.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Look at this move.
You probably stole it from some guy that you're playing against. Try to pass it back to yourself.
Why don't you get all your fucking guys out of the goal?
That's how you're supposed to play, dog. Wonderful.
That sucks. Oh, no way.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. Try to take a shot on goal, son. Try to take a shot on goal. Try to take a shot on goal. You're going to miss. Shot on goal. What a pass.
Bullshit.
Look at this move. You got so many fucking guys. It's garbage.
No, no, no.
Dude, I can't make this.
Bullshit.
Open goal. Open goal.
Can I hit your guy to pass it to my guy?
Yep.
Your puck thing? What? It should have stuck to it. That's bullshit.
What's bullshit about it?
It touched my fucking paddle thing.
Then I guess it's not a pass? What a shot.
Easy.
You have your first
Easy.
You have your first lead ever, don't you?
Nope, can't do that. You know the goal is fucking things in my head.
Own goal. What a pass. What a pass.
not that hard. You just gotta slam it into the thing.
Look at this goal. Did you see that?
Oh. Wow. What? Okay. Went right by him.
What are you gonna do?
Like I'd be nervous right now if I were you.
No, I'm not nervous
I'd
at
be
all.
so nervous there.
Dude, you're not gonna score.
Oh bullshit. There you go. Fuck.
Watch this pass.
No. Dick.
Watch this pass.
No, you're not.
Watch this pass.
Oh my god.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
I don't have a win in this game? What the fuck?
You are winless.
Well, I haven't played it much.
Tactical. 3 goals to win. 3 passes, 1v1. You ready? Do you remember that time I asked you a question?
I'm ready, dog. I don't see the invite.
I didn't send it to you until I said, "Are you ready?"
Of course I'm ready.
Do you know what the dragon attack is? Do you know why I play as Wales? Do you know why I play as Wales?
I think you told me, but I forget.
Because Burundi or Burma is not an option. Burma also has a dragon on their flag. And in order to have the dragon attack, oh, you fucked me. Open goal.
Didn't I give you a goal?
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Some annoying phrase you keep repeating.
It is so annoying. It doesn't rhyme. It doesn't use alliteration. I'm surprised I use it. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, that would have been sick.
Oh, you're cooked.
Are you going to score? No way. What a beautiful shot, dude. That was sexy. Look at this move, though. Oh, that counts as a pass? I don't know why it wouldn't.
Oh, bullshit.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Oh, fuck off. That's some bullshit.
I've never played like that. That was great. I might have to do that in the future. I always just kick it to the other guy, to the other team. But, oh, wow. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yo, why is my defense? Oh, no, I'm offense.
Do you see how good my defense is right now? Uh-oh. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Just try to protecting the ball.
You did a good job of it. You know, it's actually illegal. I did not know this in soccer. Like soccer usually has pretty simple rules. I did not know this though. It is illegal for one team to build like a little wall around the ball and just like protect the ball carrier. Did you know that?
Oh, like in Kicking and Screaming, where they're like just blocking anyone who comes in the circle.
Basically, yeah. That's an illegal strategy. What the fuck did you just do, son?
I missed a golden opportunity.
Kicking and Screaming is a great movie.
Classic.
What's your favorite Will Ferrell movie?
Cheaper. Might be Kicking and Screaming.
Did you ever see Old School?
Step Brothers, the classic.
Step Brothers, great one. What else did you say?
Yeah, Old School is very funny. Megamind.
Never saw it. Did you see Blades of Glory?
Yeah, that one's very funny. That one might be my favorite.
I agree, it is very funny, and it might be my favorite.
Chad Michael. What the fuck is this?
Chad Michael Michaels.
Fucking time. Did you rig my clock to make it 2 seconds?
Chad Michael Michaels. He had his first girlfriend at age. Chaz Michael Michaels had his first girlfriend at age 9. One rule: clothing optional. I love that movie. Oh, I should say I love like a couple scenes from it. I don't love it. Like Step Brothers to me is a funnier movie. Did you see that pass?
Yeah, I would have made the same shot.
Dude, I have an open goal. This is really sad. Very sad. Now watch this pass.
Yeah, you're getting way too lucky with this.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Shit. I'm cooked. Oh. Damn it. No, let's do pool. No,
Pool sucks.
not pool. No, pool's fun.
I'm terrible at it.
Everyone loves pool. No, you're good at it. We're getting good at it.
Trick shots?
No, not the trick shot one. No one plays trick shots.
It's good stuff, though. All right, so can you hit it on the side when it's normal rules? I think so.
I thought you were allowed to.
You are. I have difficulty telling what balls are stripes and not because there's like a shine on the ball.
Yeah, I mean, they highlight them before you hit for like 1 second.
Yeah, I wish they kept it that way. Like, no way. What are you doing? You have an easy shot. Not that shot. Time's running out, son. There you go. Dude, you're playing like a G. You're playing like a
like
G.
a hustler.
Kiss shot.
I
Dog.
mean, I even get a turn, dog. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell the fine name does.
Dude,
I do have some fine name without it.
You're playing like Joe Rogan.
Oh, I just sunk a ball. Nice.
What a win. What a great win. You have
Are you
0 wins?
serious?
What the fuck? How do you have 0 wins?
We've played this game like 3 times. Some I've lost all the time.
I didn't even have to do anything.
Yeah, that's one of the rules. So you can't sink the ball for some reason. Well,
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation.
The table's open, son.
Caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s.
not really. I don't have a shot here.
Baby, you always have a shot.
Talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Alright.
Look how sick this shot's gonna be.
Oh.
I don't really have a good shot. Bank shot, kiss shot, combo shot. How'd you like that, son? Bank shot, kiss shot, combo shot. Dog. I also have a problem seeing which one's the 8 ball.
You're colorblind?
No, it's just.
Or it's hard to see?
Oh, was that the 8 ball?
No.
Right. It's like a dark blue versus a, I don't know. I can't believe you've never won in pool.
I've only played it like 3 times.
Yeah, but you're clearly better at it than I am. I can't believe I've gotten fortunate to beat you every game.
Yeah, maybe this will be the first win.
Oh, guaranteed. I'm so shitty at this game.
Yeah, practice.
Dog. Combo shot, dog.
That was like a double combo shot. Fuck.
You just scratched, son. Look how sick that shot was. Look how sick this shot is.
See, you're good at it. You can do that, so you're good.
I suck dick at this game, dog.
There's an easy shot right there.
Right here?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, pimp.
Maybe I shouldn't have told you that and you would have missed it.
I know I would have.
Oh shit. One more.
Yeah, but how do I hit it?
We might scratch here. You're gonna. Oh.
How do I hit this ball?
You're touching it right now. No, you just scratched and you almost knocked my.
I failed to hit a solid first. This is like in Karam or Karam, when the other guy has like all the points and you can basically put anything in, but you have to put them in.
They're very similar to It's very similar to Karam.
I agree. Why don't you play Moncala?
It just seems like boring. I don't know.
No way.
Could be a win here.
No way.
Could be a win here.
No way. You're gonna miss. This is a tough shot. Don't miss. Easy shot.
Wow, first win. Let's go.
Are you ready to play Moncala?
No, I don't want to play that game. The game's so boring.
Why? You ready to play archery?
Yeah, I'll do archery. Host advantage. Nice. Oh.
Mars Mission 1, a fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher B. Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the guesswork effect to continue to develop and the cliffhanging detectives.
You better make it. 9? You think 9's a good start? Do you think 9 is a good start? 8? Do you think 8 is a good start? One of the most difficult shots you're ever going to see here.
Wow. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I'm going to get a bullseye here just for you. I dedicate the shot to Zoot and his stand-up career. I dedicate this shot to Zoot and his stand-up career. Oh, shit.
Two. I haven't seen a 2 in like so many shots from you.
I know.
It's amazing.
I know. You got a 9, son.
I'll take a 9.
Yeah, you will.
I'll take a 10.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh, I should have aimed lower.
I dedicate this to Zoot and his comedy career. Fuck, I needed that. I need this. Fuck. I need this. Oh no, I'm fucked. This game is over. Don't miss. You got a 9. It's like impossible for you to fuck up. You've got that big ass iPad.
4.
You've got a big ass iPad.
Oh, I won. Fucked up, though. That was not a great score. They nerfed my iPad because the games are all shit now. They used to be full screen, and I have fucking chat bar.
Oh, speaking of chat bars, do you like my emojis?
Well, shell there. Perfect.
Don't fuck up. Oh, you didn't.
No.
That sucked. Why would you do that? What in the fuck? 3 points? You should win for that. You should win for that. That was not good.
Wow.
Why don't you play with the bonus on?
You set up the game.
I know, but I just did it the way that you did it the last time.
I guess we can try it.
Get your shit off the board. Are you proud of that shot?
I think it was pretty good. Pretty nice shot.
What the fuck was that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Major mistake.
This thing's so sensitive. Like, it'll go, like, no soft throttle. It's like...
You know what I hear? Excuses. And I embrace solutions, not excuses. Thanks, baby. I'm in a perfect position. I have a lead 3-0.
go. I'm not even sweating. Yeah, those are coming off the board in 1 second.
Thanks, baby.
Fuck.
Get your shit off the board. Bye. What are you doing? What are you doing?
If I landed that in the 2x, I would have won.
If ifs was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Oh, come on. Fucking thing.
You lost.
Alright. Alright.
Bonus or no?
Yeah, that's fine.
Why don't you like Moncala?
Karam is infinitely better.
It's Karam.
I just said that.
No, you said Karam. It's Karam.
It's like Karam.
It's Karam.
No, it's spelled Karam.
I know it's, yeah, apartheid is spelled apartheid, but it's pronounced apartheid.
No, it's pronounced apartheid.
It will be in the future. Are you proud of that shot?
Are you proud of that shot?
No.
Oh, that was a mistake. Yo, get your shit off the board.
It's tied, baby. Thanks for the free points.
Are you serious?
Oh, for sure I'm serious. Big one. Dog, you're fucked. Go, 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 go. It's over, dog. I bet you should just give up.
Two. That's a 2. That's bullshit. My thing was in the 2. Okay, what? How are you so good at that?
Because I'm sexy and I know it. You're done.
Oh my god.
You're done. You're done.
Game sucks.
All right, well,
Game
fuck it.
sucks.
Let's play darts.
Let's play mini golf and join an online mini golf.
All right, we'll try it. So I guess it would be 4 players, 5 holes. 4 players, 5 holes, and then I'm gonna press join. Don't do it yet, but I'm gonna do 3, 2, 1, and then do it. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm pressing the button. In 3, 2, 1, boom. Riser's in. Oh, tight.
Yeah.
Oh, this is fun.
There we go.
Now this is how we should do it. We could gang up against guys. Oh, that shot.
People were saying they would report me last time because it was just screwing up their shots and then we got very mad. Here we go.
Rank the first guy's shot. I give it a 7. I give that shot a 7. Oh, shut the fuck. I'm gonna do the same thing. Just piss people off.
Oh, you're the purple ball for one. Is that gonna switch up like your psychology at all?
Look how good this shot is.
It's not bad.
No, it's makeable.
This is the shot you want to have, though.
Definitely not.
Bounce fucking right.
It's in the wrong spot.
Bounce right. There we go. There we go.
Perfect, dude. What are these guys going to do? See, you know what's shitty about this? Is people quit after the first game. That's why I don't like playing it.
What do you mean? Like the first hole, you mean?
Yeah, if they don't win, they'll quit after the first hole. And then you have to wait and like have them resign.
No,
it sucks. Yeah, dog, hit my
I don't
ball.
know. I've never experienced that.
Dude, I experience it all the time. Oh, dude.
Oh, you almost got water bumped.
You're right. But I didn't because I'm a pimp.
Oh, look at these points.
I'd never experienced it. My name's Riser. I've never experienced it.
I've never experienced what?
When these guys are douchey.
Oh. Yeah, that guy's having a Zoot connection error. The green dot's going off and on.
Look how sick this shot is.
You mean to do this?
No.
Huh?
You made my shot even better. I'm going to be such a dick.
Guy has a connection problem. What?
No, he doesn't.
Anything?
He just gave up.
This green dot's going. No, we're good. How many wins do you think these people have? That guy has 2 wins. The other guy
10-24. What happened to Artin? He gave up.
Yo, you distracted them with the emojis.
I know. Such a dick thing to do. Artin.
Are you reacting to your own emoji?
Oh, for
or
sure.
Did you just put the emoji in your name?
Look how sick this shot is. What happened to Artin's ball?
He just did not.
He gave up. I'm telling you, he gave up.
Yeah.
So now you have to wait for him.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
What a shitty shot. Look how good my shot was. Your shot sucks.
Get in.
Your shot's not very good at all. Artin's my man. I'm going to piss off everybody.
Bro, you think you distract me on purpose.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I would quit if I were these people. You are much better than me, but I can always win. That's what Landrish says. He has my favorite kind of art.
They would say.
He has my favorite kind of art.
Oh, he does actually. What's that called again? Like shitty French minimal cubeless shit.
Pierre Moret or something like that.
Alright.
Look how sick
That's
this.
funny.
Look how sick this shot is.
This is not even at all close to the greatest shot.
Your shot sucks.
My shot was amazing.
I don't think it was very good.
You'll see why it was amazing in just a sec.
I mean, my shot without a doubt is better than everybody's right now. I had the best shot because I can go like this, stop, and just be perfect. Perfect shot. You can't put your ball there. That shot sucks.
Oh, what the fuck?
What was that, Riser?
Bullshit.
Riser.
Bullshit.
Riser.
That was fucking bullshit. And Arden farting quit.
At least he quit. And didn't make us fucking wait for him. Like Ledrish fucking... Oh, yeah. Shoot your fucking ball. Oh, he had a great shot, too. Better than your shot. Look how sick this shot is. Are you fucking serious? Stay.
Oh, cooked.
Not as bad as your shot. Your shot is fucked. You're so far back. What are your thoughts on Scotty Scheffler winning the Open?
I don't know what that means.
The British Open,
Is
you
that
fuck?
golf?
Yeah.
Oh, is that on?
He won it today.
No one watches the British Open in 2025.
This guy's in the water. Psych B. I like bouncing it into the hole. It's one of my favorite things. Look how far back you are.
Okay. As long as he doesn't sink it here, I'm still in the game.
He's going to make it, though. I'm going to distract him.
Oh, I have 275 coins, dude. I can buy one of those things.
And then we both do it to people. Is he going to go?
Oh, there's an Argentina flag for 100.
Are you going to go?
I didn't know he already didn't go.
He gave up. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I hate playing with these people. Because...
we can quit and find some good people.
Oh.
So we're at hole 3. Because there's some good people that play. These people are not serious golfers.
Look how sick this shot is. Go in the water.
Happy with the...
Go in the water. You're in the water.
Oh. I haven't played this one in too long. This guy has like 2 wins and he's logging.
Okay, look how good this shot was. Stop. Your shot is bad.
Water bump. Oh no, you're gonna have to like water bump me or some shit.
I don't know. Why did he shoot
What
it
the
into
fuck
the
was
fucking...
that?
Did I water bump you? Oh, baby, what a shot. What an amazing shot. Why did he
Now you're still cooked.
I am not cooked. I have a shot at to win.
You don't. I don't. Yeah, maybe. Don't do it full blast.
Dog, how about you don't tell me how to play this game?
You didn't even make it. You want to see how to make it?
Yeah. You're gonna put my ball in.
Oh wait.
Dog, I won. I had a perfect game. No, I didn't. He beat me. He beat me. I hate this hole.
It's not that bad.
It sucks.
Depending on where the hole is.
But look how good this shot is. So good. This guy sucks. That's a terrible shot in the water. Water. Great shot, man.
Do you like that shot?
That was beautiful.
Are you gonna hit the red ball out of the way?
No.
Any cane ball?
No. Where is this guy? You know what I'm gonna do?
No.
Do you know what I'm gonna? You know what I'm gonna do.
No water bump?
You know what I'm gonna do.
Fuck. Failed. A really bad shot.
Your ball's going in the water. You're not making this. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh,
why don't you just try and win? So this
I am. Look at the scoreboard. It's obvious that I'm trying to win. Look at the scoreboard.
Dreist.
This motherfucker has. You are much better than me, but I can always win. Look at this shot. Terrible shot. You have a. Are you?
Go water bump me down, dog.
Are you fucking serious? That was beautiful.
Do it again. Water bump me from there.
I don't think I can.
Fucking Ladreist.
I thought that whenever you play with people, they never quit.
No, it's never happening. You brought your shit luck. Alright, next game, if someone's doing that, we're just gonna quit.
Look how good. Look at
What
that.
a perfect game.
Look at that win.
Alright. Get the join thing up and then do the 1, 2, 3.
Okay, but I think it's smarter to do quick play with 3 players. I mean, well, I don't know. You
That's
want
not an option.
to play better people, play ranked.
That's 2 players, 3 holes.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. 4 players, 5 holes. Okay, I'm gonna hit the thing in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, you're not in.
Shit. Oh, leave. Did you find a game?
I resigned. Yeah, it gave me a game. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Okay.
Wait. It's not letting me resign. It's waiting for players, so just try to join this game. There's 1 more spot left. There you go.
Why doesn't Iran have a picture?
A hacker.
Oh, look at this shot. Look how good this shot is. It's perfect. Fuck you, dude.
You like the angle? Oh, did he change his profile picture to the exact shade of green?
Of the tree? Or of
the background of it?
Of the... Now it went away.
That's funny. His profile picture might be the, I don't know, transparent image or just the exact shade of green.
Oh, are you fucking serious?
What the fuck did you do?
What are you doing? Hit my ball. Dog.
Oh my god.
That was awful.
You fucked it up. You fucked the whole thing up.
I did not. Go, Iran. Iran, come on, man. Why can't anybody... Can you see my vagina thing? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't it look like a vagina?
Oh, it looks like a seashell.
Concha.
With
Conch.
spikes.
Conch shell. Look how sick that shot was. What happened to Iran?
Go in.
You missed. I thought you said that people really like playing. People never quit when you played. Let's see how good this guy is.
They're all really good. He has 420 wins. So he's actually good.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to play this hole. Way to fuck it up, dude.
Perfect shot.
Go, baby.
Oh, Oh, I have a... Please don't fuck up my next shot. Yellow ball. No!
That was an amazing shot by that guy.
What the hell?
And he helped you.
I was gonna shoot the red ball in front of the hole.
Miss. If I don't make this, I'm gonna...
Oh. Fuck that up. Nice.
Ari J
You're
69. Ari J
Jesus
69. There's one hole that I've played that I have not lost on the hole in 65 times I've played it straight. Like I always win this hole. I don't know why anybody doesn't play
Which
it.
one?
It's I don't want to give it away.
You're not gonna. The hole's in the freaking game. Like, you don't have to be so clandestine about the fucking hole that you went out. I'm not asking you how you went hole.
I mean, it's not like it's a secret. This guy is getting so fortunate.
Are you gonna tell us what the fuck the hole is, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to really describe it. I guess you start in the bottom right. You start in the bottom right corner. The hole's in the upper right corner. There are two lakes, and it's really hard to make it through the middle of the lakes.
Finger slip.
Dude, this guy sucks. Thank you. I'm never the teal ball.
Yeah, it's throwing me off being the red one right now.
He just missed
this
it.
guy is like Zoo.
But he's got the best fortune in the world. What happened, dude? This guy has 6? Oh, I'm amazing at this hole.
No, you're not. Oh, that was a perfect shot.
Perfect shot.
That guy. But his next one, I should be able to knock him like way into the pink.
Oh, fuck it. Oh, no. He, like, went to the side.
Fuck.
Be a good shot. Stop, stop, stop. This cunt. This guy sucks.
That was actually a good shot by him.
It was brilliant. A Reed 69. I see this isn't your first rodeo. I hate this hole. Do you know what we call this hole?
Kirby dick.
The pee hole.
The pee hole. Is it supposed to be like pee hole than piss hole?
It's both. It looks like a pea. Look at this shot.
Oh. You're off your game today.
Yeah, because I'm teal.
Excuses galore.
Look how sick this shot is, though.
I fucked up. Can I water bump him?
Nope. You could help him win, though.
Don't waterbomb me. We might be able to waterbomb them.
You can.
Yeah,
You got a
that's
perfect
waterbomb.
opportunity. Do you know that the new iOS is gonna? Oh, fuck you, man. You're gonna be able to have it wait on hold for you.
Oh. Wait, what? What do you mean?
It's going to like you can be on hold with like I don't know the customer service or whatever, and it'll wait on hold for you. Losers, hee hee. I can't believe I beat you. I can't believe you came in dead last.
Tough world out there. Wait, what do you mean it'll wait on hold for you? Like a car?
No, it'll wait on the like when you're on hold with customer service, and they'll say you're the next caller. Like you'll be. It's approximately 10 minutes until you'll be with a customer service representative.
Around.
It will do the holding for you. It'll like be like, okay, cool. And then it'll be like, we'll just tell you when somebody picks up.
They already have that with some things. It's called a callback.
Yeah. You want classic pool 120, 160, 210. Go.
160.
Why do you like 160? It sucks.
Well, one do you like? 120s, there's not enough pieces.
I like
210, there's like too many of them.
I like them all. I'm gonna just show dominance. Did you like that shot? I'm gonna dedicate this. Oh man, I don't really have a good shot. I dedicate this shot to Laura Ashley Holm.
Fuck.
I dedicate this shot
And
to Ann Taylor.
you should be a little 10. Oh, what the hell?
I dedicate this shot to Lane Bryant. I dedicate this shot to Elizabeth Taylor. I dedicate this shot to Betty Davis. I dedicate this shot. Man, this is a tough shot. I dedicate this shot to Sarah Ferguson.
Oh, fuck.
I dedicate this shot to Lacey Jorgensen.
Eventually, you're gonna have to try and break up the clump in the middle. No. Do that.
Eventually, I don't have to do shit, dog. Are you proud of that shot?
Quiet on the Quran field.
It's a board.
Please don't disturb.
Welcome. How are you?
Hey. Is that Zoot?
Is that Zoot?
I apologize. I ended up going there late, so I can't perform tonight.
Told you he was gonna fuck it up.
I was talking to her late, and I can't perform because I'm just too late.
I told you he was gonna fuck up. I said that. I said that. That was my prediction. That was.
I have enough weight to write a fucking joke.
That was exactly what I predicted would happen. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I was like, he's gonna get scared before he goes on, or he's gonna not.
I said he's got to.
Really wanted to go fun.
He's got to walk and take the bus and take the train. There's too much to go wrong.
You've been hyping this up for like a fucking like month, and you don't even show up for the job. No, whatever. There's always tomorrow, right? How do you like that win? I'm pretty sure you lost that game.
I was distracted by
like
Zoo.
You got whooped there. Yeah, I wanted to hear Zoot bombing.
What did I tell you was going to happen? What did I say?
You're supposed to be prepared.
What did I say was going to happen?
Go, 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 go.
I'm going to win.
It's such a disadvantage trying to go first. Oh, unless Rabbi does that and gives me the red one. No, you're absolutely correct. No!
Get it.
No. Oh my god, that's so bullshit. Why is the red one still? Oh, you still have to cover it.
Don't worry. Don't you worry about what I have to do. You should just need to focus on yourself.
It's okay, I don't need the red one to win. If you fuck up this win somehow on a 120 with the red one, then that would be a never before seen event in its history.
That's a miss. Thank you.
Oh,
you're done. You should just resign. I mean, you're really done. Look how sick these shots are.
Go for the white one. No, I have to tell you which one to get. Go for the black one. No. I have to tell you which one you have to finish with, okay? The white one along the side there. Nope, you didn't do it. You lost. Why did you not go for the one I was telling you?
I did. I went for the white one.
No, the one I was saying, the white one on the side, not in the middle.
Pool rules. No red.
Oh, if you get the red one, you lose?
No, there's no red one.
Oh. That was an option the entire time?
It's called pool.
Yo, you fucking break them up. Stop. Fucking try and get one in. Possible. No! Get it in. Stop doing that. You have to break them up. Actually, full force. No! Rabbi. What part don't you understand about that? There you go.
Oh, I'm not whack. Are you fucking serious?
What the fuck am I supposed to do here?
Just make it.
Oh, come on. That was terrible.
Are you proud of that shot?
I got 2 of them in.
Yeah, and you should be. You should be very proud of that shot.
Can you sink some of your shitty white discs so they're not blocking all my shots?
They're called Karams.
No, they're called discs.
They're called both.
Did you search that up, or are you just making up?
I read it.
Are you in the Quran Reddit?
Yeah, I am. And I am the Mancala one. There are like 10 people in both.
There's only 10 people in the Mancala one?
No, it's more than that. Dude, what the fuck is with all this shit? Look how sick this shot's gonna be.
Nice. Back for it.
But what the fuck is
Maybe
this?
break some of it up. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
How about you put some of these fucking balls in, dog? Quit flapping your lip. You're gonna hit in all my balls.
No.
Hit my balls in. White balls. Go. Thank you. Hit my ball in. Thank you. And go. All right, you ready for this?
Oh, now I'm fucked. Okay.
Are you ready for this?
Oh, you fucked up. Nice. No!
Not as badly as you did, son.
I don't think you're gonna make this next shot.
I might make multiple.
Get in there.
You have a very difficult
Feel
shot.
the deal here.
Very difficult.
An easy shot. Easy shot. 2 in a row, dog.
No, I won the last one.
Fuck.
I'm the first person ever to win without winning the red. Why are you playing so shittily?
That shouldn't have happened. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Look how sick that shot is.
Oh, we're doing this game where you can sink any of them? Shit. Restart.
Fuck your restart.
I didn't realize you just... Okay, I gotta restart. Put a white one down. Give a negative point.
Any true Karam player should be able to recognize the rules. Look how good this shot is.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
Look how good this shot is.
When was the last time you drank alcohol?
It's been years.
A few years.
Yeah, I used to drink wine on camera, but I just use grape juice now. It's probably been like two years or so. I don't really.
So you've been like sober for 2 years?
Yeah, I don't like the taste of alcohol, so I mean, it's not like I had a drinking problem before. But yeah.
You don't like beer?
No, it tastes like garbage to me.
Okay. I actually do enjoy the taste of beer sometimes. I don't think it's like the greatest thing in the world, but I do like it. But I don't drink very much. It just makes me feel like shit. So you've been sober for like 2 years, you'd say?
2 or 3 years, yeah. Maybe even 3 years probably.
Do you intend to be sober the rest of your life?
Fuck
or is
no.
this just a temporary?
Fuck no, it's just alcohol is really expensive. And I don't have the budget to just be drinking a whole bunch. Are you fucking serious?
What alcohol are you buying?
Wine?
I buy like the hobo beers for like, it's like a 40, which is like, well, they don't have those, but like the equivalent of 40. It's like $10 for like 6 beers that are malt liquor.
I mean, I don't like to drink like that though. If I want to drink, it's usually for religious purposes, and I don't like to drink to get drunk. Like a slight buzz is okay, but I like to maintain control of myself.
So you can't get blacked out for religious reasons?
Correct.
Does it say in the Bible or whatever your version, the Jewish Bible is called? Is the Jewish Bible called the Bible or something?
Torah? But we refer to it as the Bible. What an ass kicking.
It is the Bible? I didn't even know we were playing that game. Alright, Wordle, or Literati.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. You're gonna get smoked. This is my best game.
I might actually win this time. I'm overdue for a win.
You're done. I have shitty cards.
You've done shrooms before, right?
Yeah, a ton.
Really? A ton?
I used to microdose.
Have you macrodosed them?
Yeah, to the point where I fucking threw up and flooded the entire floor of the house.
Talk to Lee Cigar. Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time call line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Lisa from East of
Have you had any like spiritual experiences on shrooms?
This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Lee Cigar.
Welcome back to Coast AM. So, thank you. All right.
Not where like anybody talked to me or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, I one time macrodosed to the point where I literally flooded the bathroom, and it was not good. And so what happened was I had been microdosing, and I figured I don't like to like I don't know. I wanted to get rid of all these mushrooms, so I just ate a whole bunch of them and got really fucked up and took a shower, and I just was in the shower for like 2 hours and didn't realize it. And my roommate knocked on the door and was like, "Are you okay? I hear you like moaning in there." And I was like, "Yeah, I just like threw up." And then I had unknowingly flooded part of the house, and fortunately I didn't have to like I have renter's insurance, and so I didn't have to get that involved, but it was messy. And I just was like, if I'm going to do it in the future, if I'm going to do that much, I'm going to probably make sure I do it with other people. And that was like the summer before I started streaming. Was it the summer before I started streaming? Or I think I had started with GoPros, but I just hadn't started like YouTubing. I started YouTubing technically like my streams start fall of 2001 or no 2021, but I have a lot of data that's archived on SD cards. Do you see the score?
Such bullshit. It's giving me like
so many of the same. What excuses are you using?
You gave me like 4 N's. Bullshit. I'm getting murdered here.
You just need to play well. That's all. I mean, there's just a key, and it's just about playing well.
Thanks for the tutorial. How the fuck do you spell femur? God damn.
FEMUR.
Yeah. What the fuck does theme mean?
No one knows. I have so many eyes right now.
Daryl. What the fuck is kiss?
Cis?
Kiss.
Doesn't it mean like cisgender?
Isn't that SIS? And that's like
No.
an acronym?
CIS, and it's not. I mean, I don't even know if that's like what that means. All I know is that I have more than twice your score, and right now your goal is to not get doubled.
I'll take the 18 points there. If I hit like a 3W with that 18, that would be... Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Dude, I have the worst letters.
What fucking words even start with
Z? It means like chi, means like your spirit in Chinese.
No, I know that's a word, but I can't build off that word.
Yeah, you can. Taxi. My taxi.
Yeah, there's an M above it.
I know. That's why I said my taxi. That was my joke.
Did you swap or did you find a
teen?
Oh, you got real. How many fucking E's is it giving me? What the fuck? This is bullshit. Can't give someone. Give me 4 M's, 4 A's.
Oh fuck! I have the word Inuit, but it's a proper noun. Shout out to the Inuits. Do you think you're gonna make a comeback?
We'll see. I can snipe the. I can snipe the 3-word thing. Let's see. Hope you don't have the fucking letters for this shit. Oh, come on. Fuck off. B? B is not a fucking word.
Bye.
The fuck is that?
It's like chicks who suck dick and finger other chicks.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Fuck you, dude.
What? You can build off it.
Fuck you. Oh, you think you're gonna come back?
Hopefully.
Don't do that. Oh, but I was gonna say, why isn't it more points than that?
The X didn't count? What the fuck? That's bullshit.
Well, because it's like a custom letter.
I guess. I kind of wasted it then. I thought I'd get more points.
This is a very low scoring game.
It won't let me play more than one thing, which is really annoying.
No one knows what you're saying.
It should let me play like more than one word at a time.
Do you want to hear about? Do you want to hear about? What? As? Are you gonna follow my
How do
trap?
you spell whoa?
WOAH. Are you gonna fall in my trap? WHOA?
I got it.
Oh, maybe, I don't know. I think it can be spelled the other way too.
Yeah, now I got the WHOA. What was your question?
Do you want to hear about? Do you want to hear about the fighter and the kid?
No. Not to be rude, but no.
You don't want to hear about
I
Bread
know
and
you love
Shop?
it for some reason.
You love it.
I don't know about that.
You love it.
Hurry up. Are you running out of words? Oh, was going for a connector with a ZA or something? No. Did you really have an S? Ah.
That's the West Side Pimp. Oh, fuck. Why haven't you ever beaten me at this game?
I'm not very good at this game. You didn't double my score. That's like a win in my book.
It should be. You had a Q. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. All right, you ready to play darts?
Okay.
You want 301, 501, 101.
Just 100.
Let's see what you got, pimp. Let's see how good you are. That was a 3. That was a 3. You got a total of 6.
Maybe not the best start. Oh my god.
You got a total of 3.
I think it's easier on the phone, to be honest. You could bust though, and then I win, right?
I'm sexy as fuck, dog. I bust all the time. Watch this shot, though. Are you watching? I dedicate this shot to DMX.
I just need. Nope.
101, 301, 501.
Only 101s.
I beat you 1 game in a row.
Oh, bullshit. 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 Fuck.
25. 20. 1. Pretty good. But I'm going to show you perfection. I busted. Zero. 20. 20. Are you proud of that?
What's the one where you have to hit the edge at the end? Is that only the 500?
It's called Pro Double Out. Do you want Pro Double Out?
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to play it.
All right. You want 101 Pro Double Out?
Yeah.
You want 101 Pro Double Out? That's cray-cray.
Yeah. It's hard to...
Riser's turn. Go. That's a 1. That's a 20. That's a 20. That's a good score. I'm going to sneeze. Pardon me. Probably got sneeze all over my fucking screen. What are your thoughts on my 60? 1 times 3, 18, 1. That's okay.
It doesn't matter. It matters at the check.
18, 20. Zero. Busted. You busted.
Bullseye.
Yeah, you busted.
How? Is the bullseye worth like more than 38 points?
The bullseye's worth 50 points.
Oh, that was a nice.
You busted. I dedicate this shot to Zoot and his comedy career.
Oh, what? What did I have to hit 9? one do I have to hit now?
A 1.
Oh, fuck. That's bullshit. It should have made. Oh, I couldn't. I should have just missed the board. Do you think going for the lower ones is harder?
Yeah, I think easier is the higher ones. I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
Oh shit. What the fuck do I have to get now? A 1 and then.
You don't have to get anything.
What?
Don't you worry. You don't have to get anything.
Oh, alright.
101 pro double out.
Yeah, dog.
I'm surprised you don't love this game.
I'm playing it right now. I haven't formed an opinion on it. I feel like it's
Double
I love it.
20. Oh, dude, this is a big score. 81. Good job.
No, I just need a 10 and I'm outie.
You're in trouble.
me out,
You're in trouble though. You're definitely in trouble.
Oh.
Because I'm gonna get this 1, and then I'm gonna get a double 20.
Oh, the third one was so close. Now we're both going for the seed one. There we go.
Are you proud of that shot?
Does it go to overtime if you make it?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Closest to the middle, son. You're fucked. Because I'm amazing. I'm amazing at this. Dude, that's a good score. That probably is gonna win. Good win.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Are you ready for this?
I did.
501 easy. No pro double. Oh, no. Hold on. 101 easy. Just the normal way.
Is it a double up?
No, it's just single out.
The double up.
We will. You're up.
This isn't a double up?
No. $20.
What the fuck?
You busted, dog.
Right. Did I hit the red?
Yep. Are you fucking serious? So, are you ready to hear about Brendan Schaub?
No.
Okay.
What? Yo, that's bullshit. I didn't even get a fucking second chance to go.
501, 101 pro double out. But this is bullshit.
Why?
Because it is.
The pro double out is bullshit.
Word, dog. Did you see? Do you see how tight that grouping is?
Like the Blue Angels.
Word, dog. Are you proud of that shot?
I am, yeah.
How did I bust? Oh, because it's double out. Oh, I didn't even realize.
Wait, do I have to like not hit one or something?
You do whatever makes you happy.
It didn't subtract 40 points from my score.
Dog, I can't hear you over the winning.
The fuck?
It's over, baby. One-on-one pro double out.
Yep.
If you believe they put a man on the moon. Man on the moon. If you believe that how did I fucking bust? Because I got a 1? Dude, I hate this pro double out shit. Do you know what kind of comeback I need right now?
Oh, what is that?
How about you shut the fuck up? Do you like Jim Carrey? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course.
He's like
One
a
of the
Canadian
greatest
icon.
Canadian entertainers of all time.
Who's your favorite Canadian entertainer?
I have to hit the fucking bullseye.
You don't have to.
I was highlighting it.
Okay, get that 10. Now watch this 18 or 19 or 18. Watch this 9 action. Oh.
No.
You're done, son.
Oh, this is easy.
You need a 10.
Fuck. Oh, yeah. That's it.
All right. Oh, dude, play this game against me. It's actually kind of fun. It's like Tetris. Is it blocks? Yeah, 2 players. Ghost piece on. So basically, we're playing Tetris against each other, and I am trying to make it go longer than you. So you want to match 3 across, 3 up, or 3 diagonally. Tap to rotate, slide to move, slide up and down to drop. Now I'm ready for you to be like, oh, I didn't know how to play. Well, this sucks. You're fucked. I see what you're doing. You can see what I'm doing on the left. You're fucked. You are fucked. You're building a huge fucking tower.
Why can't you rotate it? This is like the shittiest at this.
I don't know why you can't rotate it. I think that might be like copyrighted or trade copyrighted.
Yeah, this game sucks.
You suck. I beat you. That's one win. We're playing again. You're gonna love this game. We hate all the. You want to play basketball?
Yeah.
Hold on. Play this game. All right, we'll play basketball. I've beaten Zoot in basketball. Okay. 3 rounds. We're gonna play 3 rounds, son. Riser, you have an invitation. Go on with your bad self. Let's see how many you miss. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. That's 1 miss. That's go. 1 miss. 1 make. Oh, that was awful. 2 makes. You have 2 makes. Oh, you're fucked. Just give up. I made them. You're blocking your microphone.
Move it all.
What'd you say? You are blocking your microphone.
Yeah, I can't hear you. You're blocking.
You were blocking the microphone. 1. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss.
What the?
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss.
Bullshit.
You got 2. You got 2.
This game is actually terrible.
Why do you think it's terrible?
It shoots the. I'm swiping up and it flicks it like sideways.
Look how sick I am. Are you seeing this?
I don't know what fucking phone advantage you have, but
you have an iPad.
Like I'm literally. Oh fuck.
You're fucked. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
What the fuck?
0. You got 0 points.
That is just so bad.
1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Did you just resign?
Yeah.
All right. Reload. 2 players, 3 rounds. Play me till you beat me. You're done, son.
We're not doing that.
Play me in cup pong.
Okay. This is another just flick the thing straight and watch it go sideways game.
It's whatever you want to be, baby. You're doing really well.
That should have hit the rim and gone out.
I agree. I agree with you, big man.
Same with that. All of these would have gone, hit the rim and bounced out.
What are your thoughts on me having 5 and you having 3? That's a miss. Welcome. Riser, what are your thoughts on me having 5 and you having 3?
Pretty sure we're tied. I don't know what you're talking.
Yeah, we'll hit another one to impress me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, too much power. Not enough.
I'm too strong. What do you want me to do? The score is 7-6. That's a miss. That's a big miss. A major miss.
What the hell?
A major miss. Perfect.
That was one of the worst shots I've seen.
Here we go, baby. Get one. That's too far. It's over for you. This game is over.
No, this sensitivity is fucking bad.
It is really tough.
I don't like this game.
The sensitivity is very tough. You have 0 wins in that game.
Worse than basketball almost.
Are you ready to play Moncala?
Basketball or terrible.
Are you ready to play Moncala? You're blocking your microphone.
You gonna let me read the rules?
Yeah, read the rules.
It says this game sucks and should never be played.
It's the oldest type of family of games in the world.
Yeah, no one knows that fact.
It's in the Wikipedia. Are you done? Are you done?
I haven't read it. There's pits, there's stones, capture seeds, store seeds, 2 rows, holes, game with seeds, pits. 1 player picks up any pit. Player removes the seeds, deposits the seed. The player encounters their own store seed and deposit. If there are enough seeds to go past the store, seeds are deposited, continuing on the other side's pockets. They encounter the player's store, the last seed is deposited in the player. Placed in an empty pit on the player's own side, player takes the seed. Alright, we can try it. Let's see. Host advantage. Fuck off.
It was actually random.
Host advantage.
Dog, it was random.
Oh, you still have host advantage.
You're up, big man. Good job.
On where? You just fucked my shit up, dude.
Yeah, because I'm sexy like that, baby.
Fuck, I don't have time to count.
Boy, you better go, son. I could have fucked you, and I chose not to.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome, pimp. You fucked me.
Get fucked. Get fucked.
You won. I thought you didn't like this game.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, obviously.
Do you like this or
Really
Tetris?
They're both just terrible. Do you actually like this game?
I fucking love it.
I don't believe you.
You're up, pimp. Fuck.
Wow, that was what a thrill. I'm undefeated in this game.
You ready to play again? Okay, you want to play basketball, son? You're blocking your fucking microphone. It's Karam. All right. Classic pool 120, 160, 210.
Classic. The one where you can't shoot them all. I mean, I do like the one where you can just shoot in any of them. Go, 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 go.
Thanks, baby.
I wish there was like pool where you could actually like sink them on start. So hard to do.
Look how sick this shot is.
That was pretty nice.
All right, I don't know what to do here.
Just go lucky. Knock one of mine in.
Are you a fan of the band Daft Punk?
Honestly, like, no.
Well,
Not
you suck.
Fan. I suck?
Yeah, Daft Punk is amazing.
I think, yeah, Around the World is a good song, but I feel like they don't have many, like, hits. They have, like, 2 hits.
What
and,
about
like, the rest
Lucky?
is garbage.
What about Lucky? We're up
Yeah,
all
that's, like,
night
their
to
other
get
hit.
some.
That's literally, like, the only Daft Punk song that's good.
Look at this shot.
Name 5 Daft Punk songs.
No one can do that.
Yeah, so they suck then.
They don't suck.
Can you name 5 Coldplay songs?
Yeah. The Scientist, Clocks, La Vida Loca, or La, what is it called? Vida La Vida La.
Yeah, I know.
They have the song My Universe. I love that song with BTS. And wanna cross for you when everything that you do. Yellow
is a great song. Yeah, my brother went to a Coldplay concert live.
Did he go there with his
like
HR? Did he go there with his HR representative?
He did. Yeah, that was them.
I feel badly for him. Psych, that guy deserves all the shit he gets.
I feel bad. I mean, I feel like, yeah, I mean, maybe he was going to, like, tell his wife and he didn't know how to break it to her or whatever.
Dude, you're a scumbag if you do that shit.
Yeah, I guess. You should just break up with them first.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh.
That shot was dog shit. You want to see a sniper shot?
Go make it, big dog. Go get it in the cup, big dog.
Just did, pimp.
That's good.
How'd you like that shot?
Get the red one right now.
Dude, the red one.
You can't get the red one in.
Look at these. Look at this sexiness. I feel like a CEO at a Coldplay concert, baby. Look at this move. Your fucking thing is in the way. Look at this move. I just gave you the game.
Ready to see this sexy shot?
No.
Boom. Oh, I still have to cover it. Fuck.
It's an easy cover, son.
I don't have to make like all 4 now.
I don't really know why the queen exists. I do know that you just fucked up. Major. Oh, no, you didn't. I can't believe that went in.
Here, I picked one of yours and just for the measure. How does it feel to lose like 3 in a row?
Dude, I've won a bunch in a row. Play me in Freestyle 120. Freestyle 120. Hey, how did bowling feel? Hey, how did disco feel? Hey, how did...
You didn't play bowling.
Hey, how did disco feel? Hey, how did basketball feel?
No one cares about those games.
Dude, you got it in on the beginning. At the beginning, that was great. Dude, just sweep the table. Sweep the table. Sweep the table.
I'm sweeping the dance floor, bud. Are you ready for the sexiness?
Sweep it. Sweep it all.
No, this is like a high IQ shot. Like Newfie level shots right here. That should have gone in. And now I'm probably back.
I'm going to punish you.
Punish me. Sweep the floor. Oh, there's a clump there, so. Oh, what was that?
I wanted to give you a chance.
What the hell is that?
I wanted to give you a chance. Look how sick this shot is.
It's going to come down to the red one. Oh, that was a good shot.
Thanks, baby. Get it.
Wow. Okay. This could be the game right here. Oh, colossal. Wonder. How does that feel?
Shut the fuck up and just make it.
How does that feel?
Try to cover it.
I'll cover it. Easy peasy. How many in a row is that? Like 8 now?
Riser, I don't know what you're talking about.
Losing count. Losing count. That's definitely like 4 in a row. Oh. Another fuck up. Right.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. What if there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to? You ready? Hey, this is Lisa Burrow, the infuriating player, professional lover, and this is Mariah Rose, and they know me from Story.
Who's your favorite WNBA team?
Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball, and not just on the WNBA, but with athletes unlimited.
I don't know.
Who's your favorite WNBA player?
I can't name one.
You don't know who Caitlin Clark is?
No one knows who it is. Zero people know.
You don't know who Brittany Griner is?
No, that sounds like the name of a porn star.
All right, you ready for the greatest comeback ever? This literally,
I'm down.
this
I
literally,
finished it right there.
I could not have a bigger comeback than this.
Yes, that's true. Down from 110. Can you sweep the dance floor?
Nope.
No.
Get the red one.
No problem.
Go, go, go,
Oh, no,
go,
no,
go.
No, no, no. I have to cover it. That puck almost came. Wow. Another ass whooping, like 9 in a row.
I don't know why you keep
You want
thinking,
some more?
dog. I'm going to whoop your ass so badly it's going to make your head spin. Let me go first. Oh, home field advantage. Home field
All
advantage.
right, go first then. Go first.
Perfect shot.
Sweep the floor.
I know what to do. Now this is an interesting
Don't
shot.
fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Are you fucking?
Oh, I fucking
Oh, finger slap.
yeah. No, I did the thing where I can't believe I fucked up. Well, this game doesn't count. This game doesn't count.
No, I'm in a world of trouble here.
Just make your shot. That's all you have to do.
Oh,
Newfie.
see the Newfie shot there?
Newfie. No way.
Oh.
Newfie. No way. No way.
Just in a different league here, folks. For the folks watching this, just a incredible athletic performance here.
I'm athleticism in motion, baby. Fuck, man.
Oh.
You can end it here.
There we go. 4 in a row. I'm sorry. Am I just too... No! Oh. There we go. Sorry, son.
Let me go first. I'll just sweep the table. I fucked that up.
All right.
And I'm not going to make that mistake again. Six shot.
Oh, you're actually gonna make my life easier because you're gonna clear out like half the board, and then the red one's gonna be right there, and then cover it and sweep. It's fine. Take a 10. We don't need the 10. Oh, here he goes.
Nope, that's a miss. It's one of the biggest misses that we've ever had the opportunity to witness.
Oh, I got greedy. I should have done. What was I doing?
2 in a row. Big time shot.
Oh no. Oh, you still have to cover it. Fuck this up, please.
I
fuck
think
it up.
I think I'm going to.
Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up, son. Oh. Put it on the board. Let's go. Put it in the middle. There we go. Oh, there we go. Boom. Here we go. Are you ready for this comeback? I don't play around with Quran. So.
It's Karam.
It's Karam.
It's Karam. It's Karam.
Oh, I'm 1 away.
Huge, giant miss. I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy
Go
career.
for the white one. Say,
Stop.
oh, 5 in a row. 5 in a row. Let's go.
Hit it. Get in.
There you go. 5 in a row. You're getting fucked.
Let me go first.
No, we're letting the game decide. We've got host advantage.
Get in.
Sweep. 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 Sweep.
How did that not go in?
That was really bad. No.
That was not good, dude.
That might cost me the game right there.
You're fine.
Maybe try sinking the red one.
I know what to do.
Oh, these don't look that easy. Yeah, no, now you.
You're
now
fucked.
You're in.
You're fucked.
No, you're in trouble here.
Get in. Get in.
Fuck.
Just don't miss. Just don't miss. That timer's ticking down, son. That timer.
Do you like that shot?
You only have 50.
Cover, 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 cover. Here we go. I don't play around, dog.
You're getting that in.
I don't play around, dog. Oh, I don't play around, dog. 6 in a row. Wow. Unbelievable.
Let me go first.
This is. I haven't gone first in like 8 games. This is something's going on. You've gone first every single game.
Because I'm sexy.
Go for the red one.
Dog, I know what I'm doing.
I'm losing 6 in a row.
Are you proud of the way you're playing?
This is what I've been training for the last like 3 days.
Why aren't you good at basketball?
Are you? Yeah, right.
That was a giant miss. I'm gonna win now.
That was insane.
Watch me. Just watch me win.
I'm gonna be pretty mad if I lose.
Look at these moves.
Oh, thank you. You're so good at buckling under pressure in this game. It's quite remarkable. See, I don't lose.
Are you serious?
I'm just too. Here we go. This is why I'm the GOAT right here. Now this is like a very difficult shot.
My friend.
I think you might miss one of these. They're not too easy. Oh, 7 in a row, folks. How does it feel, Rabbi? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
How
You
does
would
it
know
feel?
from
7 in a row.
basketball.
7 in a row.
You would know from basketball.
I didn't play basketball. I played that one game time and it sucked. No one plays basketball. Yo, this is bullshit. You're clearly just making yourself go first.
I really am not. I mean, if it's on that setting,
You are.
I'm not.
You are.
I really am not.
You literally are. It's been like the last 7 in a row.
Not purposefully. I'm not making myself go first. We'll have to check and see. We'll have to check and see. It's not like it's helped me. In fact, if anything, it's hurt me very badly.
Any excuse you can find.
Yeah, this game sucks.
The greatest game ever made.
Quit it, you.
Goes back to ancient times. Did I win yet? No. This is called sweeping the floor. Fuck.
Are you sure? Are you sure that it's called that?
Oh, I almost swept the floor. You can have the red one. I don't even need it. And you still mess it up. Yeah, I'm just gonna tuck you in. There you go, bud.
You still have.
No, I need to cover.
You have to cover, dog.
Shit.
And you missed. What a terrible miss. So your brother went to a Coldplay concert. What did he think of it?
Oh, he said it was very good. I don't see any discs in. Oh, did you make one?
Yeah, how about you shut the fuck up?
Better not fuck this up.
Oh, it's
30 points here. I only need 30 to win. But we're tied. No, that's not going to cut it. That's not going to do it.
What a miss.
Another win.
Yeah.
In a row.
But I've been going first.
No!
This motherfucker had this bitch counted. See, kids, this is why you never have it counted.
No. I gave you that win.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career.
Bad.
No!
Oh my god.
Stop.
Wow. You know what the dragon attack is?
Fuck you. So you won when I had the red. That's the first time that's happened for you. All right, create private game. I'm telling you, breaks, it says random.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not kidding. Maybe if it's like freestyle 120, I always start or something. But it says random. Do you have an invitation?
Is that 8 or 9 in a row? Oh yeah, that was 8 in a row.
All right. Well, you're
Oh,
breaking.
what you got to go first?
It's like it hurt us.
There we go. I don't miss.
All right. Well, then
I'm gonna
just
sweep. This might be the first full sweep of the whole Quran board.
no way.
It's pretty rude. It's not in line with Quran etiquette to talk in people's backstrokes.
Is this like golf?
Yeah, it is.
Doug, where am I gonna make this? How am I gonna make this?
Easy. No, what the that was bullshit.
What happened?
If you're playing like a true sportsmanship, you'd actually give your turn away and not make it.
I just did. What
and
happened?
Also not fuck up the board.
What happened? I still don't know what happened.
It just slipped.
All right, well, that happened to me, and you didn't give up your turn.
You didn't ask.
Are you asking?
I already asked.
I didn't hear you ask. You just said if you were playing,
then you should get your hearing checked or something.
If you just okay, so you want me to give up my shot?
No, you already missed. It's fine. You fucked up the board forever, so you can't undo it.
I don't know what you want me to do, dog.
You can resign. Would be one way to solve it. Just so we all know, if he wins, this doesn't count, but we'll pretend it counts.
What happened?
It's a water under the bridge.
Dog, I don't know what you want me to do.
You better get the red one in right now. Sink the red one. Good job.
What do you want me to do?
Now fuck this up. Now sink the... Fuck.
One in a row.
That one didn't count.
Yeah, it did.
No one's counting.
It seems like if you start, you lose.
I mean, I gave you a gift right there with how those are set up. I think there's an element of luck, but sometimes you just don't have any good shot.
I don't even know what to do here.
Should hit the white one like backwards.
That was a good shot. That was a good shot. That was a good shot. That was a good shot.
Fuck. All right.
Not a bad shot. I mean, I know you missed, but you tried. You didn't really leave me with a good shot. Fancy.
Here we go.
I don't really know what to do though. What do I do?
Oh, nice. That was clutch. Now you should be able to win here. Let's see if you can float again. Nice.
2 in a row.
GG.
It's like if you...
Yeah. Call me when you get to like 8 in a row and then we'll talk.
In basketball?
In Karam, you dingbat.
Dude, when I start, I lose. It's just as simple as that. Are you proud of that shot?
That wasn't good. That was not good.
I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career. Oh no! But I get to go. I get to go again.
Wait, what? Why did you get to go again? That never happened.
Because I hit one in, but then I put the thing in, but it was a red one. It was on the red cover.
What the fuck was that? I'm getting water.
Dude, I don't know what to do here.
Oh. Thank you, sir. I thought you were supposed to win this game.
No, I didn't start. Or I started, so if I start, I lose.
That's the excuse?
Yeah, it's happened every time. Like 13 games in a row, the person who has started has lost.
Too good.
You go first. You're up, dog.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm just grabbing water.
Well, then I'm going to do the same. I've got a bunch of shit that I've got to do. And you've prevented me from doing all of it.
What do you have to do?
I have to pray in like 20 minutes. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm here. You say you have to pray in 5 minutes?
In like 20 minutes.
Pray that you're going to win the game?
Dude, why do I have to go first?
It's an advantage to go first.
You're up, dog.
sporting Bill Hamill show. Thank you so much for being with us and being with us on this Monday. Remember,
Yes.
it's just Monday.
Okay.
Hold that together. We got a lot coming up in the next hour. If you're joining us for the whole thing, it's going to be an absolute delight. So let's start the week right together here on KFI's Wake Up Call. Here is some of the news that we're following already. A busy start to the week. The LAPD has released photos of a man who is believed to have shot the driver who was accused of plowing into that crowd outside a nightclub in East Hollywood over the weekend. He was described as Hispanic, 6'5'7", about 150 to 170 pounds. He was wearing a blue Dodgers jacket at the time, white blue jersey with the number 5 on it, blue jeans.
Go.
No way.
Go. What?
I can't believe I didn't go in. Thanks for the free points.
You played. Why are your things sunk? Why do you not get deducted?
It's his fault. The riser pocketed its striker.
No, you freaking shot your thing in.
It glitched.
That is like. That is. Alright.
Oh no.
Karma here. I'm so. Yeah, really. Oh yeah. I guess we have a.
Why did it say the riser did the striker when I'm the one who did it?
You just need every
advantage.
50. This is it right here. Fuck.
Dog.
Oh. Bad timeline. I'm in the wrong timeline. That was actually not a gimme. Fuck. I mean, you're still gonna have to bank it or something. This shot has the same chances going in as Zeus. Oh, fuck off. Wait, wow. I gave you a gift. Done.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. Champion, baby.
Okay. What is that? 2 in a row?
All right.
1 in a row?
3 in a row, 7 in a row. Okay. Last game. Freestyle 210. Oh, I have to go first? This is garbage.
$210 is kind of hard because it's like overcrowded.
More shit to hit in, baby. What do I do now?
You pray that it goes in. That was not it, though.
Are you proud of that shot?
No.
Look at this shot.
Should have been more patient.
Look at this shot. Look at this shot.
Oh, yeah, right.
Look at this shot.
Sweep the floor here. Yeah.
That was garbage.
Fuck. Not a good shot.
It said I pocketed the striker.
Striker.
Dude, what? This game is fucked.
That's weird. Wasn't it like not doing that before?
Right. It's like they did an update that destroyed its integrity.
Shadow update. It is Shadow 4.
You're fucked now. So isn't it in our best interest to just put the fucking striker in?
Oh, nice. Yeah, I got the striker in. That's the objective. Notice how it says Rabbi pocketed a disc and not pocketed a Quran.
Well, because people wouldn't know what a Quran is.
This is a newfie shot right here.
I gave you that.
No, this is a newfie shot right there.
Ooh. What you gonna do, son? You have no easy shots. Don't miss.
I won't, baby.
Are you proud of the way you're playing?
No!
Dude, this game is fucked.
Let me keep going. What the fuck? Why does it do that sometimes and not others? That's bullshit.
What do you mean? That's the way it's supposed to go.
No. Yeah, but it can't. It has to be. Like if you have to go again here. All right. No, this is bullshit.
Easy shot, dude. I could make this shot.
No, no one can.
I would make this shot. This is easy. Almost too easy. Get it. Get it. Go, 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 go.
Oh, that was for the win. Oh. I could have easily won that.
Yeah, you still probably will.
Oh, choke. Choking.
I just want it to be over. Good job.
There you go. GG.
So if we add up all of the games that we played, I won. Well, more than you. I won literati. I won cups. I won basketball. I won Tetris. I won disco. I won darts. I won more archery, I think. And we tied at carom. And I beat you in table soccer. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on how well I played? What are your thoughts on how well I played?
Sorry, my iPad died.
What are your thoughts on how well I played?
Like Karam?
No.
I smoked a few like cigarettes.
Why aren't you good at?
But any other game?
Yeah, all the other good ones.
Any other games? You're pretty good.
You know, you beat
Any
me.
other games that don't matter at all. I
Mancala.
also smoked you in Macala. I smoked you in Macala.
You love that game.
I don't know why it's even a game. I consider that like
Art. I consider it like crafting.
Like I consider that like labor more than like a game. That's like some Chinese torture shit. Like all right, move the bead into like the hole. But if you like it, that's cool. Oh, I didn't even tell you, I think, that I got I won't call it like a job, but I got an opportunity to meet a mural at this alleyway at a flower shop in my town. It's this alleyway that's on the peak.
That's really cool, man. What are you gonna paint?
My like abstract patchwork inspired art.
Is it gonna be colorful?
It's gonna be more colorful than that the Weechal people's yarn art.
That's good. I mean, I think it should just be really colorful. That's all.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'll send you a photo when it's done.
Please do.
And hopefully I can leverage it to get more hero.
Tight, dude. I hope Zoot had fun at the comedy night.
I thought he was like not trying to be like, oh, I have to go in like 30 minutes. But like, if you're telling us that like 8 times, like, how are you still late? You're already prepared to leave at a certain time. Why wouldn't you just prepare to start properly?
You're asking good questions. I don't have the answers to them, but you're asking good questions.
I'll let you get your prayer, big dog.
Thanks, big man.
Pray that you don't get your ass whooped so hard next time.
All right. Sounds like a plan, big man.
Later.
Peace. Later, skater.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Jim and Show, my 2-week-long reign of terror is over. Gary is back. The gang is back together, kicking off today at 9.
And good morning. It is 5:19 on your wake-up call here on KFI AM 640. I'm Michael Monks, filling in for Amy King, who are Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Mayor Bass has again complained about having the military in the city to help with federal immigration enforcement efforts. She says the raids are creating fear. She's also complaining about agents wearing face masks. Bass is expected to be in Sylmar this morning to join others calling for an end to the deployment of National Guard troops and the U.S. Marines in Los Angeles. Las Vegas and Seattle are the front runners as locations for potential new NBA franchises. And former LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva is registering a campaign committee for next year's election. LA Times reports Villanueva for Sheriff 2026 committee has been registered with the Secretary of State's office. The Times says Villanueva is expected to have more information this week. Current Sheriff Robert Bloom beat out Villanueva in their 2022 election for sheriff. And I don't know if you've been on social media this week. Odds are you have. And if that is in fact the case, you've probably heard this. The Kiss Cam shot heard around the world. There was a Coldplay concert in Boston, and you know how those cams are. They move around, they show people. Well, landed on a couple that maybe was not supposed to be a couple, or at least didn't want anyone to know their couple status. Joining us now to talk about the fallout, and boy, has there been fallout, is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Good morning to you, Rory.
Yeah, Michael, and that really was the camera shot heard around the world, and not far from where the actual shot heard around the world.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I got to tell you, Rory, I really hate this story. It makes me so uncomfortable. I know people are having fun with it, and what I can't believe, I mean, keep in mind, these two people with that camera came on them, ducked away in embarrassment. So even the singer there, Coldplay, knew that something was up. Chris Martin, yeah, and having so much fun with it, but this is some problems for the people. These are people in a high-profile tech company.
Well, right, and so look, there's a family tragedy aspect of this, of two relationships likely falling apart. There are kids involved. There's a lot of sad stuff here, but at the same time, hey, Love Island is over this season, so we have something to talk about. And look, it's easy, it's unifying. We're not going down red versus blue, left, right, Trump, no Trump.
to see Coldplay, and the band turns the camera on you, and then you become an internet sensation. And not just memes, you're mentioning the memes, people are having a lot of fun at these people's expense. But I've seen other professional sports organizations that have cams in their stadiums or arenas, and they're all engaging in some sort of recreating it. They're making fun of it. It is nuts.
Well, yeah, the Philly fanatic, I think, was a trailblazer in that one. I think last Thursday or Friday. I've seen memes. Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, Donald Trump, and Hillary Clinton. Some of it gets me pausing there and just thinking, they are stepping out on Kermit. Yeah, so there's some animation. Now they're getting animated. They're making movies. Again, I think the technology makes it so much easier to generate these kinds of memes. I've seen pizza and pineapple out together. This one.
That's an affair that I actually endorse. I think that's
the relationship that shouldn't be. But all right. No, but again, it's sad, but at the same time, it's one of those summer fun things that if you can take the human tragedy out of it, you can have a lot of fun.
We're talking about the CEO of Astronomer Inc. and one of the HR, human resources executives there, constantly engaging in next gen.
Yeah.
What's happened at the company?
Well, he is being trailblazer the company. I'm sure we'll get on memos that we all see. But the details, she, on the other hand, doesn't have it. She's now on leave. So we have to see that if she'll get some sort of an agreement. I'd imagine their future careers might be in doubt. I'm not sure who would want to hire these people. The New York Post has really been doing deep dives into the personal lives of both these people. She married into a wealthy family, so yeah, I don't think they're going to need the income. But certainly the high-profile nature of this is something that's unprecedented.
Unprecedented indeed. How did you land this assignment? I mean, you're the national correspondent for it. That's how big this has gotten.
Well, hey, look, I just followed the biggest news of the weekend. This is still going on. I thought it'd be all over. Look, Friday it's all over. Maybe Saturday, a couple of leftovers. I'm still going Sunday. Here we are today. Fresh material still popping up. This just isn't going away. I'm sure the Trump administration would like to be putting on Coldplay T-shirts in order to change the topic to this off of Epstein. But let's see what happens on Pennsylvania Avenue today.
We certainly will indeed. I know you'll be on top of that because you do cover a lot of things, including this horrifying, cringe-worthy story. Rory O'Neill, our national correspondent, always a pleasure to talk to you. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Hey, thanks, Michael.
My goodness. I mean, full culture, I know I'm not alone in cringing at this Coldplay Kiss Cam concert footage.
Good job.
Let's get back to some news coming out of the KFI 24-hour news. Rebelling Mayor Bass says she's not concerned about the city still being without a permanent fire chief. Bass made the comment on Sunday.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. So I wrote this small book back in 2012 for the occasion of the Siyam Hashas, the 7.5-year completion of the cycle of the daily Talmud study routine that has been practiced worldwide since 1923. And now it's 2019. We're approaching the new cycle, and I thought, you know what, this book needs a refresh. So I went back and I changed a few things, especially those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant. And I released it again in a revised edition. And, I actually kind of like this book. But since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I've received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on Amazon. These are completely, just completely out of the range. So here's one here. Here's a negative one that was written in 2016 on the first edition by Francis DeSales. I am a fan of Rabbi Abramson's work on YouTube, and that's why I bought this book. By the way, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud and entertaining style came out very clearly in this little book. That's good. So far, it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using Rabbi Abramson's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading this book. The experience is more like reading some billboards and promotional pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. That's really, in reality, I have to agree with Mr. DeSales. That is in fact what the book is. I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what does it deal with, how has it been, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German Bildungsroman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how, I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult, and my first experiences in yeshiva, which I think are pretty wild, and some amazing teachers that I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in it, eventually ended up finally becoming a small teacher of Talmud as well. So it is very much a brief and personal introduction. And I alternate between the historical and the literary and the theological on one hand, kind of like in a dry academic sense. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer writes, too brief, too personal. That's the heading. That's pretty good. Too brief and perhaps even too personal, like an overshare. Probably true. But I did love the photos. So even the negative part still has a little softening. And here, this one's probably the most harsh. Theodore D. Sternberg writes 3 stars, right? There's on a scale of 5. Too much about Henry Abramson, not enough about the Talmud. Wow, that hurts, I have to say. But let's read some positive reviews so I feel better about this. Okay, here we go. So here is Punyadi, who wrote in August of this year. Again, these are all in the first edition, writes, a must read. Nice. Wow, a wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming. I really enjoyed reading this. And Dr. Abramson has some good YouTube videos as well. So that was nice. I like that. Here's another one written by No Pickles. I have no idea who that is. It's a strange name. Fantastic introduction to the Talmud. The book is a great big picture introduction to arguably the most complex literary work ever created. Dr. Abramson writes from an academic, scholarly perspective using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective, intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. Ooh, that's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. Is true. That's what I'm. Maybe not so much the self-awareness, maybe not even the humility so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to, anyways. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts, and he also gave it a genre: inspiration, informative, quick read. I think those are 3 pretty accurate discussions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually a very wise statement. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Better than learning a dry explanation of what the Talmud is and what is not, Abramson gives us a personal tour of how he learned to spiritually swim. Abramson has a very readable, lively style, and I enjoy his writings and lessons elsewhere. The book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Study and help. Nice. 2 more. Okay, Alex writes, I enjoyed reading it, and so did my 14-year-old son. And I wasn't trying to go for the youth readership, but that's kind of cool story. And here's my favorite. I mean, I was blown away when I saw the name is Arthur Kurzweil. The famous, individual Arthur Kurzweil, who's done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. Wow, he wrote that. He said, I enjoyed this passionate, honest, and so nicely written memoir and introduction to the Talmud. Wow, so that's really good. I was really pleased to receive these reviews. If you're interested in reading the book, please have a look at it online. I think it's kind of worthwhile. I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting it again for the Siyam Shas. I think it still has some value. I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore, Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are verities in this great land. The all but certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos and violence.
Never in a million years would you think that you'd see your parents' house taped off, the farm taped off by that yellow tape.
It was a very brutal crime scene, one of the worst I've ever seen. Careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Dateline. You can listen to all episodes now completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
They were sweet little old ladies. One with a big bouffon, the other with a Hungarian accent. Helen and Olga.
They look like very nice grandmothers, you know.
In a city named for angels, Helen and Olga made it their mission to help homeless men get off the street. Then one day, tragedy. One of their homeless men was killed by a hit-and-run driver. And then another. So sad. Two sweet little old ladies. And why are we telling you this? Because this is Dateline's latest podcast, and as you might expect, this is a story about murder. Wow, we've never seen anything quite like this. And we're not alone.
It's about as cold-blooded as anything I've seen. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never, ever seen anything that has involved this much planning and this degree of just evil.
This is a story about pride, greed, and other deadly sins. It's a story about blood money. Yes, murder. Follow the thing about Helen and Olga wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI is in your ear. Put it on your screen. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 645, 35 on your wake-up call. I'm Michael Monks, and that is Coldplay. Thank you, Kono. I'm cringing still. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The brother of the late NFL star Pat Tillman is facing charges after he allegedly crashed his car into a post office in San Jose. Post office officials say Richard Tillman drove into the Almaden Valley post office early yesterday morning, triggering an explosion. Caused the post office to go up in flames. Investigators believe Tillman drove into that post office on purpose. His brother Pat Tillman was a star in the NFL, left football, died in Afghanistan as an Army Ranger in an exchange of friendly fire. Gaza's health ministry says the territory has experienced its deadliest day for aid seekers in over 21 months of conflict, with at least 85 Palestinians killed while seeking that aid. Yesterday, Israeli forces reportedly opened fire on crowds near aid convoys, killing dozens in northern Gaza. When it's confirmed, massive crowds gathered as 25 aid trucks entered the area. Scotty Scheffler is the champion golfer of the year and one step closer to the career Grand Slam. #1 player in the world dominated the British Open on Sunday and led by as many as 7 shots before winning ultimately 5-4. Coming up at the top of the hour, we've got Handel on the news. Bill Handel will be here, but Wilson Pager's off, and Amy King is obviously off. I'm filling in for her. It's just going to be Bill Handel, Michael Monks. See how that goes. I'm a little nervous, so if you're on my side, stay with us and send me all the good energy. If you're on Handel's side, wish you good fortune or years to come. Coming up at 5:50, the president has urged the Senate to cancel his August congressional recess to allow for confirmation of the president's nominees. ABC's Stephen Portnoy will join us live. So our friend from Bloomberg not here with us yet. Okay, we'll have that financial report coming up momentarily. Meanwhile, we've got more news. Out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom, LA Mayor Bass has again complained about having the military in this city to help with federal immigration enforcement efforts.
This is just such an incredible misuse of not only taxpayers' money, but of the young people who are in the National Guard, who've had to leave their families, their jobs, and their education for this deployment that is completely unnecessary.
Bass told CBS's Face the Nation the raids are creating fear as masked men pull up in unmarked cars and jump out of those cars with rifles and detain people.
For the average citizen, it looks like it's a violent kidnapping. So you should never have that.
Bass is expected in Silmar this morning to join others calling for an end to the deployment of National Guard troops in the U.S. Marines in Los Angeles. All right, it's time now to get up in the money. Is that what we're doing? We're getting up in
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. So I wrote this small book back in 2012 for the occasion of the Siyam Hashas, the 7.5-year completion of the cycle of the daily Talmud study routine that has been practiced worldwide since 1923. And now it's 2019. We're approaching the new cycle, and I thought, you know what, this book needs a refresh. So I went back and I changed a few things, especially those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant, and I've released it again in a revised edition. And, you know, I actually kind of like this book, but since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I have received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on Amazon. These are completely, you know, just completely out of the range. So here's one here. Here's a negative one that was written in 2016 on the first edition by Francis DeSales. I am a fan of Rabbi Abramson's work on YouTube, and that's why I bought this book. By the way, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud and entertaining style came out very clearly in this little book. That's good. So far it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using Rabbi Abramson's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading this book. The experience is more like reading some billboards and promotional pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. That's really, in reality, I have to agree with Mr. DeSales. That is in fact what the book is. I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what does it deal with, how has it been, you know, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German Bildungsroman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how, you know, I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult, and my first experiences in yeshiva, which I think are pretty wild, and some amazing teachers that I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in, eventually ended up finally becoming a small teacher of Talmud as well. So it is very much a brief and personal introduction. And I alternate between the historical and the literary and the theological on one hand, kind of like in a dry academic sense. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer writes, too brief, too personal. That's the heading. That's pretty good. Too brief and perhaps even too personal, like an overshare. Probably true. But I did love the photos. So even the negative part still has a little softening. And here, this one's probably the most harsh. Theodore D. Sternberg writes 3 stars, right? There's on a scale of 5. Too much about Henry Abramson, not enough about the Talmud. Wow, that hurts, I have to say. But you know, let's read some positive reviews so I feel better about this. Okay, here we go. So here is Punyadi, who wrote in August of this year. Again, these are all in the first edition, writes, a must read. Nice. Wow, a wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming. I really enjoyed reading this. And Dr. Abramson has some good YouTube videos as well. So that was nice. I like that. Here's another one, written by No Pickles. I have no idea who that is. It's a strange name. Fantastic introduction to the Talmud. The book is a great big picture introduction to arguably the most complex literary work ever created. Dr. Abramson writes from an academic, scholarly perspective, using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. Ooh, that's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. Is true. That's what I'm. Maybe not so much the self-awareness. Maybe not even the humility so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to, anyways. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts, and he also gave it a genre: inspiration, informative, quick read. I think those are three pretty accurate discussions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually a very wise statement. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Better than learning a dry explanation of what the Talmud is and what is not, Abramson gives us a personal tour of how he learned to spiritually swim. Abramson has a very readable, lively style, and I enjoy his writings and lessons elsewhere. The book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Study and help. Nice. Two more. Okay. Alex writes, I enjoyed reading it, and so did my 14-year-old son. And I wasn't trying to go for the youth readership, but that's kind of cool story. And here's my favorite. I mean, I was blown away when I saw the name is Arthur Kurzweil, the famous, individual Arthur Kurzweil, who's done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. Wow, he wrote that. He said, I enjoyed this passionate, honest, and so nicely written memoir and introduction to the Talmud. Wow, so that's really good. I was really pleased to receive these reviews. If you're interested in reading the book, please have a look at it online. I think it's kind of worthwhile. I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting it again for the Siyam Shas. I think it still has some value. And I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
We've also got some issues with like